Lord of Mysteries, The Arrival of the New Black Emperor by Huo Yang. Chapter 481-500. When it came to cutting the cake, this part of the wedding was usually the liveliest. However, because of Hobert Jeffrey and Furz's special status, the young people in the territory didn't dare to be unrestrained, while the nobles, holding onto their dignity, were unwilling to participate. In the end, only Zio and Donna rushed over to snatch Hobert's shoe. Zio lunged forward in a hungry tiger pouncing move, but was unfortunately held down by Hobert's head. Her arms were too short, and even as she tried to reach forward, she was still some distance from Hobert's leg. Donna also went all out, frog-hopping without any ladylike image to find an opportunity, but Hobert easily dodged her every time. The reason she was so determined was because Furz had just promised that if she managed to snatch Hobert's shoe, Furz would be in charge at home from then on, and Donna could sleep in whenever she wanted. Tyrone stood by, torn between helping his brother or his sister. Seeing that this segment wouldn't get any livelier, Hobert dodged Donna and Zio's attacks, picked up Furz in one swift motion, and easily took off one of her shoes. Furz didn't resist much, smiling throughout as she watched her husband pick her up. When Hobert put Furz down, he didn't forget to give her a kiss. Amidst everyone's cheers, Hobert first put the shoe back on Furz, then used a knife to cut the cake. Donna, standing nearby, cried loudly. Zio, who was very dissatisfied with her own performance just now, asked, "Why are you crying so sadly?" "My brother got married," Donna sobbed, out of breath. "I won't be able to sleep in anymore." Zio was slightly stunned. What was the connection between these two things? Just then, the cake war broke out. The cause was simply Hobert reaching out and smearing a bit of cream on Furz's face. Seal, Serena, and others who had been cheering them on, rushed forward, throwing cake at each other. The more they threw, the more enthusiastic they became. Not a single bit of the 8-layer cake was wasted, though no one actually got to eat it. Susie, at the wedding, secretly thought it was a pity. This cake war livened up the wedding atmosphere, and only then did the buffet-style wedding banquet begin. Influenced by the cake war, just now, the atmosphere remained quite lively. Hobert suddenly spotted a very familiar figure among the guests. It was a beautiful lady in her 30s, wearing a lovely gown, with a more refined demeanor than the other noblewomen. She noticed Hobert's gaze and gave him a knowing smile. However, her eyes held a hint of wildness that made people uneasy, which didn't quite match her appearance and smile. Hobert had seen this lady once in Backland, and only once, but she had left a very deep impression on him. Hobert's internal alarm bells rang. Why would she appear at his wedding? Just as Hobert was momentarily stunned, the other person had already disappeared. Hobert searched carefully but couldn't find her. Furz noticed something was off. "Who are you looking for?" Hobert shook his head. "I must have been mistaken." At this moment, a Viscount came over to chat, and Hobert focused on dealing with the Viscount, putting the matter out of his mind. At the wedding banquet, Dai Li and others, who dealt with extraordinary cases every day, were also affected by the wedding atmosphere and became joyful. Dai Li looked at Hobert and Furz, who were talking to guests. "They are truly a perfect match." Captain Thomas smiled. "Indeed, they look very much in love." Leonard was about to join the conversation when he suddenly sensed something. Following the spiritual prompt, he looked over and saw the person named Gehrman Sparrow who was presiding over the reception. Gehrman raised the wine glass in his hand towards Leonard. Leonard was slightly surprised, but also raised his glass in response. The two drank a toast from a distance. Leonard wondered why the other person's gaze seemed somewhat familiar. On the other side, Audrey also looked at the bride and groom. "This is a wedding, it looks so happy." Brulint, beside her, secretly glanced at the witches while saying, "Audrey, I didn't expect there to be so many beautiful young ladies among the nobles of Fenaport." Audrey glanced in Brulint's direction and smiled slightly, wondering whether to tell him that these beautiful young ladies might have been men before. In a corner of the banquet, Serena, Elizabeth, and Melissa were discussing how beautiful Furz's exotic gown was, and fantasizing about their respective futures. Harvey Hayden toasted Ulysses and Christine, and the three old comrades couldn't help but recall Rex again. Over there, Seal and Corwin were competing in drinking, jokingly taunting each other while pouring glass after glass of red wine down their throats. Many young people around them were cheering, clapping their hands and shouting, making it very lively. In the corner, only Klein sat alone, looking quite solitary. But he smiled contentedly, watching the lively crowd. Around 4 in the afternoon, the wedding banquet ended. Most guests either said goodbye or returned to their hotels to rest. The guests from Backland had mostly returned. It was already a bit late for the guests from Feniport to leave now, so they all chose to stay overnight in the picturesque town and depart tomorrow. After seeing off the departing guests, Hobert and Furs took a train to tour the territory. The villagers spontaneously gathered along the railway to bless the lord and lady. Hobert, in turn, scattered some candies to them, responding to their blessings. As the train left, people from the town government rode horses to announce, to celebrate the Lord's wedding, from today until a week later, the Lord will host a banquet at every village entrance. As long as you are willing to come, there will be plenty of wine, meat, and dishes. This prompted another round of cheers from the villagers. This wasn't because Hobert was extravagant, but because spring plowing had arrived, and the entire Jeffrey territory would soon enter a phase of working day and night in the fields. So Hobert simply took this opportunity to provide free food and drink for the villagers. Anyway, Christine had promised that he would cover all the wedding expenses, and Hobert included this expense as part of the wedding. After nightfall, Hobert and Furs were somewhat tired, but their spirits remained high, because at the same wedding venue, a lively dance began. This was the last and most wild part of the wedding. Most of those who came to the dance were young people. They would dance and dance until the bonfire went out, until the band could no longer play a single note, and some would even be so tired they would fall asleep right there. During this segment, young men could embrace and kiss the girls they admired, even if they hadn't spoken a single word before. Girls could also invite the young men they admired to dance. The closer they danced, the closer they became, eventually embracing each other. In this enclosed mountain area, it was more like a collective matchmaking event. At the same time, this also hinted that the bride and groom were to go and rest, to do what a husband and wife should do. Amidst everyone's cheers, Furs and Hobert returned to the Lord's Manor bedroom. Hobert lay sprawled on the bed. "I'm a sequence 5, yet getting married exhausted me so much. How do ordinary people manage?" Furs, sitting on the edge of the bed, smiled gently. "Which ordinary groom plays as wildly as you do? We're married, so of course, I have to let loose a bit." Hobert saw Furs stand up as if to leave. "Where are you going?" "To my room, of course. We're married, and we're still going to live separately. Isn't it marriage first, then love?" Furs said with a slight mischievous smile. "Once we complete the process of falling in love, we'll live together." Under the light, Furs was elegant and beautiful, her faint smile making her eyes seem to hold a myriad of charms. Hobert was momentarily captivated. It wasn't until Furs reached the door that Hobert reacted. "Wait a minute." Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Hobert was about to silently lament, "What a pity," but after a few steps, he found that Furs couldn't open the door. Furs stomped her foot in frustration. "The door is broken." Hobert wrapped one arm around Furs and used his other hand to pull the door. "That's strange, it was fine just now." Furs pulled hard, almost tearing the door off, but it still wouldn't open. Could someone have locked the door from outside? "Who dares to lock my door? How unlucky. Unlucky." Hobert suddenly understood, almost kneeling on the ground and shouting, "Praise the goddess." The third darkness came at just the right time. Furs was about to use open door to get out, but Hobert smiled first. "Let's dance one more time." Seeing Hobert looking at her affectionately, Furs couldn't bear to refuse. She wrapped one arm around Hobert's waist and placed the other on his shoulder, dancing a relatively lyrical dance to the music that was still playing at the wedding venue. When they were dancing outside earlier, Hobert, to maintain the Lord's image, hadn't been too intimate with Furs. Now that it was just the two of them, what image did Hobert care about? He held Furs tightly in his arms. The two no longer looked like they were dancing, it was more like they were hugging and spinning in circles. Seeing that the time was right, Hobert tilted his head and kissed Furz's soft lips. Furz was slightly stunned, but then immediately enjoyed Hobert's passionate kiss. Hobert's kiss deepened, one hand holding Furz tightly, the other reaching behind her, slipping inside her clothes and moving around. Furz enjoyed the deep kiss more and more, and the warmth of Hobert's palm more and more. This time, when Hobert picked up Furz and carried her to the bed, Furz just smiled shyly and wrapped her arms around Hobert's neck. Hobert opened his eyes and looked out. It was already broad daylight outside. Savoring the madness of last night, Hobert simply put an arm around Furz's shoulder, letting her lie completely on top of him. Furz moved Hobert's hand away and snuggled deeper into his embrace, wanting to continue sleeping. Hobert didn't disturb her further, waiting until she had slept soundly for another half an hour. When Furz woke up, she kissed Hobert's chest. "Hobert, what should we do?" "What do you mean, what should we do? I really want time to stop, or slow down, to stay in this warmth forever." "My silly girl." Hobert reached out and pinched her nose. "If time stopped, wouldn't you miss out on even warmer and happier moments in the future?" Furz smiled. "Hobert, you're so good at charming girls, you must have deceived many young ladies and women, haven't you?" "Currently, I've only deceived one beautiful and lovely young lady named Furz." Furz smiled sweetly and said, "Liar." The two kissed passionately for a while longer. It was indeed getting late, so they finally got out of bed. After they were dressed, Hobert pointed to the oil painting on the wall. "From now on, this will be our sentinel. It's a sealed artifact that, when activated, can cast a death curse on every creature in front of it. Although the curse isn't very strong, it's enough to issue a warning and give us some reaction time. Come, you hold this side of the portrait, and I'll let it mark your spirituality, making you an object it can ignore. Yes, just like that. From now on, at night, this room will be our safe world where we can dance to our heart's content." When Furz heard the word dance, she immediately blushed. She, of course, understood Hobert's implication. The two of them talked for a while in Christine's yard, then Hobert got busy again. Today, he still had to continue entertaining those nobles and wealthy individuals. Originally, these nobles were going to leave, but this morning, they received an invitation and a mask. The invitation stated that an extraordinary auction would be held tonight in the back mountain and listed several items to be auctioned. The nobles, who were more or less involved in extraordinary matters, decided to stay another day and attend the auction that night. The wealthy also received the same invitation, but many of them didn't know what these auction items were. Those who understood left, while those who didn't know and had matters to attend to left in the morning. Those without urgent matters planned to stay and observe, guessing it was Hobert's invitation, and naturally wanted to show some respect. Since they were staying in the territory for another day, Hobert naturally had to entertain them, so he took everyone on a small train tour of the territory. The first two carriages were specially designed for nobles, with spacious, sofa-like seats and excellent views. Hobert and Ethel sat in the very front. Ethel, who was dressed neatly and stylishly again today, looked at the busy scene of spring planting in the fields. In the blink of an eye, it's time for spring plowing again. Hobert followed up on the topic. "Yes, year after year, it cycles quickly. I've seen many scenes of spring plowing, but the people in your territory seem to be more motivated. Perhaps it's because I abolished agricultural taxes. I read that book last night." Ethel looked at the fields outside and said, "You have great courage." Before this, Ethel knew very little about Hobert and Jeffrey territory. She had thought that Hobert had established his rule in South Colson entirely through violence. Only after coming to Jeffrey territory did she realize that Hobert's governance was quite high level. At least among the nobles, Ethel had never seen anyone so capable. If most of what was said in the book was true, then Hobert already had a strong foundation in Jeffrey territory, which would pose a considerable obstacle to the return of the monarchy. Hobert smiled and said, "My personal ability accounts for only a very small part. It's all thanks to the support of the royal family and the princess." Ethel gave Hobert a meaningful smile. Hypocrite. Hobert maintained his smile. This little girl is really difficult to please. The princess continued to look out the window. You were given the fiefdom of a viscount, but not formally ennobled as one. Do you understand why? I have achievements, but my loyalty to the king is not yet sufficient. Ethel nodded with satisfaction. It was easy to talk to smart people. She glanced at Hobert again. So. Hobert, however, suddenly deviated from the expected script. I am absolutely loyal to the king, and the princess should be able to see that. I am an honest man with no ambitions, only wishing to govern my territory well. Ethel almost blurted out, nonsense. But she ultimately maintained the demeanor befitting a princess. If you showed your ambition, I might be more at ease. I even plan to retire after I've built up the territory, Hobert said leisurely, and then live a life of counting money while lying down. Ethel said nothing. Of course, she wouldn't believe such nonsense. Hobert entertained the nobles until past 4 in the afternoon, having seen all the sights in the territory, before returning to the Lord's manor for a rest. However, this kind of tour had its benefits. Many nobles were already planning to visit Jeffrey Town for a vacation around April or May. Back at the Lord's manor, the reporters came to bid farewell. Hobert told the reporters about his vision for a youth hostel, which would offer significant discounts to young people who wished to travel. At the same time, he also asked the reporters to be sure to include one point in their reports. Art students from art schools coming to sketch would receive free room and board, and if any works were appreciated by the Lord would buy them and print them in an art book in the future. This marketing tactic was very novel. Even if Hobert hadn't reminded them, the reporters would have planned to include it in their reports. After seeing off the reporters, Hobert went to the side hall and had Dennis guard the door, not allowing anyone to disturb him. He first set up the altar and completed the transaction with Alger and little son. The fool had reminded him to conduct the transaction at noon, but he didn't have time then. He received 5 extraordinary materials from little son, and black mist lord tree sap, purchased for 2,000 gold leathers, from Alger. After completing the ritual, Hobert suddenly thought, the fool is right here in the Lord's manor, isn't he? Granting from the east wing of the Lord's manor to the front yard. He suddenly had a feeling of having taken a roundabout route. Hobert smiled and began preparing for the evening's auction. After dinner, the family split into 2 carriages and followed Hobert to the back mountain to watch the excitement. Hobert, Furs, and Donna rode in one carriage. In a lull during their chattering conversation, Hobert said to Furs, observe the auction techniques carefully later. If I don't have time in the future, you will host the auction. Furs was slightly stunned. Me? I don't know how. Hobert gently held her hand and smiled, saying, it's very simple. It's really just about using people's urge to snatch things and the only one chance mentality. Although he had never hosted an auction himself, he had watched many artifact auctions and was well aware of the psychological warfare involved. I won't let you work for free, Hobert smiled. Currently, for every item you sell, you'll get a 5% commission. Furs said earnestly, I will study hard. Donna asked, Hobert, why do you emphasize currently? Because once Furs takes over the financial management of the Lord's manor, this commission-based accounting model won't be used anymore. Donna said enviously, brother, managing accounts is very tiring. Do you want me to help sister-in-law share the burden? Forget it, I'm afraid the Lord's manor would go bankrupt. HMPH, you stingy man. Hobert flicked Donna's head. Isn't the pocket money I give you enough? Always coming up with these crooked ideas. The carriage wheels slowly rolled, and amidst their chatter, they arrived at the back mountain. Currently, the back mountain was still quite desolate, especially at night. Only the auction building stood alone with lights, much like a haunted building in a ghost story. However, this perfectly fit the terrifying atmosphere an extraordinary gathering should have. As nobles and wealthy individuals arrived one after another to participate in the auction, the back mountain finally gained some life. Everyone wore masks, but some were still easily recognizable. such as Princess Ethel. Her powerful aura couldn't be concealed by a mask. In addition, Klein, Bishop Simpson, and Tudor family demigod Darnell, among others, were also invited to observe the auction. The auction hall's decor was very simple, not even having a ceiling yet. There were only rows of seats, rising higher towards the back like a theater, and an auction platform. Outside the auction hall, even the windows hadn't been installed yet. However, everyone was there for the extraordinary items, so even nobles with strict environmental requirements didn't pay much attention to these details. At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, Hobert stepped onto the auction platform. I declare this auction officially open. The first item is a very rare extraordinary weapon. It has the appearance of a crossbow, is easy to carry, and has two abilities. The first ability is that even someone who has never used a crossbow. The nobles and wealthy merchants below listened intently. Those in the know understood that extraordinary weapons were indeed rare, and those not in the know were also attracted by its abilities and the spectacle. As Hobert spoke, he displayed the extraordinary weapon he had just received from Kelly. This crossbow is an excellent self-defense weapon for a family. Even family members who have never touched a weapon can use it to protect themselves in an emergency. Starting bid 1800 gold leathers, each bid 100 gold leathers. The auction begins now. This gentleman bids 1900, that one bids 2000. 2200. That discerning gentleman bids 2200 directly. 2300. 2400. 2400 for the first time, anyone higher. You can't stay at home guarding your family every day, but with this crossbow, your family will have security. Hobert was full of emotion, completely immersed in the auction. 2600. That gentleman must have a happy and inviolable family. 2800. This gentleman bids 2800. 3000. 3100. 3200. 3200 for the first time. 3200 for the second time. Such an easy-to-use weapon is very rare, you might not encounter a similar weapon this year. 3300. That gentleman bids 3300. 3500. This gentleman knows the principle that opportunities must not be missed. 3700. That gentleman also understands this principle. Hobert noticed that those still bidding were basically wealthy individuals who weren't very knowledgeable but had a lot of money. Thus, the price of this extraordinary weapon soared to a level Hobert hadn't even anticipated. 3800. 3800 once, 3800 twice, any higher. 3800 thrice. Sold. Hobert struck the gavel, and the first transaction was completed. Klein, sitting in the corner, was filled with envy. In the blink of an eye, Hobert had earned about 3,000 plus pounds. He hadn't expected Hobert to be so good not only at group buying but also at auctions. That extraordinary weapon was just an appetizer prepared by Hobert. Its normal value, in regular transactions, would at most be 2,000 gold leathers. Because of its scarcity, Hobert made it the first item up for auction. But it was different at the auction, especially for these wealthy people who didn't really care about a few thousand gold leathers. Once the atmosphere was set, they seemed to enjoy the bidding process more. The second item up for auction was an extraordinary characteristic of a Sequence 7 Inquisitor. Since there were members of the royal family present, Hobert explained, everyone should know that George III of Rouen has offered 10,000 gold pounds, or 12,000 gold leathers, for my head. Many people who didn't know their place wanted to earn this hefty bounty, but none of them managed to leave my territory. The second item up for auction is a contribution from a mercenary team in the Rouen Kingdom, an Inquisitor extraordinary characteristic. The nobles could barely tear their eyes away. The two royal families strictly controlled extraordinary characteristics of this pathway, and noble families often had only one middle sequence meander. If someone could acquire this extraordinary characteristic, their family's strength would greatly increase. There were also some barons whose families had been at Sequence 8 for several generations, constantly seeking an opportunity to advance further. Their gazes became very eager. Seeing that he had fully captured everyone's attention, Hobert immediately started the bidding. Starting price 1500 gold leathers, with each bid increasing by 100 gold leathers. The auction begins now. A baron said calmly, 1800 gold leathers. Hobert hadn't expected it to be so intense right from the start. 1800. 1800 once. Before he could finish, a viscount calmly said, 2500. Hobert smiled and said, this gentleman, who understands its value, has bid 2500. 2500 once. A count also said calmly, 3500. Hobert's hand, holding the hammer, trembled. Nobles are truly ruthless. Some less popular extraordinary characteristics of sequence 6, I would usually sell for about this price. Of course, Hobert also knew that being able to sell at this price had a lot to do with choosing the right customer base. If the audience consisted of nobles from the Intis Republic or the Forsake Empire, their bids would not be so crazy. Immediately after, Hobert suddenly realized that auctions and extraordinary characteristics were a perfect match. Of course, the prerequisite was to find the right customer base. If a werewolf extraordinary characteristic were being auctioned at this moment, the most likely outcome would be that it wouldn't sell. While Hobert was momentarily stunned, the nobles had already bid up to 5,000 gold leathers. 5,000 first call. 5,000 second call. Any higher bids? 5,000 third call. Hobert was about to bring down the hammer to close the deal when Ethel, sitting in the front row, suddenly said in a calm tone, 8,000. Everyone gasped in unison. They all knew that 5,000 gold leathers had already exceeded the item's value. Even if they desperately needed it, after reaching 5,000 gold leathers, even the wealthiest nobles were unwilling to continue bidding. Ethel's bid was more like a deterrent. Extraordinary characteristics of this pathway belong to the royal family. Only by pledging loyalty to the royal family will you have a chance to advance. Hobert on the stage was confused by Ethel's move. Was this malicious price gouging? However, Hobert loved such big spenders. After asking 3 times consecutively, there were, of course, no higher bids, so the item was sold for the high price of 8,000 gold leathers. Klein pondered, I wonder if an auction could be held at the Tarot Club. How frustrating. It sold for 8,000 gold leathers, which is about 6,500 gold pounds. And the faceless man extraordinary characteristic Hobert acquired from me wasn't even that expensive. Hobert, of course, didn't know what Klein was thinking. He was still focused on the auction. The next few items didn't cause much of a stir. There was a barbarian extraordinary characteristic, many spiritual materials previously confiscated from Shipyard Island, and 2 extraordinary materials carefully selected by Hobert. In total, there were 5 auctions, and the total transaction amount was only 2,000 gold leathers. Finally, the highly anticipated grand finale item arrived, a Grade 2 sealed artifact. Whether it was the nobles, Beander organizations, or the royal family, all placed great importance on collecting sealed artifacts. Hobert also had this hobbies, and just looking at the Grade 2 sealed artifacts in his hand now, he was almost catching up to a Beander family with thousands of years of accumulation. This item also had sufficient scarcity. Transactions of this level rarely occurred at ordinary Beander gatherings. Hobert displayed the colorful bracelet in the wooden box to everyone. This is a very practical magical item. Its ability is, it can use spiritual materials to create scrolls with effects like freezing and paralysis, and there is a 10% chance to create scrolls with extraordinary abilities using corresponding materials. The wearer's spirituality will be greatly increased. The key negative effect is not significant. It merely causes a strong craving for knowledge in the field of mysticism. Also, unless the wearer prays to the hidden sage for power, all ritual magic will end in failure. This was something Hobert had seized from the mercenary squad that tried to assassinate him. It was a magical item from the seer pathway. Everyone should know the scarcity of items at this level. Today, I'm using it as the grand finale item, Hobert said. Starting price 6,000 gold leathers. Each bid increases by 500 gold leathers. The auction begins. 7,000, 8,000, 9,000. The price soared extremely fast, and only now did Hobert have a chance to interject. 9,000. This discerning gentleman has bid 9,000. 9,000 once. 9,000 twice. Darnell, sitting in the back row, bid 12,000. Oh! Everyone gasped, turning their heads to see who had made the bid. 14,000. Bishop Simpson immediately followed. This bid again caused everyone to exclaim. This was a fortune that could make someone a part of the wealthy class in Feniport City. 16,000. Jonathan of the Gnostic Society bid. After Darnell's bid, the nobles and magnates fell silent, leaving only a few Beander organizations still bidding, gradually making the price terrifying. At this point, Ethel made another move, 20,000. For her, money was truly just paper. 21,000. Only Bishop Simpson followed, but he seemed to be running out of steam. Ethel directly made a bid that left no room for others, 23,000. Even Bishop Simpson was unwilling to follow. Meanwhile, Klein and Furs, among others in the corner, were stunned. They all wondered if they had misremembered. Was the exchange rate between gold pounds and gold leathers 1 to 5? Or was it 1 to 6? In the end, this bracelet was sold for the terrifying price of 23,000 gold leathers. Some wealthy individuals, lacking knowledge of Beyonders, were also very surprised. They simply couldn't imagine what kind of bracelet could be worth so much. Was this what nobles enjoyed playing with? And Hobert on the stage realized that establishing an auction house was truly the right move. The reason the auction items fetched such high prices was largely due to their scarcity, which is the core of auctions. As for the rare opportunity psychology Hobert mentioned earlier, it was built upon this core. Extraordinary characteristics and extraordinary items inherently possess the characteristic of scarcity. Those who wish to monopolize these extraordinary resources are organizations like the royal family and the churches, who fundamentally don't care much about money. Extraordinary auctions are rare because it's difficult to resolve issues of legality. If some Beander gatherings, like the one initiated by Mr. A of the Aurora Order earlier, dared to hold an auction, official Beyonders would probably visit 3 times a day for inspections, and it wouldn't even be dark yet. Hobert was definitely an exception. First, this auction was held in his own territory, beyond the reach of official Beyonders. Secondly, he himself was a Sequence 5, which is already a very powerful Beander, capable of providing enough auction items in the early stages of the auction house. This exception is very difficult to replicate. Hobert had recognized this point long ago, so he rushed to build the auction center. The results of this auction greatly satisfied Hobert. The auction segment alone generated 36,600 gold leathers in revenue for him that night. Of course, this was inseparable from having big spenders like Ethel at the auction. Future auction profits might not be as impressive, but auctions will certainly attract many other transactions. For example, Hobert noticed that Darnell was already getting a bit restless. Moreover, this was Hobert's own channel for fencing stolen goods. In the future, any spoils of war would have a direct sales channel, eliminating the need for other forces to profit from the markup. This will be a crucial economic pillar for Hobert in the future. Hobert smiled and said, friends who didn't win their desired items shouldn't be discouraged. Large-scale auctions like tonight's will be held on the 29th of every month. On the 5th, 15th, and 25th of each month, there will also be a small auction respectively. If you have any needs, you can leave your address when you depart tomorrow, and I will send information about the main auction items to your residences in advance. Also, do you see that room? There are people on duty there 24 hours a day. If you have any needs, you can enter that room and state your requirements, and we will help you keep an eye out. Finally, the auction has a second segment, free trade. Another important source of income for the auction house was to use the popularity attracted by the auction to conduct transactions outside of the auction itself. Hobert, of course, wouldn't miss this good opportunity and planned to hold a Beander gathering after the auction. He began to explain the rules. If you have any needs, you can call a waiter over and write down your requirements on the paper and pen we provide. If I can help solve it, I will ask you to stay after the gathering ends, and we will conduct a private transaction. If I cannot help solve the need, I will read it aloud on stage to see if other attendees can reach a deal with you. If confidentiality is required, I still suggest finding an opportunity to go to the room on one side of the hall to state your request, or mark the word, confidential, on the back of the note, and I will help you keep an eye out. Alright, the gathering now begins. Dennis came on stage to remove the auction platform and brought Hobert a chair. Most nobles had participated in some Beander gatherings, so they were not unfamiliar with the rules of such gatherings. Generally speaking, the notary of such gatherings is a powerful Beander. The second auction item barely proved Hobert's strength, at least he was a sequence 6, otherwise, it would have been impossible to so easily kill a sequence 7. However, because it was the first gathering, everyone was still a bit unsure about Hobert's strength. So, after more than half a minute, a noble tentatively wrote down a request that wasn't too urgent. The lighting in the audience was quite dim, and Hobert could only see that the other party was wearing an expensive suit, making it impossible to tell what level of noble they were. The waiter handed the note to Hobert, who opened it to read, "A complete 5-colored leaf clover is needed." Hobert smiled and said, "This gentleman requires an extraordinary characteristic at sequence 9. I can help with that. Please stay after the gathering, and I will conduct the transaction with you privately. Mr. 1. This will be your code name for the transaction later. A complete 5-colored leaf clover is one of the main materials for an erudite. A long time ago, when Hobert accidentally glimpsed the knowledge more, he obtained some knowledge itself, at the cost of his head exploding, as well as the potion formulas for the erudite pathway from sequence 9 to sequence 7. And among the spoils from Shipyard Island earlier, there was a complete 5-colored leaf clover." Seeing Hobert easily resolve the first request, others then passed notes. What exactly is an extraordinary characteristic? Why do extraordinary characteristics exist? Hobert smiled and said, "This gentleman has asked an extraordinary question, and I can answer it. If it's just a simple explanation of the superficial aspects of this question, it will cost 100 gold leathers. If you want me to explain the underlying principles, it will cost 1,000 gold leathers. Believe me, my price is very fair, because the answers to some questions cannot be bought with money." Klein and Furs in the audience felt a strange sense of familiarity upon hearing this. Hobert continued, "Mr. 2. This is your code name. If you wish to proceed with the transaction, please stay after this gathering." The atmosphere for transactions gradually became more lively. Subsequently, 12 more transactions were initiated, with 3 of them being requests for extraordinary questions. 7 transactions were for purchasing extraordinary materials, and 2 transactions were for purchasing low-sequence potion formulas. Of the 7 extraordinary materials needed, Hobert himself resolved 4, and he also had the 2 potion formulas. Hobert had originally thought the first gathering's transactions might be slow, but he hadn't expected that his accumulated potion formulas, knowledge reserves, and extraordinary materials were already fully capable of handling such a gathering. Of course, there wouldn't be large-scale transactions at such a gathering, but it could accumulate a large number of potential customers. If a baron bought a sequence 7 potion formula today, then tomorrow he might want to buy a sequence 7 extraordinary characteristic, or perhaps he might sell some extraordinary materials or something similar. In short, they were the key force in activating the extraordinary market. After the gathering ended and most of the observers left, the private extraordinary transactions were completed one by one. At this point, only Furs and Donna remained in the auction house, waiting for Hobert. Donna smiled and greeted him, saying, "Hobert, father said when he left that you have a better business mind than him and Rex." Hobert chuckled, "That's because my expenses are greater than theirs. All right, we should go back and rest. Look, it's such a charming night outside, I still want to dance with Furs." Furs glared at Hobert playfully. Now, dancing had become a secret code between the two of them. Donna, beside them, found it a bit strange. Just dancing. Why were these two so happy about it? However, the day's tasks weren't over yet. As soon as they returned to the Lord's manor, Hobert saw Klein. So Hobert sent Furs back first and invited Klein to his study. As soon as he entered the study, Klein stated his purpose: "I should go back." Hobert nodded: "Thank you for your help these past 2 days. Have some tea, and I'll send you back now." Klein sat opposite Hobert. "Tonight was an eye-opener for me. I didn't expect a Sequence 7 extraordinary characteristic to sell for such a high price. I just found the right customer." Hobert smiled. "The same extraordinary characteristic of an Inquisitor, if I sold it to you, let alone 1,800 gold pounds, you'd have to think twice about 1,200 gold pounds, because you don't need it." Klein felt a little better. His earlier grumbling wasn't due to him being stingy, but because Hobert had just bought a Sequence 7 extraordinary characteristic from him for 1,500 gold pounds at the Tarot Club that week. Compared to 6,500 gold pounds, approximately 8,000 gold leathers, the difference was too great, inevitably causing him some imbalance. Hobert sighed, looking out the window. "Our development methods are different. Every day I open my eyes, there are over 2,000 mouths waiting to eat, waiting for wages to support their families. What do you think these 8,000 gold leathers are good for?" Klein did not agree, but merely felt fortunate that he had not yet formed an extraordinary organization loyal to him. The Tarot Club was just a gathering, and he, the fool, didn't have to pay any remuneration. On the contrary, he could gain considerable benefits from it. "All right, I'll send you back. Let's keep in touch in the future." After venting his frustrations, Hobert took Klein back to Byam, continuing Gehrman Sparrow's adventure. Then, Hobert used travel to return and said to Dennis outside the study, "Go and get another pot of tea. You should also go back and rest." Before Dennis could return with the tea, Hobert's expected guest, Darnell, arrived. The Tudor family demigod still looked as amiable and easygoing as ever. The two drank a few sips of tea and chatted for a while before Darnell got to the point: "I apologize for Bounier's previous recklessness." Bounier was the Tudor family member who had previously claimed to be Hobert's grandfather's generation. Hobert smiled. "It's all right, I forgave him a long time ago." Darnell was taken aback. Hobert's words proved that he had genuinely been angry at the time, otherwise he could have said something like, "We are all family," to make the conversation more harmonious. This made Darnell secretly curse Bounier, the fool, in his heart. The patriarch had sent him to make a show of force, and he almost completely offended Hobert. However, Darnell would only go so far. As a demigod, he couldn't continue to apologize. "I still hope we can facilitate that transaction." Hobert looked a bit troubled. "As you've seen, the extraordinary characteristics of the arbitrator pathway are in such high demand." This was precisely why Hobert had invited Darnell to the auction, to let him see what price his channels could fetch for the extraordinary characteristics of the arbitrator pathway. Darnell smiled and said, "If this transaction can be facilitated, the family's resources and power will definitely be more inclined towards your territory. In fact, even if this transaction hadn't been made, there would still be such an inclination." After Darnell had come and seen the territory in person, he realized there were too many investment opportunities and spaces for extraordinary powers to thrive, and the family should increase its investment in Jeffrey territory. Hobert said with some difficulty, "All right then, I am still very happy to do business with a gentleman like Mr. Darnell. But the price of the extraordinary characteristic cannot be lowered any further. As you've seen, the territory needs money everywhere right now. If the price is too low, my capital chain will have problems." In fact, Hobert also hoped to reach this deal, because this was the way auction houses made money, creating scarcity. Raising prices. Only when an item is very scarce will people bid wildly, which is why Hobert only auctioned 2 extraordinary characteristics tonight. At subsequent small auctions, he only planned to sell 2 low sequence extraordinary characteristics to once again whet customers' appetites. By the 29th of next month, Hobert didn't even plan to sell another Inquisitor extraordinary characteristic, but rather to auction a Briber extraordinary characteristic. This was all to create scarcity. So, since everyone didn't get what they wanted at the auction, they would naturally go to the special room Hobert had prepared in the auction hall and ask the auction house to help them keep an eye out for their needs. At this point, business would come in, because with the auction price as a baseline, the selling price of these private transactions wouldn't be low. Because these were private transactions, the auction house would, under the pretext of protecting customer information, never disclose transaction details to the outside world. And the other party to the transaction, feeling that the item they received was cheaper than the one auctioned, would naturally also not disclose the transaction with the auction house to the outside world. Thus, market scarcity would continue to exist. Public auctions were the auction house's brand, while private transactions with customers were the truly long-lasting and profitable business. Darnell had already anticipated before coming that this transaction would certainly cost more gold leathers, but he had to do it, because even without Hobert creating it, the scarcity of extraordinary characteristics was widespread. However, after Hobert raised the price with the auction price, Darnell couldn't haggle using market price. Darnell took a deep breath, again regretting that the deal hadn't been made last time. Name your price. Hobert smiled and said, although I have my difficulties, I still need to show due consideration to Mr. Darnell. How about this? It's basically the same quote as last time. Arbitrator 400 gold leathers, Sheriff 1000 gold leathers, Inquisitor 3500 gold leathers, Judge 8000 gold leathers, Punishment Knight 15,000 gold leathers. Hobert had slightly increased the prices for middle sequence extraordinary characteristics. Darnell breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least the increase wasn't too outrageous. Although there was a considerable premium, it was barely acceptable. If an Inquisitor extraordinary characteristic cost 8,000 gold leathers, Darnell would immediately go back and kill Bounier. Darnell asked again, is the quantity for the transaction still the same as last time? Hobert shook his head. If I traded all the extraordinary characteristics to you, I would suffer too great a loss. I will only give you 12 arbitrators, 10 sheriffs, 2 inquisitors, 2 judges, and 1 punishment knight. The previous chapter was blocked, even the title was gone, but the author doesn't dare to change it now, because if it's changed, it will have to be re-reviewed, and it might get blocked again. Adding an extra chapter for everyone's recommendation votes. In fact, Hobert was still creating scarcity. He later obtained some extraordinary characteristics of the arbitrator pathway from the spoils of the judgment group. The extraordinary characteristics of Sequence 9 arbitrator had even reached over 20 copies, but if he sold them all, the scarcity would be gone, and Darnell would start bargaining. Moreover, the price Hobert asked for was indeed partly due to his dislike for members of the Tudor family. Hobert's long-held philosophy was that for people he disliked, he would earn more money from them, which would make him feel much better. He would never stop doing business with someone just because he disliked them. Upon hearing that, Darnell realized it was 1/3 less than last time, especially missing one judge extraordinary characteristic. He could even imagine the grand spectacle of Hobert auctioning off a judge extraordinary characteristic. Deal, Darnell said after a brief consideration. Hobert took out paper and pen and listed a list. 12 arbitrator extraordinary characteristics for 4,800 gold leathers. 10 sheriff extraordinary characteristics for 10,000 gold leathers. 2 inquisitor extraordinary characteristics for 7,000 gold leathers. 2 judge extraordinary characteristics for 16,000 gold leathers. 1 punishment knight extraordinary characteristic for 15,000 gold leathers. Total value, 52,800 gold leathers. Darnell took the list. I'll bring the money tomorrow morning. Hobert said, I will have the extraordinary characteristics ready. The 4th batch of payment was secured. After seeing Darnell off, Hobert returned to the room. Furs was already asleep. He quietly slipped into bed, and Furs soon woke up. Are you done? I'm done. After a passionate moment, the two embraced and chatted, first about the auction house, then about tourism in the territory. Tourism in the territory will take at least a few months, or even a year or two, to develop, Hobert said, placing a hand on Furs. Even if it does develop, the profits won't be as much as the auction house. But tourism is our face, and it also needs careful management. Furs held Hobert's hand. This was a bit different from what she had imagined. Given Hobert's investment in tourism, she had thought it would also generate huge profits. Furs then realized that Hobert was telling her his inner plans. Furs estimated that if Hobert didn't say these plans, no one would be able to guess his thoughts. This reminded Furs of her childhood, when her father and mother sometimes had seemingly casual conversations in the restaurant, which were actually moments of truly opening their hearts. Those were some of her few warm memories, and a feeling of happiness filled her heart, making her snuggle deeper into Hobert's embrace. Hobert continued, with the extraordinary auction house, nobles and wealthy people will definitely visit here frequently in the future. This will greatly boost tourism in Jeffrey Town, promote local economic prosperity, and make some rumors self-defeating. Just 2 days ago, I learned that those bastards along the Yue River have been slandering the Taiti-Gia River's waterway. This report of our marriage just happens to be a slap in their face. Once the economy here gradually prospers, the main income of the territory will consist of 3 parts: the auction house, taxes, and tourism. There is also a portion of income, which is the turnover of hotels and restaurants directly operated by the Lord's Manor. This portion of income cannot be counted as the territory's income, it's considered our private fund. Furs also began to envision the future. It seems like we can become very rich. Of course, Hobert said with a smile. Conservatively estimated, the entire territory can earn about 50 to 60,000 gold leathers a month. In fact, just last night, Hobert had earned nearly 93,000 gold leathers, but such opportunities would be rare in the future. Furs smiled. I never thought I would one day not have to worry about money. After you said that, I just want to lie in bed all day and not go anywhere. Hobert laughed. Then we'll dance every day and do nothing else. Dream on. As they chatted, the two embraced and fell asleep. Hobert had to get up early the next day. Furs, half asleep, patted Hobert, as if sending him off to work. Hobert looked at Furs, who had turned over and continued to sleep, and smiled. Others kiss goodbye, or hug, but our procedure is quite simple. As he spoke, he put on his cloak, went to the study, entered the country of disorder, took out all the extraordinary characteristics, put them into small wooden boxes, and then placed them all in a large box. Soon after, Darnell arrived with a leather suitcase. One counted the money, the other inspected the goods. Hobert didn't have time to count each bill today, so he could only roughly check the thickness of the money. Finally, the accounts were settled, and the transaction was completed. After chatting for a while, Hobert invited Darnell to breakfast, and Darnell gladly accepted. The atmosphere in the restaurant was always harmonious. After breakfast, Darnell politely took his leave. Hobert went to the side hall and handed a box of money to Philip, instructing him to start purchasing the 4th batch of materials while acquiring the 3rd batch of construction materials. Most of the transactions at the auction house last night were done by check, so Hobert also asked Philip to send someone to the bank to exchange them for cash as soon as possible. Suddenly, Philip's funds became very abundant again. Without even time for a cup of tea, Hobert hurried to the dock to see the guests off. Since only 6 or 7 days were left until the next small auction, Hobert simply distributed the main auction items for the next auction to the guests as he saw them off. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Princess Ethel's motorcade arrived at the dock, and the nobles who were about to leave all made way for the princess. Hobert and Christine also stepped forward to bid her a very polite farewell. Just as Ethel was about to board the warship, she suddenly stopped and said to Hobert, I don't care about the good or bad of the transactions in your auction house, but you are not allowed to auction off extraordinary characteristics of the arbitrator pathway, middle sequence or above, anymore. As compensation, the royal family will acquire the extraordinary characteristics you possess at a high price. Hobert immediately asked, how high? I actually have a judge extraordinary characteristic in my possession. Ethel frowned. Don't most people become terrified when they hear her warning? But seeing Hobert voluntarily disclose the extraordinary characteristic he possessed, Ethel patiently said, judge for 5,000 gold leathers. Oh my memory is failing me. How could I have any judge extraordinary characteristic? I do have a lawyer one, though. I wonder if the royal family would be interested. Ethel glared at Hobert, fuming. Be careful, or I'll tear down your auction mansion. Princess, please calm your anger. Hobert smiled. Are you satisfied with the sealed artifact you acquired yesterday? Actually, if I had a grade 2 sealed artifact myself, I wouldn't sell it for anything. Ethel sneered. Of course, she also suspected whether the auction house was a place for the creator's dependents to fence stolen goods. Seeing Hobert soften, her expression eased slightly. How many gold leathers will it take for you to recall that judge extraordinary characteristic? 8,000. Ethel glared at Hobert. Be ready, a dedicated person will trade with you. With that, she went up the gangway. Hobert smiled. Princess, have a safe journey. Come visit often. Ethel waved without looking back. I'm never coming again, I'm afraid you'll infuriate me to death. The adjutant behind her almost missed a step. In public, Princess Ethel rarely expressed her negative emotions so clearly. This made the adjutant look back and deeply observe Hobert, this baron who seemed to wear a sincere smile. It wasn't until the afternoon that all the guests had left, and suddenly, the entire Jeffrey town and the port became quiet. Hobert believed that with the release of the wedding-related reports, Jeffrey territory would gain immense popularity, and then it would be up to Jeffrey town's reception efforts. As long as people could be convinced to stay for a few nights, the label of a tourist town would gradually form. In the afternoon, Hobert had time, so he invited his parents and younger brother Tyrone to take a train tour of the territory's scenery. On the train, Hobert described the territory's plans to his father, spoke of the hopes for spring planting to his mother, and discussed Donna's current work with Tyrone. In the evening, the family enjoyed a harmonious dinner together. Christine suggested that she would leave tomorrow with Monliza and Tyrone. Although reluctant, Christine still had her career to attend to, Tyrone had to continue his studies, and Monliza also had to continue her diplomatic efforts as a lady, helping her husband gain more support. Fortunately, shipping to Jeffrey territory had opened up. Taking a train and then transferring to a passenger ship, it would take about 3 days and 2 nights to reach here. For that era, this was no longer considered too long a journey. Returning to the bedroom, Hobert checked his watch. It was only around 7 in the evening, he hadn't returned this early in several days. It's still early today, we'll dance a bit later. Furs looked at Hobert with affectionate eyes. All you know is dancing all day. Hobert put his arm around Furz's waist. I'll take you to see something fun. As he spoke, he took out the bracelet with abilities related to the sleepless pathway and entered the dream in the oil painting with Furz. Furz was briefly surprised by the process of entering the oil painting. Then she saw a large tree covered in green leaves not far away, and the leaves rustled as the wind blew through them. It was as if this warm summer breeze was blowing on her, making her feel infinitely comfortable and peaceful. Watching the knee-high green grass ripple as if blown by the wind, Furz sighed. If I could, I would spend all my time in such a landscape. Hobert smiled. It's beautiful here, but not suitable for human habitation. Come, let's enter that grand hall. Seeing the distinct layers of flower seas in the grand hall, Furz again sighed. I'd be willing to lie in such a sea of flowers until the end of time. If I have the ability in the future, I'll plant such a sea of flowers for you. Hobert grinned mischievously. I'll lie here with you too, dancing until the end of time. Furz laughed and pinched Hobert's waist. What kind of absurd baron is this? Hobert used the bracelet's ability to hide himself and Furz, and laughed. If I wasn't a little absurd, how would I be like a noble? Soon, the two arrived at a place where several wooden statues stood. Without exception, these statues all looked dehydrated and had obvious cracks. Furz was puzzled. Why is there also a wooden statue of Helen over there? Because when I first met Helen, her spirituality was marked by the oil painting, Hobert said. The oil painting would constantly invade the dreams of the marked person until it killed them. Helen's superior cut off her connection with these spiritualities, so the oil painting couldn't invade her dreams, and her wooden statue here became cracked because it didn't receive new spiritual nourishment. Furs seemed to have thought of something. This oil painting has always been hanging in your bedroom, so how could it have marked Helen? Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. Don't you think such extraordinary combat is amazing? I'm more concerned about why the oil painting marked Helen. Well, she did come to my bedroom, but my will was strong enough, and I drove her away. Furs nodded with a faint smile. Hobert asked knowingly. You don't believe me. I do. Does your expression look like you believe me? Get ready to pay the price. As he spoke, Hobert hugged Furs and tickled her. I believe you, I really do. Furs laughed and dodged. I know, if you really had something with Helen, you wouldn't have asked me for help. Hobert nodded. That's more like it. He looked at the wooden statues in front of him and said, our target today is this demon wolf. The two looked together at the demon wolf, which was about the size of a rhinoceros. Furs asked, this should be an extraordinary creature, right? Hobert nodded. Yes, I finally have time to deal with it. He materialized the psychic wine glass in the dream. Using the abilities related to spirits from the corpse collector pathway, he grabbed a part of the wooden statue, which was essentially spirituality. While performing this operation, Hobert found that with Mr. Azek's wedding gift, the operation of the psychic wine glass became more convenient, almost at will. Hobert looked at his palm, guessing that the wedding gift should have some other uses, waiting for him to discover. The wooden statue in front of him immediately lost a leg, and Hobert's hand held a wisp of faint mist. He took out a pre-prepared glass bottle, let the mist flow into the glass bottle, and then sealed the glass bottle with spirituality. Done. Hobert said, we'll come back to enjoy the scenery when we have time. As he spoke, the two exited the dream. Hobert said to Furs, the upcoming battle is very dangerous for you, so you should rest first. Furs stood on tiptoe and gave him a light kiss. Be careful. Hobert smiled, pinched her nose, and went to the study alone. In fact, he sent Furs away mainly to avoid exposing the country of disorder. Currently, the secrets of the country of disorder and the creator's identity cannot be told to anyone, including his closest companion. If Hobert had directly used the Faceless Man necklace to divine the whereabouts of the Mist Wolf, he would surely have failed, and the country of disorder did not have the divination bonus of the Source Castle, making it almost impossible to find that Mist Wolf. But with the Mist Wolf's spirituality, it was different. He could bypass the Mist Wolf and use the spirituality in his hand as a medium to divine the location of another spirituality. After silently reciting the divination statement 7 times, Hobert looked at his staff, which indeed slowly tilted in one direction. Hobert immediately used the Traveler's Blade to enter the spirit world, quickly traversing the dim and unclear spirit world. When Hobert's spiritual perception sensed that he was not far from the Mist Wolf, he left the spirit world and found himself in a desolate mountainous area. This was good, to avoid accidental injury. If the Mist Wolf had hidden in a city, that would have been a bit difficult. Hobert estimated that the Mist Wolf's spirituality had already received a corresponding warning. He quickly prayed to himself, then entered the country of disorder, hesitated for about half a second, and then reached out to summon the stomach with spiritual residue, shaping the overturning sea great sage, and then casting the black illusory sea snake into his own star. Then, Hobert quickly returned to the real world. Not sitting on the high iron throne, Hobert only then realized how shockingly large the overturning sea great sage was. It looked as tall as a skyscraper, its body coiled like a small mountain. Without time to examine it closely, Hobert immediately held the black snake's body with his hand and entered the spirit world again. Fortunately, although the overturning sea great sage was large in size, it had no weight at all. If he really had to cooperate with such a large sea snake, Hobert doubted whether he could use travel to bring it into the spirit world. Perhaps because he was carrying the overturning sea great sage, when he entered the spirit world again, Hobert felt many restless gazes. Fortunately, the journey that followed was very short. As soon as Hobert left the spirit world, he immediately ordered the overturning sea great sage, kill that group of people. Hobert's original command was, kill that Mist Wolf, but Hobert saw a group of people desperately fleeing in the forest ahead, their running speed far exceeding ordinary people, who should be the Mist Wolf and its puppets, so he simply changed the command. At the same time, Hobert hid inside the overturning sea great sage and pursued with the overturning sea great sage. To prevent the cunning Mist Wolf from escaping, Hobert prayed to himself again, then came to the country of disorder and covered his own star with spirituality, to facilitate the Creator's interception at any time. The overturning sea great sage crawled extremely fast, and in the time it took to enter the country of disorder, it had almost caught up with the group of people. Hobert noticed that these people all had pollution on them. Clearly the pollution of the uncertain mist had spread again on the Mist Wolf. How could the pollution of an old one be completely eliminated by a single transfer? Suddenly, someone in the crowd turned around and shouted, "I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. Please." Before the other party could finish speaking, the overturning sea great sage directly crushed it with the power of order. The other party broke free from the puppet state and turned into a dead wild boar. Hobert, on the Iron Throne, smiled. This demon wolf was quite adaptable. However, beyonders of this sequence were too cunning. Hobert would rather turn it into extraordinary materials and valuable spiritual materials than accept such loyalty. Looking at the running group of people, Hobert seemed to see a pile of gold pounds running. Immediately after, another person in the fleeing crowd turned around and shouted, "I can find a six-legged sprite." Hobert was slightly stunned. Clearly, the Mist Wolf had sensed the power of order from the colossal creature behind it, which was why it shouted this. The complete brain of a six-legged sprite was one of the main materials for a fallen earl, but Hobert was only momentarily stunned because he already had the extraordinary characteristic of a fallen earl. The overturning sea great sage caught up and crushed this puppet again, while a series of immense, torrential lightning bolts struck down, and the running crowd immediately fell, leaving only 3 people still fleeing. Even if the lightning just now hit the Mist Wolf, it could still escape by swapping with its puppet. And the Mist Wolf's puppets were clearly not as strong or as versatile as the previous batch, otherwise the Mist Wolf wouldn't have fled so desperately without even resisting. At this moment, one of the 3 people turned around and shouted, "I know the location of St. Yadros City, the first capital of Solomon." Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, thought to himself, "This guy knows a lot." He pondered for a moment before having the overturning sea great sage stop its pursuit. He used his own star to project power into the real world, saying, "Come here, I have something to ask you." At this time, in the real world, the image of the Creator appeared again. It was a solid, giant-like figure. He seemed to sit on a throne amidst a cluster of swords, radiating a sacred brilliance, as if he could end all chaos, or as if he could bring about complete chaos. He exuded an aura of majesty, making people unconsciously bow their heads and instinctively want to submit. His majesty could be felt throughout a large surrounding area, and within the scope of his majesty, his words seemed to be unquestionable commands. The Mist Wolf, perhaps to show its sincerity, stopped with the 2 people running in front, then quickly returned, and all 3 prostrated themselves on the ground. The one in the middle said, "Great God, please accept my loyalty. I am willing to serve you wholeheartedly." The Creator Hobert, however, seemed uninterested in this. "You just said you knew the location of Yadros City." The Mist Wolf, prostrate on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief. He had gambled correctly. This was indeed a god of the Black Emperor or Judge pathway, completely uninterested in Beander characteristics at the demigod level. Only the location of ancient ruins like St. Yadros City could attract his attention. "Yes," the Mist Wolf said, "I accidentally discovered it while pursuing a fallen earl, hoping to turn him into a puppet. But there seemed to be a barrier that isolated the city from the outside world, and I spent a lot of effort to enter the city. The city was filled with terrifying power and inhabited by various monsters with extraordinary abilities. I found a few people living there, and they turned out to be descendants of Trensust. Through communing with them, I learned that they were guarding the Night Emperor's ultimate secret, which was said to grant power even greater than a god's. So I found the place where they said the ultimate secret was kept. At that time, I still had a few puppets with good offensive power. After eliminating a few guards, I searched for a long time but only found a bottle containing white mist. My spirituality told me that those mists were unusual, so I took it away. Who knew that the bottle contained a very high level of pollution? Only then did I realize that I might have been tricked. That fallen earl, seeing that he was no match for me, used this pollution to replace their so-called ultimate secret. As a result, I took away this so-called ultimate secret that had been swapped and suffered severe pollution. Hearing this description, Hobert nodded. The Mist Wolf was quite clever, stating his experiences in full without any deliberate ambiguity. He then thought, that so-called ultimate secret might not have been swapped, but was itself this bottle of white mist with the pollution of the uncertain mist. Did Trensused get this bottle of white mist in his era and become polluted by the uncertain mist, which is why he was eliminated by the 6 gods? At this point, the Mist Wolf said again, as long as you help me eliminate the pollution on my body, I am willing to take you to Yadro City. Suddenly, he felt a huge force strike him. It turned out that the enormous tail of the illusory great snake had whipped towards him. The Mist Wolf's eyes were filled with fear. He had no time to dodge and was struck by the snake's tail, sent flying. The last 2 puppets also broke free from the Mist Wolf's control and turned into the corpses of wild beasts. Although the Mist Wolf had the strength of half a sequence 3, its pathway's body was relatively weak. Of course, it was much better than an ordinary wolf's physique, but when it encountered a power monster like the overturning sea great sage, it was no match at all. This sweep and throw made the Mist Wolf revert to its wolf form and spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. It was a giant white wolf the size of a rhinoceros, with different mystical patterns on its 2 front legs and chest, composed of gray fur, which it had since birth. Only the majestic voice from midair asked, "Are you negotiating with me?" The Mist Wolf glanced at the giant snake, which had instantly become docile, and quickly struggled to lie prostrate on the ground. "Great existence, please forgive my rashness. I am willing to take you to St. Yadro City." Under the immense pressure, the Mist Wolf felt every day was like a year, only able to be at the mercy of the god before him. It was unknown if it was a few seconds or a few minutes before the voice from midair said, "My god blessed will test your loyalty." Hobert, on the Iron Throne, reached out and absorbed most of the pollution from the Mist Wolf's body. "Pray to me once every 3 days. Immediately after, the immense pressure disappeared. The Mist Wolf understood that his meaning was that he should pray to him once every 3 days, and he would help him reduce the pollution. As for whether he would completely eliminate the pollution, that would depend on his performance. However, the Mist Wolf was stunned. "I don't even know what kind of god he is. How should I pray to him?" Just then, a young man wearing a Fenaport-style cloak emerged from the belly of the giant black snake. The other party bowed slightly to the giant black snake. "Please return." The mountain-like black snake flicked its tongue, as if responding to Hobert, then disappeared into the air. At this time, the Mist Wolf had already confirmed through divination that the young man in front of him was precisely the young man with the oil painting he had encountered earlier at Baklung Manor. He sighed in his heart, his adventure was worth it. What Hobert didn't know was that their current location was in the mountainous area not far from Baklung Manor. Not long after the Mist Wolf fled from there, it realized that the pollution on its body was still present, and it couldn't completely remove the pollution with its own strength. It naturally thought of the power that eliminated the pollution in Baklung Manor, and after 2 full days of deliberation, the Mist Wolf's condition grew worse, forcing it to make a choice. The Mist Wolf first divined about the power that could eliminate the pollution multiple times, but received no useful revelation. It then changed its divination direction, asking where its hope for removing the pollution lay. Because it concerned itself, it easily received the revelation. The hope for removing the pollution was near Baklung Manor. So the Mist Wolf returned here, waiting for the so-called hope. Just as its condition deteriorated to the point of showing signs of losing control, its spiritual intuition sensed a great danger. When it saw the giant black snake, it realized that within this immense danger, there was also a great opportunity for itself. Then followed the scene where it fled for its life while explaining its value. The Mist Wolf, whose mood was a mix of joy and bewilderment, put on a smiling face and said to Hobert, "You must be a God-blessed, right?" Hobert said, "You can call me God-blessed." "Yes, God-blessed." The Mist Wolf said, "My name is Archibald." Hobert was slightly stunned. Another animal with a name. He said, "Tell me about your abilities." Archibald transformed back into the image of a gentle middle-aged man. "I am naturally endowed with the ability to create and control marionettes by manipulating spiritual threads. I also have abilities in divination and anti-divination, as well as changing my appearance and size. I can also use damage transfer, manipulate flames, and other abilities. These abilities are roughly equivalent to a human Beander's sequence 3 feet ancient scholar." Hobert asked, "Do you have any abilities related to the historical void?" Archibald shook his head. "I seem to be able to sense the existence of the historical void, but I cannot enter it, nor can I borrow power from the past." Hobert nodded. "This should be due to the lack of an extraordinary characteristic, which is why it doesn't possess these abilities." So Hobert said, "The Great, the Creator, has issued a divine oracle, instructing me to assess your character and loyalty. For a period of time, you will stay by my side as my servant. You may only create marionettes when I instruct you to. Without my command, you cannot create new marionettes, nor can you attack anyone around you." Archibald quickly nodded again, "Yes." The power displayed by the Creator and the giant black snake just now made it dare not defy this young man who appeared to be only a sequence 5. Hobert asked, "Do you still have that bottle containing mist, obtained from St. Yadros City, with you?" "After realizing it was pollution, I immediately threw it away," Archibald said, a little embarrassed. "I went back to look for it, but that bottle must be a magical item. It was no longer where I discarded it. And perhaps because the contents of the bottle were of too high a level, I tried, but I can no longer divine its location." Hobert, Ed, not continuing the topic. He gave a few simple instructions, then took Archibald back to his territory. He planned to observe Archibald for a period of time before having him lead him to St. Yadros City to see if there was any information about the Trensust Empire there. As for the descendants of Trensust in St. Yadros City, Hobert believed they were the group of tribesmen who fled north, as the messenger had previously mentioned. If they had continuously possessed the bottle containing the pollution of the uncertain mist, Hobert seriously suspected that they had already become followers of the uncertain mist. Therefore, Hobert planned to make thorough preparations before exploring that city. If possible, he would save them; if not, he would turn them into extraordinary characteristics. After having Dennis arrange Archibald's living quarters, Hobert returned to his room. Because Archibald still carried pollution, and it had a request for the Creator and for himself, Hobert concluded that with its intelligence, it would not cause trouble in his territory. Furs was wearing pajamas, leaning lazily on the bed reading a magazine. After Hobert entered, she put down the magazine and asked, "Was the hunt successful?" It was successful, I suppose." Hobert thought as he took off his cloak. "The prey became a servant, does that count as success?" "As long as you're not hurt, that's good." When Furs said this, she didn't even think about getting up, let alone moving. Hobert pinched Furs's face. "Little lazybones, at this time, shouldn't you be taking my cloak and coat and handing me a cup of hot tea?" Furs said seriously, "But I feel completely out of strength, I can't even lift my hand." "Do you think I'm sick? Based on your description and usual symptoms, I know what illness it is." Furs was a little nervous. "What illness?" "Late-stage lazy cancer, incurable. Early the next morning, Hobert, Donna, and Furs, who was rarely up early, saw Christine and the others off. After watching the steamboat leave the lake entrance, the three of them took a carriage back. On the way back, Hobert asked Dennis to invite Bishop Simpson, as well as Helen and Angus. Now that the wedding was over, it was time to get down to business. Archibald had clearly lived in the human world and understood the profession of a servant very well. He almost immediately entered the state of a servant, following behind the carriage with his head slightly bowed and respectfully. He would also help Hobert open doors, pull out chairs for Hobert, and so on, showing greater etiquette than Dennis. Hobert and the 4 others met in the side hall to discuss launching an attack on the demons across the lake. They would prepare all day today and then launch a grand attack tomorrow morning. Of course, it would be a grand attack, because a sneak attack would be meaningless. It was estimated that the demons across the lake would detect their intention to sneak attack the moment it arose. It was better to just attack openly. And Hobert and the 4 others all believed that even if those demons detected their malice, they would not flee. Because they had a demigod and 5 sequence 5s, they were stronger than Hobert and his group in terms of strength. They would only prepare for battle in advance and wait for Hobert and his group to deliver themselves to them. Therefore, Hobert formally issued a challenge, roughly meaning that the demons should get out of the South Colson region. Otherwise, he would lead his men across the river tomorrow to wipe them out completely. Hobert sent this challenge to Teuton Viscount, asking Teuton Viscount to hand it over to the demons. The purpose of the challenge was actually to inform Teuton Viscount that they were about to take action, so that Teuton Viscount would not interfere. If it could provoke those demons to attack them proactively, that would be best, but the opposite bank was full of highly intelligent criminals, so Hobert estimated it would be difficult to provoke them. Bishop Simpson and the others went back to prepare. This cooperation had already been decided, and they each, for their own purposes, had long been looking forward to this battle. After the pre-war mobilization, Hobert talked with Seal in the main hall. Have you gained any insights from regularly being a hunter during this period? I understand the uses of some of my abilities. Seal, dressed in a neat and sharp military uniform, stood smiling in front of Hobert and said, I also understand why Lord asked me to be a hunter. When I fully immersed myself in hunting and achieved some results, I felt signs of the potion dissolving within my body. That feeling was very comfortable, and my abilities also became stronger. Until a few days ago, I realized that although a hunter has a good physique and well-prepared traps, one cannot be careless or underestimate any prey. Especially ferocious prey, one careless mistake and you might become its prey. Also, a hunter must be patient and know when to stop. After understanding these issues, I suddenly realized that I am a true hunter. This feeling is very strange, yet very real. Hobert let His Majesty permeate the main hall, causing his aura to surge, pressing down on Ciel's spiritual body and mind, giving him the illusion of being unable to breathe. By observing Ciel's reaction, Hobert nodded with satisfaction. Ciel had taken over a month to digest the hunter potion. Withdrawing his suffocating majesty, Hobert said, Go back and calm yourself. Come back at 5 in the afternoon, and I will give you the next sequence potion. But you must understand, with the merits you have accumulated so far, theoretically, you would not yet receive a sequence 8 potion. This is because you have digested the potion within you, and I don't want you to waste time, which is why I am giving you the next sequence potion in advance. In 2 or 3 days, I will take you all to suppress bandits. At that time, fight bravely, and consider it repayment for this current reward. Ciel saluted. Yes. You have another task. Hobert said, during the battle, pay attention to the performance of the warriors. After the battle, recommend 3 to 5 warriors who are brave in combat or quick-witted, and who are sufficiently loyal to the Lord's manner, to me. After you become a sequence 8, the guard will need a few sequence 9s. At that time, you will be the captain of the guard, and those sequence 9s will be the backbone of the guard. Ciel said seriously, Don't worry, I know exactly what those rascals are like. I will definitely recommend the people you need. Hobert nodded with satisfaction. After Ciel left, Hobert asked Dennis to call Corwin, go around the territory and help me check on the spring plowing. Also, when everyone is resting, make an announcement. After the spring plowing is over, find 10 people who want to be doctors and bring them to the Lord's manor. After I assess them, I will arrange for 3 people to go to a big city to study medicine. After the hospital is built in the future, they will practice there. The so-called opportunity to study in a big city was actually the opportunity to consume the apothecary potion. Hobert spent the entire morning busy with official duties. After lunch, Hobert first went to Backland to buy auxiliary materials for seal. When he returned, Furs was indeed not in the bedroom. Hobert waited until 3 o'clock with peace of mind. His vision was obscured by the gray fog, and this week's tarot club began. The sudden busyness after getting married still made Hobert somewhat unaccustomed, but the unchanging tarot club every week immediately made Hobert feel as if he had returned to his original life trajectory. While Justice Audrey was greeting everyone, Hobert looked at Furs opposite him. He thought it was best not to reveal to her that he was the Emperor, for now. There would be many inconveniences that way. For example, it would be difficult to explain to Furs why the Emperor was so knowledgeable, and the issue of his identity as the Creator's dependence. Moreover, some things would be difficult to say at the tarot club, because before saying them, he would have to consider how to explain them to Furs after the meeting. However, to prevent his identity as the Emperor from being exposed by Furs later, Hobert decided that he could first give Furs some psychological preparation in their daily life. For example, he could slowly reveal his identity as the Creator's dependence to her, and then find an opportunity to tell her that he was a descendant of the Tudor family, rather than immediately revealing that he was a descendant of Trentsust. With these psychological preparations, if needed, or if Furs noticed, Hobert could say with a surprised look, "You are also a member of the tarot club. You are Miss Magician, aren't you?" At that time, I thought, how could such a quiet and lovely lady be so much like my beautiful and charming wife? Furs, on the opposite side, the Emperor's gaze is a little strange. What is he smiling about? Is there something dirty on my clothes? Hobert quickly withdrew his gaze and glanced at Emlyn next to him. This guy must have successfully advanced. He looks full of, no, he's gloating all over. He can't wait to show off right now. Then he looked at the sun. He also advanced. Perhaps he still can't control his overflowing spirituality. Just looking at him now gives one a very sunny feeling. Then Hobert suddenly thought that most of the members present had just attended his wedding. First was the fool, Klein, sitting at the head, who not only attended but also helped greet guests. And Justice Audrey and the moon, Emlyn also appeared at the wedding. During the blessing segment, Hobert could tell that although Emlyn outwardly looked like, "I didn't want to come, but so-and-so insisted on me coming," it was not difficult to see from his eyes and some details that he actually very much hoped to make friends. Miss Magician opposite was the bride, and the Emperor was the groom. Out of a total of 8 members, 5 appeared at the wedding. Speaking of which, this wedding was a bit like an offline event for the tarot club. While he was lost in thought, Audrey had already made a round of greetings. At this gathering, none of the members had collected Rosal's diary, so they directly skipped to the free trading session. Hobert said, "Help me look out for the bone marrow of the 6-legged sprite and the powder of the Atlanta flower." This time, Hermit Catalia chose to intervene in a transaction. "I know where there are Atlanta flowers. You can buy them, dry them, and grind them into powder yourself. Based on my experience, 1 Atlanta flower can be ground into about 20 grams of powder. I wonder if that's enough." Enough. Hobert only needed 15 grams. 1 flower for 800 pounds. "But I can only give it to you next week." Hobert smiled and said, "Okay, deal." Catalia added, "As for the bone marrow of the 6-legged sprite, I heard about it at an extraordinary gathering, but that was a long time ago. I can help you contact the seller, but don't get your hopes up too high." Hobert nodded, "Thank you." No one else had heard of this material in their respective circles, not even the hanged man, Alger, who had a relatively wide circle. This made him feel a sense of crisis again, always feeling that his position seemed to be in jeopardy. After a quick and clean transaction, the Sun said again, "I'm looking for the notary potion formula, but I can only pay with extraordinary materials." At last week's gathering, Catalia had noticed this. Is it possible that where the Sun is located, extraordinary materials are used as currency? Is there such a place? Everyone didn't show any surprise about this, indicating that everyone knew about the sun's special circumstances and could accept payment in extraordinary materials. At this moment, the world said in a hoarse voice, I can provide you with the notary, which is the notary potion formula you mentioned, but you'll have to wait a little while. Once he released the soul of the priest of light from the wriggling hunger, he would get the corresponding formula. The sun nodded. I can wait, but the waiting time should not be too long. He was confident that he could digest the Sun Divine Official potion in 3 or 4 months. Before fully digesting the potion, it would be best to know the potion formula and start collecting materials in advance. The world nodded. Within a month. After reaching this transaction intention, the world said again, I need residual spirituality of an ancient wraith. I can help you buy it. Catalia chose not to observe this time, £600. Okay. Klein immediately manipulated the world to agree. The other 2 auxiliary materials, spring water from Sonia Island's Golden Spring, he had already traded for at a Beander gathering in Byam. The last item, bark of the dragon pattern tree, was not urgent for now, and he planned to purchase it at the next tarot club. Anyway, there was still some time before the potion was completely digested. The other members currently had no potion needs. After a brief silence, Audrey initiated another transaction. I hope to obtain a magical item that can change one's appearance. Please help me keep an eye out for it. At previous tarot clubs, when she heard the world and Emperor trading the extraordinary characteristic of a faceless man, she felt it was a pity that it wasn't a magical item. If she could have a magical item that could change her appearance, she could boldly participate in some extraordinary actions with another face. No one had such magical items in their possession or in their respective circles, so they all expressed that they would keep an eye out for her. Audrey was about to initiate a new transaction with the Emperor, but before speaking, she noticed that Hermit seemed to have something to say. So Audrey chose to wait and let Hermit speak first. Catalia said to the Emperor, I hope to trade detailed information about the Tudor Empire with you. Hobert nodded. As I said last time, £5,000. Wait, there's a problem here. Do you know about the United Empire? Everyone shook their heads in confusion, only Catalia said, I've seen related descriptions, but I don't know the nature of this empire or when it specifically appeared. In that case, this transaction will be £6,000. Hobert said, I'll have to start from the United Empire, which is a stage that is easily overlooked but very important. No problem. Then Catalia, mimicking Audrey's crowdfunding method from the last gathering, said, as the initiator, I'll contribute £2,000. Does anyone else want to join the transaction? Audrey immediately said, me. £1,500. Originally, she wanted to trade information about the Trentsust Empire with Hobert, but information about the Tudor Empire would also do, as it was also something she wanted to know. The initiators, Hermit and Justice, had already raised £3,500, and others also joined the transaction. Alger had just annihilated a small pirate group last week, so his financial situation was good. Furs, needless to say, already had over £2,000 in savings, and in the future, whether it was extraordinary materials, potion formulas, or magical items, she probably wouldn't have to spend money. Potion formulas and some extraordinary materials were provided by her teacher Dorian, while magical items and extraordinary materials that Dorian couldn't provide were supplied by Hobert. She was a prime example of lying down and winning. Emlyn, still with the money he saved last week, would join such transactions without hesitation. Even the world didn't hesitate this time. Also through the last gathering, Klein discovered that £5,000 level transactions had very high completeness, and this money was well spent. Soon, everyone completed the crowdfunding, totaling £5,500 plus 2 extraordinary materials. Speaking of the Tudor Empire, we have to start with the Solomon Empire. Hobert began to narrate. When we traded last time, we mentioned that Emperor Alistair Tudor of the Tudor Empire was once also a noble of the Solomon Empire. But he was misled by the six gods, enlightened by the six gods, and became an inside man for the six gods, directly leading to the downfall of Black Emperor Solomon. After destroying the Solomon Empire and severely striking the true creator, the six gods supported Tudor and Trensused, who had each become Sequence 1, to establish the United Empire, ruling the entire North Continent. Only then did everyone understand that this was the so-called United Empire era. Audrey carefully recalled, in the history lessons of Herd, there has never been any record of this era. This period of history must be buried in the mists of history. Klein, however, thought of a term, dual regency era, that Rosal mentioned in his diary. Rosal expressed his confusion in the diary, and Klein didn't quite understand what it meant when he read it at the time, but now he finally knew what it represented. Then he remembered another thing. The Emperor's description reminds me of the ruins found in Backland. I remember that on the high platform there were two thrones simultaneously. At that time, Miss Sharon and I didn't understand why there would be such a structure. Could those be the thrones of these two regents? Alger, however, realized, two sequence ones of the same pathway were actually twisted together by the six gods to establish a common empire. Such cooperation always feels like there's an element of coercion, and such an empire should be full of contradictions, right? Emlyn was surprised. As a blood kin, I've never even heard of the United Empire era. Perhaps I should consult the adults who study history in the blood kin to catch up, lest everyone see that I'm ignorant and lower the status of the knowledgeable blood kin in their hearts. Catalia simply exclaimed, so that's how it is. Many seemingly contradictory clues from before suddenly came together. Furs listened intently, almost taking out her notebook to record these little-known historical facts. Only the son didn't have much feeling, purely listening to it as a story. Seeing everyone in a pensive mood, Hobert thoughtfully paused for a few seconds before continuing. According to some documents I've read, Tudor and Trensused had a relatively harmonious relationship during the Solomon Empire era. But after they each established their own empires, they quickly broke apart. I believe they must have developed irreconcilable conflicts starting from the United Empire era. There are probably two reasons. The first is the issue of power. Since it was a dual governance system, and it wasn't clearly defined who was the head of state and who was the governor. Then there would inevitably be power checks and balances, which was exactly what the six gods wanted to see. However, Tudor and Trensused were both ambitious. How could they be willing to share power with others? The second reason, naturally, is that both were high sequence beyonders of the same pathway. If they wanted to become gods, then they would be each other's strongest competitors. The reason this is placed second is that since they both accepted the arrangements of the United Empire, it means that in the early stages of the United Empire, their rationality led them to compromise with the six gods. At that time, some influences of the extraordinary characteristic had not yet completely taken over their reason. Everyone listened intently, as Emperor recounted these secret histories like legendary tales. Hobert continued, the honeymoon period of the United Empire must have been very short. There is evidence that there are some ruins left by Tudor around Backland. Those were the tombs. Audrey immediately asked, Backland? Yes, Hobert replied. The capital of the United Empire was present-day Backland. He continued, those ruins are sufficient proof that Tudor was already preparing to advance to Black Emperor during the United Empire period. And if he wanted to become Black Emperor, he had to kill Trensused and take that sequence one extraordinary characteristic. This statement contained a significant amount of information for Klein, Alger, and Catalia. Alger had speculated countless times about the process of becoming a god. Ever since he learned about the uniqueness, he once thought that accommodating the uniqueness would allow him to become a god. But now, hearing Emperor's words, it seemed that becoming a god required multiple sequence one extraordinary characteristics. Catalia had long had a similar conjecture. Is becoming a god also a process of accumulating extraordinary characteristics? The one who gained the most from this was Klein. I had previously seen in Rosel's diary his conjecture about the extraordinary characteristics needed to become a god. The history of the United Empire, combined with the current Rune royal family and Castile royal family, indicates that the number of sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics is very small. After a true god appears in a pathway, all sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics might reside with that true god, and at the same time, the number of sequence 2 would also become extremely limited. Other members, due to their insufficient knowledge, understood Emperor's meaning but couldn't grasp the potential underlying rules. I don't know what impression everyone has of Tudor, but my impression is that he was cunning, treacherous, and very cautious, Hobert said. To my knowledge, even now, the 7 gods are not entirely clear about the exact locations of those ruins. And these ruins were built during the United Empire period, when not only were the 6 gods supporters of Tudor, but Trensused was also his partner. If he had been given more time, he might have become the second Black Emperor. Perhaps Solomon, after his previous fall, felt a huge threat and decided to revive earlier. Of course, this is just my guess. The generally accepted reason is that Solomon's revival put immense pressure on Tudor and Trensused, forcing them to take risks and make their respective arrangements. The causal relationship between the two is almost reversed. However, the generally accepted reason struggles to explain the ruins left by Tudor, as they couldn't have been built in just a year or two. It also struggles to explain why Solomon revived at such a terrible time. Hobert deliberately expressed himself somewhat vaguely at this point, but everyone understood his meaning. Only Klein found it a bit strange. That's not right. If there are 2 sequence 1s in one pathway, can the true god of that pathway still revive? Is the one who revives a true god? Or is my conjecture flawed? The others, lacking relevant concepts, still thought that true gods were true gods and sequence 1s were sequence 1s, with no real impact on each other. This also made sense. Tudor and Trensused had once betrayed Solomon, so they naturally feared retaliation from the revived Solomon. Seeing that no one questioned this point, Hobert quickly continued, that concludes the information regarding the United Empire. We will now focus on the arrangements Tudor made to counter Solomon's revival. Because the true god of the neighboring pathway was already occupied by Trensused, he could only take a desperate risk and jump to a non-neighboring pathway to become a god. This information once again surprised all the members. Audrey was the first to ask, Mr. Emperor, as a Beander, can the process of advancing to a true god involve jumping to a non-neighboring pathway? Why were the ancient gods of the second epoch all mad? Hobert countered. Isn't it precisely because they didn't have a very intuitive concept of sequences and pathways? Many instances of madness might have accumulated precisely because of jumping between non-neighboring pathways. Of course, the 8 ancient gods were all quite lucky, or perhaps they already had a rough concept of extraordinary pathways. In any case, their jumps weren't too outrageous. As you all should understand with your knowledge, jumping to a non-neighboring pathway, going mad or dying instantly is the best outcome. There's a greater chance of turning into a monster and completely losing oneself. The Hanged Man then asked, at the level of a true god, undertaking such a non-neighboring pathway advancement, what was Blood Emperor's state at the time? He became extremely mad and bloodthirsty, but still retained some rationality, Hobert replied. Due to Mysterious Queen, Catalia knew a little about the answer to this question, but she hadn't expected that Blood Emperor had also performed such an operation. She was more concerned, is it possible for such madness to be cured? Hobert glanced at Catalia. To my knowledge, true gods of some pathways can wash away madness using some characteristics of their own pathway. But most pathways cannot achieve this. Audrey asked again, which pathway did Blood Emperor jump to? Which pathway's true god did he become? Red Priest. Which is the Hunter pathway, familiar to everyone, Hobert replied. Everyone immediately thought of the Forsake Empire's royal family and the Intis royal family, which was overthrown by Emperor Rosal. Klein, manipulating the world, asked in a hoarse voice, this makes me think of Red Angel. Is there any connection between them? Except for Catalya, everyone recalled the information about Angel King. That's precisely what I'm going to talk about next, Hobert said with a smile. In the late period of the United Empire, Red Angel Medici set a trap for Soren and Einhorn. I imagine those two names are not unfamiliar to you. That's right, Soren was the ancestor of the Soren family, the overthrown Intis royal family, and Einhorn was the ancestor of the Einhorn family, the current royal family of the Forsake Empire. Medici needed their extraordinary characteristics to advance. While Medici was succeeding, Tudor, along with Adam and Aemon, killed Medici, then seized their uniqueness and extraordinary characteristics, and advanced to become a true god. Without exception, everyone showed shocked expressions. They had absolutely no idea that such a shocking murder had occurred during the fourth epoch. Klein behind the gray fog, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This is the first time I've heard that even the opportunity to become a god can be snatched. If Hobert knew Klein's thoughts at this moment, he would definitely say, later, you will encounter people who specialize in snatching others' godhood. After his surprise, Alger felt incredibly excited. Such an operation is possible. Then can I? Haha, what am I thinking? Before joining the Tarot Club, my goal was to become a Sequence 5 and then leave the church to establish my own power. Later, I envisioned becoming a demigod, then an angel. Now I'm actually planning to become a god. What blasphemous and overambitious thoughts, but it's still nice to just think about it. Catalya sighed. If not for Emperor's narration, I probably would never have known such a secret in my life. Who would have thought that Blood Emperor became emperor in such a way? Audrey, after a brief surprise, returned to her audience. State, this is the true face of this world, filled with madness and plunder. Furs felt, this is very much like a major court upheaval. What we see and hear are only the results after the upheaval, while the process itself was full of slaughter and moral decay. The sun, the north-south continent is truly chaotic. Emlyn, no, I need to catch up on history lessons after the gathering. I didn't know such important information at all. Hobert waited a few seconds before continuing. Not long after, Solomon indeed revived. As Tudor became Blood Emperor, Trensused became Night Emperor. Coupled with the Underworld Emperor of the South Continent, the Four Emperors' War arrived. After a period of confrontation, and a certain amount of accumulation and brewing, the Four Emperors' War finally erupted. This battle seemed to last for a while. At the very beginning of the battle, Mr. Dor, the strongest in the Tudor Empire, was exiled, and Cheritu, a noble of the Solomon Empire, was killed by Antigonus and others. As if it were a premonition, the first to fall was the revived Black Emperor Solomon, and the second to fall was Blood Emperor Tudor. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Everyone held their breath, listening intently to the Emperor's account of the true events of the Four Emperors' War during the Fourth Epoch. Before this, they all believed that the battle was a contest of military and comprehensive national power between four empires. It was a series of epic battles that ultimately formed a heroic and moving piece of history. Now everyone realized that the Four Emperors' War was actually an extraordinary battle of a very high level, a battle unknown to most people, which determined the course of Fourth Epoch history. The specific process of Blood Emperor's demise has been buried deep in history, Hobert said. However, I have some conjectures about his demise. It should be that Night Emperor and Underworld Emperor jointly caused Blood Emperor's demise. They might have reached some agreement, or perhaps the two emperors tacitly eliminated one of the four emperors who was the most unpredictable. Indirect evidence of their joint effort is that Underworld Emperor obtained the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway, while Trensused obtained at least one Sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic. That Sequence 1 was given to the Einhorn family among the imperial nobility, which is now the royal family of the Forsake Empire. I'm not sure about the Soren family, the original royal family of Intis, but the royal family of the Forsake Empire must have a Sequence 1. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to have fought the ruined kingdom for so many years without showing obvious signs of decline. If the original Intis royal family, the Sorin family, also had a sequence 1, or once had a sequence 1, then Night Emperor must have received 2 sequence 1s of the Red Priest pathway in this battle. The other members slowly nodded, finding the Emperor's conjecture reasonable. Klein behind the gray fog. So the Emperor knew the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway was in Underworld Emperor's hands because he knew the spoils of this battle. But the question remains, what did Underworld Emperor want with the uniqueness of the Red Priest? Catalya looked straight ahead. The outcome of the 4 Emperors' war still affects us today, or rather, the outcome of their division of the spoils of victory still affects us today. Audrey couldn't help but imagine, how intense would the war of the 4 Emperors, or rather, a god-level war, be? Furs pinched her chin. I really want to write a biographical novel about this. It's a pity that this information cannot be made public. Emlyn was still in deep self-doubt. Is this really the history of the 4 Emperors' war? Why is only the ending the same as the historical knowledge I know? As a vampire known for his erudition and long life, am I truly qualified? Finally, let's briefly talk about the descendants of the Tudor family, Hobert said with a smile. The reason I'm providing this information is because I know them relatively well. Based on my observations, the Blood Emperor's descendants are quite special. Perhaps due to the influence of his semi-madness, the Blood Emperor doesn't seem to have prepared any retreat for himself. This has led to the current descendants of the family not doing very well. At least 2 branches of the descendants I know of seem to be in a rather grim situation. While the number of Trensused family members is not very large due to special reasons, they have inherited high-level sealed artifacts and extraordinary characteristics. The Bach family at least inherited 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts, while Raft Pound family only had 1 pitiful Grade 1 sealed artifact. Christine's branch of the Tudor family might be in a better situation, but Hobert believed it was unlikely they had a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Klein immediately thought, are there many descendants of the 3 emperors among the creator's dependents? Did the emperor come to this conclusion because he saw the descendants of those families among the dependents? He manipulated the world to ask, then, what about the descendants of the Black Emperor Solomon, whom we discussed at our last gathering? As far as I know, besides some who have gone into hiding and are unwilling to live the life of an extraordinary family, there are 2 main branches. Hobert did not conceal this information. One branch is in the North Continent, with a sequence 3. One branch is in the Raging Sea, which is the king of the 5 seas that we all know. Klein suddenly recalled, I saw a description of the current king of the 5 seas in Rosel's diary. The Black Emperor was bestowed upon Nast by Rosel. Alger almost stood up, unsure whether to ask or to ponder. The king of the 5 seas, is a descendant of the Solomon Empire. Then he seemed to think of something. I should have thought of it earlier. After all, his flagship is the Black Emperor. Catalya already knew this, but she still couldn't help but exclaim, the Emperor knows too much. I don't believe there would be such a record in the Trensused family's archives. Audrey and Furs, among others, all felt a sense of history connecting with the present, as if a perfect historical logic, or a historical closed loop, had been constructed in their minds. Hobert leaned back in his chair. That's all the intelligence regarding the Tudor Empire. My personal feeling is that although the Blood Emperor did not achieve the final victory, he was the most dashing one. I became famous throughout the world, I left. Everyone seemed to see the Blood Emperor, eyes full of madness, laughing as he fell, not knowing whether it was the extraordinary characteristic that made him so mad, or if he was inherently so mad. After a while of reflection, everyone recovered from the previous transaction and entered the subsequent free discussion session. The world first said with a gloomy laugh, I received news that the Storm Church has taken action, and the matter of Bansi Harbor has been initially resolved. Alger, who had been at sea for the past week and had no contact with the church, immediately retorted, what was the final outcome? Klein manipulated the world and said, there will be no more Bansi Harbor for a while. It was only at this moment that Audrey and the others understood what they were discussing. Bansi Harbor was the suspected dwelling place of the Red Angel Medici's descendants. Does Mr. World mean that the Storm Church raised Bansi Harbor? That's certainly their style. It's just that I wonder if Medici's descendants escaped. Did the Pope of the Storm Church personally attend the scene? Did they use a Grade 0 sealed artifact? As these questions popped into Audrey's mind, she asked, Mr. Emperor, did Medici's descendants flee to Bansi Harbor after their ancestor was murdered? Perhaps so, but perhaps they didn't really flee, merely concealed their tracks, Hobert analyzed. At that time, the United Empire's enemy was the Underworld Emperor of the South Continent. The Red Angel and his kin would usually appear on the front lines of war. Perhaps the Red Angel's descendants were fighting in the Raging Sea at the time. After learning of Medici's death, they withdrew from the battlefield, but they didn't completely side with Trensused like the Sorin family and the Einhorn family. Audrey then asked curiously, why didn't they do that? Is there some unknown secret behind it? Hobert pondered for a moment. The following is my conjecture, and I can't be sure if it's true. Firstly, Medici set a trap and deceived Sorin and Einhorn. They were mortal enemies, and Trensused could only accept one side, so he would naturally accept the two Beander families and abandon the Medici family. Because Tudor ultimately obtained Medici's spoils of victory, the Medici family regarded the Tudor Empire as a mortal enemy and would not seek refuge with the Blood Emperor. And in the previous battles, the three Beander families of the Red Priest pathway must have been at the forefront, so it would be difficult for Underworld Emperor to accept the Medici family. Even if Underworld Emperor were willing to accept them, they probably wouldn't dare to go, because from a very early time, Underworld Emperor had been cooperating with the Witch Church, and it's not impossible that he would trick them into becoming extraordinary characteristics. Everyone was stunned, and Klein was the first to react. He manipulated the world to ask, are assassin and hunter neighboring pathways? That's right. Because this was just Hobert's guess, he had no intention of charging for this information. As for the information that witch and hunter or neighboring pathways, he considered it a broadcast at this Tarot Club meeting. Catalia also realized the value of this exchange. Originally, she hadn't quite understood what these people were talking about with Bansi Harbor and the Red Angel. But the subsequent conversation contained a lot of information, including news about the recent situation of the Angel King's descendants, and it seemed those descendants were hidden in Bansi Harbor. As a pirate general, Catalia naturally knew Bansi Harbor, so she listened particularly carefully. She planned to meticulously record these conversations and review them later when she had time. As for the second reason, Hobert said, it wasn't difficult to tell from the world's previous description that the so-called god of weather sounded very much like an evil god. I strongly suspect that the state of Medici's descendants should not be very good. As for why it's not good, of course, it's unknown. Perhaps they were affected by something. Perhaps there was some pollution in Bansi Harbor. Perhaps they were injured in battle. In any case, a Sequence 2 in a poor state is best off hiding his tracks, otherwise he will be very dangerous. Hobert remembered that Klein later seemed to have discovered an entrance to what was suspected to be the City of Calamity in Bansi Harbor, and this entrance might have infiltrated from the West Continent. After the passage of time, some source material seemed to have already permeated into the North-South continent. For example, the River of Eternal Darkness should be the earliest source material to have permeated, or the earliest source material to have been used by gods outside the seal. But this information, of course, cannot yet be disclosed. Audrey then asked the world at the lower end of the bronze long table, Mr. World, do you know the specific process? The world shook his head slightly. No, no one can know, except the high-ranking members of the Storm Church. Alger fell silent. I want to become a high-ranking member of the church. He emphasized it to himself. Catalia said to the Emperor, I wish to trade information about the Angel King with you. Of course, no problem. Hobert smiled. I'll give you a discount. Consider it as if you joined the previous gatherings transaction, so I'll give you the crowd-funded price, £1,000. Catalia didn't even think. No problem. Klein sighed. Are pirate generals also wealthy? Next, Catalia once again experienced the joy of pursuing knowledge, and at the same time, it surprised her multiple times. Angel King is actually involved with the ancient sun god. So he also needs some subordinates. This deity from the third epoch has become so concrete in my mind for the first time. What? Wisdom angel, wind angel, pure white angel, or the current god of knowledge and wisdom, lord of storms, and eternal blazing sun respectively. What blasphemy! I actually know the origins of three true gods, or rather, that three true gods actually have origins. This is not the Tarot Club, this is simply a convention for blaspheming deities. What? Adam and Ammon are also angel kings. I've seen descriptions of these two angel families in some ancient documents. I never thought their history could be traced back to the third epoch. Dark angel is very mysterious. I remember seeing a partial description of the Dark Angel's honorific title, Vice-Regent of the Heavenly Kingdom. He seems to be the leader of the Angel Kings. Among these Angel Kings, he also seems quite special. The Emperor's simple description of him can't help but make one think of the true creator. The Emperor's explanation made the Dark Angel's identity even more elusive. So this is Red Angel, who is already a big shot in the third epoch. The other members also listened very carefully. Even hearing this information again, it still made their hearts uncontrollably excited. After all, this was top-tier knowledge in the extraordinary world. After the transaction was completed, Catalia was silent for a few seconds before asking, "Mr. Emperor, you seem to know a lot about the experiences of the Angel Kings after the third epoch. At least I'm quite clear about Medici's later experiences," Hobert thought to himself. "I also know that he has now become a red oil hotpot." Then he sighed. As expected, the nickname isn't wrong. Using hotpot to describe Medici's state is simply too apt. Whether it's meat, vegetables, or soup base, they're all mixed together. Catalia smiled and said, "Can I trade more detailed information about the Angel Kings with you?" She realized that this information must contain huge secrets. Hobert considered for a moment. Except for the Dark Angel, the information on the other Angel Kings can be more detailed. If you still want detailed information about the Dark Angel, the price will be at least £18,000. Because it involves too much hidden information, and this information might even subvert everyone's understanding. If it doesn't involve the Dark Angel, and only talks about Fantasy Angel, Time Angel, and Red Angel, that information is worth £2,000. If you add the other three Angel Kings, this information is worth at least £5,000. Catalia took a deep breath. Let's do the £2,000 transaction. She still found it a bit hard to accept, sitting here, discussing deities as if in casual conversation. Audrey, on the side, noticed, the hermit is very active at this gathering. She must be as curious as I am about this history hidden in the mists. Klein, on the other hand, realized, this path is not only about knowledge pursuing them, but also about them pursuing knowledge. So Catalia initiated another transaction. Does anyone want to join? Me. Audrey was the first to raise her hand, saying, "I'm willing to contribute £500. Furs also said without pressure, "I'm willing to join the transaction too." For her, joining intelligence trades with the Emperor had become almost an instinct. As long as her finances allowed, she would definitely join to listen in. The little son also said, "Me too." He really wanted to know more detailed information about Ammon. The other members were all a bit hesitant. The hanged man was saving money, preparing to buy the Sequence 5 potion formula. His self-imposed limit for each Tarot Club meeting was £500. Emlyn, on the other hand, was wavering between this knowledge and his beloved puppets, unsure of what to choose. As for the world, he shamelessly planned to leech off others this time. So, the crowdfunding was quickly completed, with a reward of £1,800 and one extraordinary material. The £1,800 came from the Hermit's £1,000, Audrey's £500, and Furz's £300. The last extraordinary material, of course, came from the little son. After requesting the fool to seal off the senses of the others, Hobert smiled and said, "Well then, let's begin." He didn't care too much about the fool, Klein freeloading. He considered it a repayment for his help at the wedding earlier. Let me first talk about Red Angel, Hobert said. It's already very difficult to trace his origins. What's certain is that he was already sequence 2 in the late second epoch, and some even speculate he was sequence 2 at birth. Audrey immediately asked, Mr. Emperor, is he perhaps the child of a deity? Furs also thought of Adam and Amen, born an angel, how nice. Hobert explained, theoretically speaking, it is indeed only the child of a true god who could be sequence 2 at birth. However, in the second epoch, not only were the ancient gods non-adjacent dual pathways, but there were also many sequence 1 level ancient beasts or angel king level ancient beasts whose situations were similar to the ancient gods. Many times, a child born to a half-mad sequence 1 with multiple pathway extraordinary characteristics would possess the sequence 2 level. The process of giving birth was their process of expelling the extraordinary characteristics of another pathway. Audrey nodded. I understand. Furs suddenly thought, if I were to have a child with Hobert. She didn't continue thinking, because just thinking about it made her blush. Fortunately, no one noticed Furs's unusual behavior. Instead, they all looked at the Emperor, waiting for him to continue. Hobert continued, Medici followed the ancient sun god from a very early time. I suspect the extraordinary characteristic that allowed him to become an angel king might have come from the god of war. I wonder if you still remember, he was a subordinate deity of the ancient god, Strange King. After the Strange King fell, the god of war also fell. The god of war's extraordinary characteristic very likely fell into the hands of an ancient god, and after the ancient sun god defeated that ancient god, he obtained the extraordinary characteristic as spoils of war. Medici thus gained the opportunity to become an angel king. Only after Hobert mentioned it did everyone remember the god of war, who hadn't had much presence. Not only did he lack presence, but the Strange King also seemed to have little presence. Catalia once again admired the emperor's deductive abilities. This answer was clearly the most reasonable guess he made using the limited information he knew. If he only knew some secret information, that would be nothing, only proving that the emperor was lucky to be able to read some secret documents. But to be able to form his own opinions and make logical inferences based on these documents was another matter entirely. This reminded Catalia of when the mysterious queen taught her the true meaning of insight. She said, insight is not merely seeing, but having a unique understanding after seeing things. Many people easily confuse the two. The emperor continued, there's not much to say about Red Angel's history in the third epoch. Throughout the early and middle third epoch, he doesn't seem to have done anything particularly memorable. Of course, it's also possible that some of his actions were overshadowed by that era when deities and angel kings walked the earth, as there were still many powerful individuals at that time. Moreover, the entire third epoch, except for its last few years, was a relatively peaceful period with no large-scale divine wars. Only towards the end of the third epoch did a sudden drastic change occur, and Medici joined the Rose Redemption. Before anyone could ask, Hobert quickly added, as for that drastic change, it's not part of this transaction. Audrey secretly sighed in regret. Catalia, on the other hand, realized that the drastic change might be the reason for the £18,000 price. After multiple transactions, Furs finally realized that the history of the third epoch might be just as exciting as that of the fourth epoch. The little son, meanwhile, was certain, this drastic change might be the truth I've been searching for. Hobert continued, you all already know Medici's history in the fourth epoch. He successively became a grand noble in the Solomon First Empire and the United Empire. He formed a legion called the Red of War, which is said to be extremely powerful. This is why I say he always charges to the forefront of war. Often, beyonders of this pathway are not just fighting, but also acting. Klein, behind the gray fog, the Emperor seems to know a lot about beyonders of the Red Priest pathway. He even knows they need to use war to act. Catalia. These are historical details, some very delightful details. Audrey recalled, I think I heard my brother mention that the Forsake Empire also had a very powerful legion. Now that I think about it, that should have been a legion composed of Beyonders, a legion similar to the Red of War, but Alfred couldn't explain it too clearly to me since I wasn't a Beyonder at the time. Hobert suddenly smiled. The crucial information about Medici is here. I dare say this is my exclusive information, because I also participated in that event. Everyone was slightly stunned. Wasn't Medici already fallen? Medici was killed in a ruin in Backland, Hobert said. Although he fell and his extraordinary characteristic was taken, his spiritual remnant turned into a powerful evil spirit. What's even more astonishing is that the spiritual remnants of Soren and Einhorn got mixed with Medici's spiritual remnant. In other words, there are 3 consciousnesses within one evil spirit. An extra chapter for everyone's monthly votes. Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze long table, first thought of the ruins he and Miss Sharon had explored. Back then, behind that blood-stained door, they had discovered a powerful evil spirit. Was it Medici? No, it was an evil spirit formed from the mental remnants of 3 angels. Over 1,000, no, 2,000 years had passed, and they still remained at the place where they were harmed. Catalia probably understood what was going on. Evil spirits generally could only appear within a certain range, where there should be some power supporting their existence. She hadn't expected that evil spirits formed by angel kings would also have to follow the rules concerning evil spirits. Since angel kings could also form evil spirits, then what about the mental imprints of deities? This thought is truly blasphemous. It must be because of Emperor's influence that I had such a thought. Furs exclaimed, it truly is a magical and wondrous extraordinary world. To have an evil spirit with 3 consciousnesses. Did they chat with each other normally? This gives me a lot of inspiration. A protagonist with multiple consciousnesses, living each day with a different consciousness. I wonder if such a life would be brilliant or tragic. The son then thought of Silver City's curse. Why do we have to kill our own blood relatives? Theoretically, such an act should be more likely to produce evil spirits, but why is Silver City the exact opposite? Audrey simply asked, Emperor, is that evil spirit still in Backland? In what kind of operation did you encounter this evil spirit? Hobert thought for a moment. He should still be in Backland, but probably not in those ruins anymore. I don't know exactly where he is. It would be too miraculous if he knew. As for that operation, I only played a very limited role in it, Hobert said. I cannot reveal the specific details, but I can tell everyone that it was an operation arranged by the Creator. Furthermore, this operation is related to Adam, whom we are about to discuss. Klein, behind the gray fog, immediately understood. That must have been a game at the deity level. I remember Hobert previously said that after the Backland Great Smog, Adam had gone to negotiate with the Creator. Perhaps before that, the Creator had already clashed with Adam, and clashes at this level often involve undermining the opponent's intentions from some unexpected places. Catalia was already certain. Emperor must have a close relationship with the Creator, very likely being the Creator's dependents. This could be seen from his attire. He wore Fenaport-style clothes at the last gathering, but ruin-style clothes this time. He must be traveling across the entire North Continent, handling minor affairs for the Creator. In fact, Hobert had been frequently changing his style of dress recently, and before entering the Tarot Club, he firmly refused to wear a Fenaport-style cloak, precisely to avoid Furs detecting anything amiss. Furs and the other 3 members simply speculated about the Creator's intentions, but lacking much useful information, they could only make wild guesses. Audrey thought, however, it's certain that the Creator did not eliminate the Red Angel's evil spirit. Perhaps, for the Creator, it still has some other use. Next, let's talk about Adam, Hobert said with a smile. In previous gatherings, a lot of information about him has already been revealed. I even disclosed Adam's recent intention to become a deity. His origins are actually quite traceable. He is a child of the ancient sun god. Since the 4th epoch, he has always hoped to resurrect the ancient sun god, and it is said that his idea was once somewhat extreme. Adam is preparing to become a deity. Catalia, who hadn't received any related information during the trade just now, showed sufficient shock. Apart from the great emperor, it seems no one has successfully ascended to godhood in the fifth epoch. The son felt a little relieved. Someone still remembers the Almighty God. But then Hobert's tone shifted. However, some also believe that Adam is using the excuse of resurrecting his father to conceal some of his own intentions. I lean towards the latter. He must be hiding something. But there is no evidence to support this, it's just my feeling. Hobert thought to himself, I can't very well tell you that I've read the script, can I? The son, Derek paused slightly before asking, Emperor, can deities be resurrected? I mean, is there any way to resurrect a deity? He might have felt that the answer to this question was too valuable. I can pay you some more compensation. No need, this answer is indeed very valuable, but I don't have a definitive answer here, only a relatively vague one, Hobert said after some thought. Actually, it's not just deities. At the angel level, as long as sufficient preparations are made, resurrection is not impossible. At the true God level, it's actually very difficult to be completely killed. He might fall in a divine war, but that doesn't mean there's no possibility of resurrection. Just like the Black Emperor Solomon I mentioned before, once he becomes a deity, under certain conditions, he has the ability to return, or rather, to resurrect. There are also some deities, like the ancient death god I know, who, despite being in a semi-mad state, still made some preparations for his future resurrection. To my knowledge, the ancient sun god also made similar preparations, but whether the resurrection process can be completed is hard to say. Light rekindled in Derek's eyes. Although the truth might be hard for you to accept, I still have to tell you, Hobert said to Derek. Even if the ancient sun god is resurrected, he won't be the Almighty God, anymore. He would be more like another god with most of the Almighty God's extraordinary characteristics and memories. Can you understand what I mean? The son's gaze dimmed slightly. I understand. Klein, on the other hand, made other connections. Just as I had guessed before, at the level of deities, they can no longer be described by life and death. Or rather, they have already transcended the limitations that life and death impose on existence. Audrey sighed. The resurrection of a deity is truly a miraculous process. Catalia, however, raised her doubts again. Where did Emperor obtain such high-level knowledge and information? This has completely exceeded the intelligence reserves of an extraordinary family. Let's continue with Adam, Hobert said. During the fourth epoch, Adam supported the Tudor Empire, and he, along with Aemon and Antigonus, joined forces in the Four Emperors' War to cause the downfall of Cheritu, a great noble of the Solomon Empire, thereby supporting Antigonus's ascension to godhood. And he helped Antigonus complete the ritual. Antigonus was just a tiny bit away from becoming a deity, but he ultimately couldn't. Their actions were purely because the Tudor Empire's strength was relatively weak. If a second true god appeared in their faction, it would greatly alleviate the Empire's pressure. But with Mr. Door being sealed, and Antigonus later falling into slumber, Adam's efforts ultimately had little effect. Audrey felt, this is a more detailed, brief history of the Tudor Empire. To achieve victory in the Four Emperors' War, not only did Tudor strive, but the nobles who supported the Tudor Empire also worked hard. Catalia exclaimed, this has long exceeded the value of £2,000. It's even hard to price this information. If summarized, Emperor's pricing is not without rules. If it's partial information about a true god, the price is around £1,000. Slightly more detailed information is around £2,000, and for true god-level information like the Solomon Empire and Tudor Empire, which is very complete or systematic, the price is £5,000. Below the true god level, even information about an angel king is only around £700. For example, this transaction involving 3 angel kings is priced at £2,000. Later, Adam formed the Twilight Hermit Club, Hobert said. And now, Adam has finally found the opportunity to become a deity. Audrey and the others fell silent. Adam's experiences were quite rich. Born an angel king with uniqueness, he had strived throughout the fourth epoch and the fifth epoch until now, finally gaining the chance to become a deity. The Sun asked, if Adam becomes a deity, will he still continue to resurrect the ancient sun god? How could I know the future? Hobert smiled. We can discuss this question in more detail when we have the opportunity. To avoid questions from other members, Hobert simply said, let's talk about Amen now. I think everyone should be most interested in him. After all, Amon's avatar once attacked the sun. Catalya was startled. The sun doesn't look very old, and he has such an experience. He just advanced to sequence 7, and before that, a low sequence Beander encountered Amon's avatar. How did he survive? The members of the Tarot Club are all very mysterious. However, he didn't have time to think further, because Emperor had already continued. Amen has the same origin as Adam. Both are descendants of the ancient sun god, born with the uniqueness of the thief pathway. His experiences in the fourth epoch were richer than Adam's. I strongly suspect that the idea of murdering Medici was his, possibly as a prank on Medici. This angel king is also known as the god of pranks, taking pleasure in deception and pranks, and his pranks are often without reason. For example, to my knowledge, Amen and Medici had a very good relationship. It's probably because of their familiarity that Amen played such an enormous joke on Medici. I believe his unusually peculiar way of thinking is related to having divinity from birth but not enough humanity. According to some information I've seen, after becoming a demigod, one can feel their own divinity. After becoming an angel and an angel king, divinity tends to increase. Because I am not yet a demigod, I cannot describe divinity directly, but it sounds like the most intuitive manifestation is a gradual loss of intense human emotions, such as crying loudly, laughing heartily, sadness, grief, and so on. Klein couldn't help but tap the bronze long table with his finger. What information are you reading exactly? Can you lend it to me to read too? Catalya silently summarized in her mind. Emperor's seemingly irrelevant descriptions often contain a huge amount of information. I need to pay more attention to such descriptions in the future. Audrey placed her hands on the bronze long table. Amon's pranks, how did they sound like something a very disobedient child would do? I can almost imagine, when facing Amen, warning him not to drop the vase he's holding, and the more you say it, the more he'll smash the vase to pieces with a mischievous, triumphant grin. Furs had a similar thought, and further thought, if my child is so naughty in the future, I must give them a good beating. Hobert continued, for Amen, the Four Emperors' War was more like a game, and he enjoyed it immensely. After Tudor fell, he had no psychological burden whatsoever. Instead, he even devoured the ancestor of the Jacob family. I mentioned this family in the Angel Family Intelligence. This family was once one of the 5 great noble families of the Tudor Empire, a sequence 1 of the thief pathway. Jacob's greatest mistake in life was probably choosing to be colleagues with Amen. Amen not only devoured the sequence 1 within Jacob but also stole Jacob's fate, so for a long time, Jacob was essentially Amen. This caused devastating damage to the Jacob family, because Amen has a habit of reclaiming all thief extraordinary characteristics. Klein sighed, what a damn angel king. I hope I never encounter him. Catalya, however, was considering, I wonder if this angel king's authority is somewhat strange, or if his personality is just that peculiar. Audrey, however, was thinking about other things. Every time I hear about Amon's abilities, it makes me feel both terrifying and incredibly miraculous. The Sun was more concerned. Emperor, what happened next? After the Four Emperors' War ended, was there any more news about Amen? Yes, to my knowledge, there are quite a few high-level avatars of Amen on the North-South continent, Hobert warned. Later, I will ask Miss Justice to perform hypnosis on us so that we forget everything about Amen after we leave this place. Because if you encounter Amen, and you happen to have memories of him, he will immediately realize that you know him and can steal your related memories, finding the source of the information. At that time, all the intelligence of the entire Tarot Club could potentially be known to him. Audrey directly stated, what a terrifying ability. Klein, behind the gray fog, was a little unsettled. You all are being hypnotized by Miss Justice, what should I do? Is this the punishment for eavesdropping? Then he thought, Emperor has a sealed artifact from the spectator pathway. I'll ask him to rent it later. Alas, one shouldn't be greedy for small advantages. An extra chapter for everyone's monthly votes. Thank you all for voting. ********. Catalia was hearing such a detailed description of Aemon for the first time. She recalled some information she had seen before, which only described him as bizarre and astonishing. This made her exclaim. Hearing the Emperor's intelligence immediately made Amon's image concrete, as if the Emperor had seen Aemon steal other people's fates. Furs, on the other hand, sighed again. It's unimaginable, truly unimaginable, what it feels like for a person to have their fate stolen, or rather, for Aemon to replace someone else's fate. I wonder if Aemon feels embarrassed when facing other people's wives and children. Oh, right, the Emperor just said that Aemon doesn't have significant emotional fluctuations like ordinary people, so he probably doesn't even know what embarrassment is. Audrey asked again, Mr. Emperor, what should we do if we encounter Aemon? The son also stared intently at the Emperor. This was the question he wanted to ask, but he had already used up his opportunity to ask earlier. Or rather, Miss Justice Audrey had precisely seen that the son wanted to ask a similar question, which was why she asked it. Of course, she herself was also very curious about the answer to this question. Of course, pray to the fool immediately. Hobert said, besides that, I really can't think of any other way. Klein, behind the gray fog above, thought, don't talk nonsense. Why not pray to the Creator? Why pray to me? To let me watch a live broadcast of Aemon seizing the Tarot Club members' fates. But to maintain the fool's image, when facing the gazes of Miss Justice and the others, he remained silent, neither admitting nor refuting. This made Audrey and the other members recall the incident where Mr. Fool dealt with Amon's clone, and they all believed that was probably the best method. Of course, it's also possible that you'll forget to pray, or that Aemon will pray on your behalf. Hobert spread his hands and said, actually, encountering an Angel King level enemy is quite despairing. Below Sequence 2, there's almost no ability to resist. The only thing we can do is perhaps pray for the other party's mercy, or pray that our luck is good enough not to be discovered by the other party as abnormal. After all, even an Angel King can't use his abilities against every person he encounters. However, Aemon is indeed a special case. Perhaps the more you pray for his mercy, the more you pray for good luck, the more he will deal with you. After all, he is the god of pranks. Hobert thought for a moment and then said, if you are unfortunate enough to encounter Amon's true body, then prepare for your afterlife. But if you only encounter his clone, you can try to ask for angel-level power to deal with it. Theoretically, his clones should range from Sequence 4 to Sequence 2. If you want to kill his Sequence 2 clone, you'll need at least 2 or more angels. Because the speed must be fast, otherwise other clones will definitely be attracted. He paused and then said, as far as I know, his high-level clones are only at the Sequence 2 level, without the Sequence 2 Beander characteristic. Because at Sequence 2, one will possess more divinity, and his clones might develop the idea of separating from the main body. So, for us, this is an opportunity to deal with his clones. Klein immediately realized, the Aemon clone that Silver City encountered before should only have been at the Sequence 3 or Sequence 4 level, most likely Sequence 4. Otherwise, the angel I materialized couldn't have killed that clone so easily. This also means that the son and I were lucky. If we had encountered a Sequence 2 level clone, it would have been troublesome. Even Mr. Fool might have messed up. Catalia gave a wry smile. This reminds me of a fable. In ancient times, after someone discovered that the sun was a big fireball, they naively thought they could extinguish the sun with water. Audrey followed with a smile. Yes, even if we know how to deal with Amon's clones, first we have to become angels, and we need an angel as a helper. They are not enemies on the same level, and it shouldn't be something we should be concerned about. As she spoke, she glanced at the very top, intentionally or unintentionally. That was something Mr. Fool should be concerned about. The son fell into contemplation. What if I encounter Amon's clone again? Silver City has no angels, only divine sealed artifacts. Oh, I'm so foolish, I can ask Mr. Fool for help. I said before that, according to the information I have, Amon's true body is in the God-forsaken land, Hobert said. Except for the sun, for the rest of us, the probability of encountering his true body is extremely small. Klein secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Catalya, however, looked at the sun in surprise. He comes from the God-forsaken land. It's the legendary God-forsaken land. The members of the Tarot Club are more than just mysterious, they are completely unexpected. There are the Creator's dependents, people from the God-forsaken land, and people from the Storm Church, and the vampire servants of the Earth Mother Church. Currently, only Miss Justice and Magician are still unclear about their backgrounds, but their backgrounds should also not be simple. Miss Justice's emotional self-control is very strong, making it difficult to get too many useful clues. In Miss Magician, precisely because she rarely speaks or expresses herself, it is easy for people to overlook her. I need to pay more attention to her in the future. Audrey asked on behalf of the sun again, Mr. Emperor, what is Aemon doing in the God-forsaken land? Or why is he in the God-forsaken land? Some say he is searching for something there, Hobert said vaguely. I suggest not guessing his purpose, and not caring about his purpose, because that is very likely his trap. There's also another reason, because he successively supported the Solomon Empire and the Tudor Empire, and also supported the true creator. This might not be the main reason. The main reason might be that the seven deities are very displeased with him. So, as long as Amon's true body appears on the north-south continent, it will trigger a divine descent, and he will be driven back to the God-forsaken land. Audrey, Catalya, and Furs all felt inexplicably relieved. The fool, Klein breathed a sigh of relief again, silently saying in his heart, praise the goddess. Derek sighed, it's really good to have divine protection. Then Derek asked, Mr. Emperor, how does Aemon communicate with his clones? For this question, I can pay more remuneration. Hobert thought for a moment, pay one more extraordinary material then. This answer indeed involves some other information. No problem. Derek believed that Amon's method of entering and exiting the God-forsaken land would be an important reference. As far as I know, Aemon built a mausoleum for himself near Backland, and his clones seem to be able to use some of the arrangements in that mausoleum to travel back and forth to the God-forsaken land. Klein immediately thought of Amon's mausoleum, which he had learned about through Miss Sharon. Later, Erod's magic mirror reported the exploration process to him. At that time, he had guessed that Amon's mausoleum seemed to be connected to the abyss, and in short, it held many secrets. And at that time, Klein had already guessed, could Aemon be traveling back and forth to the God-forsaken land through the abyss? Derek secretly sighed with regret, because Silver City obviously couldn't replicate this method. Hobert added, as far as I know, there's another method. You can enter the God-forsaken land through the projection of the giant court in the dream realm deep in the eastern Sonia Sea. But this method carries considerable risks, and I don't know the specific way. Derek repeatedly chewed on the phrase, giant court. The little boy Jack and the others also entered the God-forsaken land from the giant court, but Jack was dazed and couldn't explain how they got in. The Emperor's answer once again confirmed the crucial information they had obtained. The external exit must be hidden there. The sun grew happier the more he thought about it. Mr. Emperor, thank you for your answer. Hobert smiled, all right, the transaction about the Angel King ends here. Audrey and the others all fell into a brief state of recollection, then Audrey came to her senses and gave everyone psychological suggestion. After removing Alger and Emlyn's sensory blockade, the free communication session continued. There was a few seconds of silence in the hall before Emlyn cleared his throat and said, thank you for your help, Mr. Emperor. I am already a Baron. I have a question. As a Bloodkin, after advancing to Baron, do I need to use the acting method to promote so-called digestion and better master extraordinary characteristic, like you humans do? As he spoke, he slightly raised his chin, and his back was perfectly straight. Catalya saw that the Emperor had no intention of answering, so she replied, you need to act, because that pathway only has sequence 7 called vampire, and you were born as such, so you don't need to act for that. Everything else requires it. The Emperor Hobert had no intention of answering, actually, because he was too lazy to. He estimated that Emlyn had already found the answer to this question. The main point of his words was, "I am already a baron." Audrey blinked her beautiful eyes and asked with a curious tone, "The hermit, I remember Mr. Emperor said that vampires are sequence 7 of the pharmacist pathway. I'm very curious what sequence 8 of this pathway is called." "Bloodkin, it's Bloodkin," Emlyn corrected. Catalia and Audrey, however, responded with a smile. Audrey pursed her lips. "Mr. Moon is already sequence 6, why does he still seem less mature than the sun?" The hermit simply ignored the moon's correction and began to answer Miss Justice's question. Anyone familiar with the Earth Mother Church would have some understanding of this matter. Vampire belongs to the moon pathway. The corresponding sequence 9 is pharmacist, sequence 8 is beast tamer, sequence 4 is witch king, and beyond that, I'm not sure. Cough. Emlyn coughed again. The hermit, I must emphasize again, it's Bloodkin, not vampire. Catalia, however, smiled and said, using vampire is just for convenience of description. At the same time, she carefully observed everyone's reactions. Emperor Hobert, as expected, looked calm, as he already knew all of this. The hanged man Alger seemed to only know a part of it. Well, probably from the sequence 5 Crimson Scholar onward, he clearly started to pretend to be uninterested. He didn't know any information above Crimson Scholar, so it could be inferred that he was still a middle to low-level member of the Storm Church. Justice Audrey and Magician Furs listened with great interest. They were also at the bottom of their respective organizations, but they must have some backing, which is why they listened without worry, treating it entirely as a story. The son Derek was genuinely uninterested. Does the God-forsaken land not have this pathway? Catalia was so generous in revealing some of the sequence names for the apothecary pathway, firstly, to enhance her likability in everyone's minds, and secondly, it was another test of the other members. And the result of this test made her very satisfied. Audrey thought seriously for a moment, and like in a tutoring class, she raised her hand slightly. The hermit, why is there no necessary connection between the various sequences of the moon pathway? According to her observations, there were certain connections between the sequences of many pathways. For example, in the spectator pathway, sequence 8 is mind reader, sequence 7 is psychologist, and further up, sequence 6 is hypnotist. She also knew that in Hugh's pathway, sequence 9 is arbitrator, and sequence 8 is sheriff. However, the names of the potion for each sequence in the moon pathway seemed to have no association. Catalia glanced at Miss Justice, noticing that her dress, skirt, and jewelry were completely different from last time, with no repetitions. In a trance, she seemed to see the portrait of that queen in her youth, with different attire in each one, never wearing the same garment twice for a formal occasion. Catalia was silent for a second or two before saying, different sequences within a pathway don't necessarily have to be related, or rather, have an obvious association. Their common characteristic is that they all fall within the domain of the corresponding deity of that pathway. For example, moon represents spirituality, plants, beauty, some life, and some darkness. Therefore, this pathway has apothecary in the plant domain, vampires in the life domain, and beast tamers, which cross between life and spirituality. Blood race, Emlyn emphasized, then slightly raised his chin. This should be the reason for our blood race's handsomeness and beauty. Derek quietly retorted in his heart, that's not how it is, the vampires I've seen are all disgusting and hideous. Klein was the most deeply affected, as the various sequences of the diviner pathway also didn't seem to have a very obvious connection. The discussion continued, and then Audrey said, I recently visited a place with a custom of worshipping dragons. That place was, of course, Count Hall's territory. After attending Hobert's wedding, Audrey returned to Count Hall's territory with her family, which is a tradition of the ruined kingdom's nobility. Audrey began to mention the ancient poem about dragons and explained that she was inspired by it, using psychological suggestion to maintain conscious mental activity while lucid dreaming. Through her chaotic dreams, she reached the edge of her own consciousness, and then, following the materialization method she learned from the Fool, she created a downward staircase, gradually delving into her subconscious domain. Of course, she didn't describe the subconscious light spots she saw, because each light spot represented a secret she was unwilling or ashamed to tell others. For example, the subconscious thought of walking intimately arm in arm with Hobert in the territory. For example, the idea that she was the bride in the wedding she had just attended. She focused on the extreme oppressive feeling of loneliness, endlessness, aimlessness, and the gray surroundings that seemed to hide various monsters. She mentioned that her emotions were on the verge of collapse several times, and she barely managed to hold on with her extraordinary abilities, eventually reaching the illusory ocean formed by the collective consciousness of living beings. There were memory imprints from ancient human ancestors, and various consciousnesses of surrounding creatures were reflected and spread there. Then she mentioned the giant dragon with gray, rock-like scales that flew through the sea of collective consciousness. A book title suddenly appeared in Furza's mind, Miss Justice's Dream Travels. Then she sighed, there's actually a giant dragon living in the sea of collective consciousness. Although Miss Justice didn't encounter any enemies or dangers, her experience still gave me a sense of hallucination. After recounting her experience, Audrey asked, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any suggestions? Do you think the legendary City of Miracles Levahid of the giant dragons is also hidden in this sea of collective consciousness? If I want to continue exploring, what should I pay attention to? What should I prepare in advance? The hanged man Alger said in a deep voice, I don't think you should continue exploring. This is a very dangerous act. According to records, most giant dragons are flesh and blood creatures, including mind dragons. Since it can exist and travel in the sea of collective consciousness of living beings, it means that the giant dragon you saw has a sufficiently high sequence, even reaching the demigod level. Before you reach sequence 5, do not consider such matters. Catalia nodded and followed up. In the sea of collective subconscious, there are also many dangerous things. Human accumulated malice, various desires that can erode the spirit body, terrifying memories from ancient times, and so on. They are like storms and waves on the ocean, which can cause severe psychological trauma and even prevent you from ever waking up. Moreover, that is the collective consciousness ocean of all living beings, not just humans. Perhaps some evil spirits, some evil gods, and the consciousness of some terrifying existences are also lurking there. Do not rashly explore deeply. Audrey, who had been full of anticipation, felt a wave of disappointment, but she had to admit that the hanged man and the hermit were very reasonable. Just then, the Fool suddenly spoke, in a dream, you can recite my name. This was something Klein had discovered by chance. By reciting the Fool's name in a dream, he could receive it and respond from gray fog above. Audrey was first surprised, then delighted. Thank you, the Fool. She naturally understood what the Fool meant. The hanged man and the hermit were both right, but if you encounter danger in a dream, or if that mind dragon comes looking for you, recite the Fool's name. Alger was also somewhat surprised. He immediately thought, the Fool's power has further recovered, he can even project his power into dreams. Catalia was surprised, the Fool even possesses authority over dreams. Hobert lamented, without realizing it, you've shown off again. It turns out that being an evil god also requires talent. I don't have such talent, and even now, I can't act so freely. Hobert did not offer any suggestions on this matter, because he found that the hanged man Alger seemed to be subtly competing with the hermit Catalia in life experience and knowledge, and Catalia also seemed unwilling to show any weakness. It was not appropriate to show off his knowledge reserve at this time. As the discussion of Audrey's question concluded, the world opportunely rented the psychological spoon from Hobert, and then Klein announced the end of this Tarot Club meeting. Above the gray fog, after disconnecting from the members, Klein first completed the process of offerings and bestowals from the members, then used the sea god scepter to respond to the prayers and pleas of the believers. Returning to the real world, Klein rested for a while, then went to the Scented Leaf Bar with Notary Erland, the captain of the White Agate, as previously arranged. Today, Erland was going to introduce Klein to the local military contact in Byam. Erland walked ahead and found a man in a coffee-colored jacket in the corner of the bar. "Why aren't you drinking strong longi?" The man, about 30 years old, scanned Erland and Klein with somewhat cloudy eyes. "I've already had some. Give me a Zarha to sober up." Zarha is a local specialty malt beer, cheap and low in alcohol content. Erland smiled, pointing at Klein. "German Sparrow." Then, he introduced him to Klein. "US is Kent, just call him Kent. You two chat, I need to go back and prepare. We're setting sail tomorrow morning." He waved his hand and turned to leave without hesitation. Klein pulled over a chair and sat down, declining a drink, and just stared expressionlessly at US's Kent. Kent felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze, took a gulp of Zarha, and said, "You can come directly to me if you need anything in the future, as long as you can provide valuable intelligence or help us with some tasks." Okay. Actually, Klein really wanted to ask if the cost of the outfit for impersonating Elaine to assassinate Disease Lieutenant General could be reimbursed. Although it was Danitz who paid for it. But to maintain German Sparrow's persona, he only thought about it. Kent, seemingly a bit drunk, chuckled. "Erland has mentioned some things about you, but I still have to remind you, don't be so reckless when doing things at sea. Pirates won't talk about chivalry with you, nor will they abide by the kingdom's laws and rules. If you settle down in a port city or island colony, they will absolutely attack your family." Family? Klein was silent for a second or two, then said flatly, "I don't have a family." US's Kent almost didn't know how to respond, so he changed the subject and said, "They will also attack your friends." Then he heard German Sparrow say without any change in tone, "I don't have friends." Kent coughed twice before recovering. "They will also ambush you." Klein said quite calmly, "I won't refuse money that people give me. That's polite." Fenaport Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert received the income from this tarot club meeting in the form of a grant. From the intelligence transactions at this meeting, he earned a total of 8,300 gold pounds and 4 extraordinary characteristics. There was also a 100 gold pounds rental fee for the psychological spoon. This income set a new record for all tarot club meetings. Of course, this achievement had a lot to do with Catalya, who spent money without batting an eye. After deducting the 800 gold pounds paid in advance to Hermit, Catalya and the money for the Atlanta flower, Hobert received 7,600 gold pounds. The Little Son's remuneration was, as usual, delayed. However, the income in gold pounds already made Hobert very satisfied. It covered most of the payment for the 5th batch of building materials. Hobert decided to redouble his efforts and contact Miss Sharon tonight to see the financial strength of the Temperance faction. How many extraordinary characteristics could they purchase? Based on this, he would then decide whether to take a trip out to sea. In the afternoon, under Hobert's supervision, Seal successfully advanced to sequence 8 inches provoker, reaching the stage of this rather death-defying pathway. However, Seal certainly didn't dare to provoke Hobert. While restraining his spirituality, he asked Dennis, who was beside him, "Are you still fetching bathwater for Lord? Do you still secretly cry when you think of your father?" Dennis's face immediately turned crimson, and he rushed over, ready to fight Seal. Seal chuckled twice and quickly said goodbye to Hobert before leaving. After a while, Dennis tearfully explained to Hobert that he hadn't cried secretly, he just couldn't understand why his father had suddenly left them, the 3 brothers. Hobert took a sip of tea. Provokers really know how to get under people's skin. After dinner, Hobert greeted Furs and went to the side hall to change into ruin-style clothes. Now, with Freya practicing words in the study and Furs in the bedroom, Hobert had to go to the side hall for any secret activities. After changing his clothes, Hobert changed his appearance, transforming into a face with a prominent ruin-style nose and high cheekbones. After a transfer, he arrived at a corner not far from Brave Bar. After a brief observation, it looked like an ordinary bar. Hobert tightened his trench coat, holding a cane in one hand, and pushed open the bar door. It was lively and chaotic inside, but Brave Bar seemed a little better than the bars in the East District. At least the customers here didn't have patches on their clothes, they all wore shoes, and some even had canes. Hobert squeezed to the bar, but it was a busy time, and he certainly didn't feel like waiting. So, he stepped forward, pushed a drunkard off a seat, and placed 8 copper pennies on the bar. "Give me a beer. Do you have any requests?" Something mellow. Hobert rarely went to bars and wasn't very familiar with the types of beer available in this era. So, the bartender poured Hobert a glass of cleric beer, worth 6 pennies. This was considered a mid-range product among beers, but it sold very little at Brave Bar. It was said that this beer was initially brewed by a missionary from the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom for his followers. Because of its mellow and distinctive taste, it provided a poor town with a stable source of income. Later, the brewing method of this beer became widely spread among various countries on the North Continent. To commemorate that missionary, everyone called it cleric beer. As for the remaining 2 pennies, the bartender naturally assumed they were a tip, as he could tell at a glance that this gentleman was not here just to drink. Hobert didn't hide this fact. After all, he was here to find someone, not to act in a play, so there was no need to conceal his purpose so deeply. He took a sip of beer and said, "I was introduced by Detective Sherlock. I'm looking for Mr. Merrick." The bartender was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Merrick hasn't been here for a long time." Hobert sighed. "All right then, I'll come back in a few days." With that, he drained his beer in one gulp and left the noisy bar, cane in hand. Following Klein's method, Hobert found a hansom cab on the street, to the docks. For a moment, he felt a sense of not knowing where to go. He hadn't been back for a long time, and Backland felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. The carriage traveled for about a few minutes when Hobert felt the atmosphere in the carriage suddenly change, as if it instantly became heavy, and joy would never return. Across from him, a lady with light golden hair, exquisite features, but an unusually pale complexion, wearing a Gothic court gown, was outlined. Hobert lamented internally that Miss Sharon had a very ascetic feel to her. A homebody like Emlyn would probably fall for her immediately, right? "Are you Sherlock's friend?" a pleasant, somewhat cold, distant voice asked. "Yes, I've been on several adventures with him," Hobert said truthfully. Miss Sharon briefly sized Hobert up. "What do you need me for?" "I have a batch of extraordinary characteristics to sell. I wonder if you're interested." Hobert recalled his conversation with Doffus. There was no need for pleasantries when talking to people like her, so he cut straight to the chase. Miss Sharon, seemingly without any emotional fluctuations, calmly asked, "Which sequences are they, and how many of each?" This conversation skipped the mutual probing and questioning. The reason she asked so directly was because she concluded that the other party must be selling extraordinary characteristics from the prisoner pathway, otherwise, there would be no need to find her through Sherlock. In Sharon's view, with Sherlock's endorsement, the man in front of her was at least not her enemy, so she simply got straight to the point. This made Hobert, who often dealt with old foxes like Bishop Simpson and Jonathan, suddenly feel at a loss as to how to continue the conversation. He unnaturally cleared his throat and said, 41 feet prisoner, extraordinary characteristics, 36 feet madman, extraordinary characteristics. Hobert didn't intend to sell all the extraordinary characteristics in his possession at once. That quantity would be too astonishing and would severely contradict the number of enemy deaths that occurred in the South Continent. However, extraordinary characteristics were not bred. Even with Hobert holding back, selling dozens of them combined still sounded astonishing. Hobert deliberately paused here, ready to admire Miss Sharon's surprised expression. But to his disappointment, Miss Sharon still showed no extra emotion. "Are you joking with me?" Hobert spread his hands. "What's the point of me coming to you late at night to make such a joke? Miss Sharon looked at Hobert for a long time with her exquisite, emotionless eyes. Are you a follower of the Creator? This wasn't hard to guess, as recently, only the Creator's organization's war could yield so many extraordinary characteristics at once. Hobert didn't intend to hide this either. That's right. In some aspects, we can actually be allies. The current problem is, I don't know how many extraordinary characteristics the Temperance faction can take. I imagine you should need them very much. He thought to himself, if you tell me the Temperance faction currently only has 2 members, then I apologize for bothering you. Oh, right, we could still discuss the transaction of a demigod extraordinary characteristic. Miss Sharon looked straight ahead, seeming to consider for a moment before saying, I can't give you an immediate answer. You can first tell me how many extraordinary characteristics you have. All right, Hobert said, besides the extraordinary characteristics of the 2 sequences I just mentioned, there are also 28 feet werewolves, 18 feet living corpses, 7 feet wraiths, and 1 foot puppet. This time, Hobert saw Miss Sharon's eyes suddenly light up when she heard, puppet. Ha ha ha, finally a reaction. Hobert felt that after Sharon advanced to puppet, the potion would likely be immediately digested by more than half. Her current state felt very much like she was acting in advance. But soon, Miss Sharon returned to calmness, saying in a seemingly distant voice, how much do you plan to sell each for? Hobert had already decided on the prices. Prisoner, for 280 gold pounds, Madman, for 580 gold pounds, Werewolf, for 1300 gold pounds, Living Corpse, for 3200 gold pounds, Wraith, for 6000 gold pounds, and Puppet, for 50,000 gold pounds. Miss Sharon calmly countered, the prices are too high. I can buy corresponding extraordinary characteristics at Beyander gatherings in Backland for less money. Hobert smiled. Werewolf, and below can be negotiated. I know that the demand for prisoner pathway extraordinary characteristics is indeed not high, but I have channels with the corresponding Orthodox churches, and the prices they offer would be slightly higher than my current quotes. However, I'd still rather sell to the Temperance faction because we have common enemies. Hobert finally felt the atmosphere of talking to a normal person. Business, of course, involved mutual bargaining. After a few seconds of silence in the carriage, Sharon said, I definitely want to buy that puppet extraordinary characteristic, but you need to give me 2 weeks to raise the funds. As for the extraordinary characteristics of other sequences, come to Brave Bar again 3 nights from now. We'll meet in the same way, and I'll give you my answer. Hobert nodded. Okay, then. Hey, I haven't finished talking. Why are you leaving already? He looked at the empty seat opposite him. I was going to say, if you're short on cash, you can pay in installments. Also, selling the demigod extraordinary characteristic for 50,000 gold pounds was a huge discount. Hobert had originally intended to negotiate with Sharon that, at this price, she would participate in a battle between the Bach family and the Rose School after becoming a demigod. Hobert smiled. Never mind, he would talk about it next time they met. The carriage traveled for a while longer, then Hobert asked the coachman to stop. After paying the fare, Hobert went to a corner and used travel to return to his territory. While changing clothes in the side hall, Hobert thought, since Sharon intends to purchase extraordinary characteristics of other sequences, it means that the Temperance faction consists of more than just her and Merrick. However, in Backland, there should only be these 2 members of the Temperance faction. Perhaps, like the Backland representatives of other forces, they are responsible for conducting some extraordinary transactions in this metropolis. Returning to the bedroom, Furs was still awake. She put down the magazine in her hand. I heard you're going to war with the other side tomorrow. Hobert grunted, and as he took off his trench coat, he said, I've endured those devils for too long. After the challenge letter was sent out, this matter was no longer a secret. However, many people thought it was the Lord who was going to war with Teuton Viscount, and only a few people like Furs and Seal knew the inside story. I'll join the battle too. Furs said, playing with the ring in her hand, it's a good opportunity to try out the ring you gave me. Hobert shook his head. It's too dangerous. Furs pushed Hobert's pajamas to him. I may not have other abilities, but few people can match my ability to escape. Hobert hung the clothes he had taken off on the hanger and smiled. It's not impossible. I'll find someone to protect you tomorrow, give you a pistol, and also a sealed artifact that's very useful below demigod. Then there shouldn't be much danger. He simply got into bed without wearing pajamas. Furs pushed him. We're talking business. I haven't even heard about the comparison of strength between our forces and the enemy's. Hobert feigned seriousness and said, there's a time for everything. At night, we should do things meant for the night. As for this Beyonder battle, that's a matter for tomorrow. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Oh, the buttons on your pajamas are still so hard to undo. In fact, the strengths of the two sides were quite disparate. On the Devil's side on the Full Moon Lake West Bank, there was one known demigod, 5 sequence 5s, and the number of sequence 6s was expected to reach over 10. On Hobert's side, although there was Jonathan on the demigod front, the sequence 5 combat power only consisted of Hobert and Simpson, and there were only 5 sequence 6s. This included Helen, as well as 2 members of the Tudor family, belonging to the Special Operations Department established by Hobert. The other 2 were the captain of the Druids, under the command of Bishop Simpson. To reduce the gap between the enemy and themselves, and to ensure victory in this battle, Hobert also went all out, distributing a Grade 2 sealed artifact to every middle sequence member of the Special Operations Department. He also lent Simpson 3 Grade 2 sealed artifacts. The 5 Grade 3 sealed artifacts, and the 3 Grade 3 sealed artifacts Hobert had just inherited from Rex, were also distributed. However, the gap still existed. The Devils had been operating on the other side of the lake for 30 to 40 years, with countless Sequence 7 and low Sequence Beyonders. They could only rely on tactics and the reinforcements Hobert had brought to narrow the gap. The next morning, Hobert gave his final pre-battle mobilization speech to all participating members. Then, under the command of Bishop Simpson, all combat personnel had breakfast and launched an offensive by boat towards the opposite bank. Furs was also among them. She hadn't expected that the person Hobert sent to protect her would be Archibald, the new male servant who had been following him these past 2 days. The male servant looked weak and didn't seem very powerful. However, Furs quickly put the male servant out of her mind. Already quite experienced in extraordinary combat, she looked towards the other side of the lake, feeling somewhat excited about the upcoming battle. Archibald was even more excited because Hobert allowed him to turn the enemy Beyonders in this battle into his puppets at will. A mist wolf without a puppet is at its weakest. If Archibald hadn't known enough, it would already be an extraordinary characteristic. If he could have 1 or 2 durable puppets to block attacks in front, Archibald's strength would greatly increase. A total of 38 Beyonders launched a frontal assault. This was all the extraordinary power currently available in Jeffrey territory. If this power were placed elsewhere, it would actually be terrifying, but in the South Colson region, it was different. This was an area where evil extraordinary forces like the Blood Worship sect could openly exist. Moreover, they didn't even put official Beyonders in their eyes. Unlike the cat and mouse game in other places, this was a duel between 2 tigers. Bishop Simpson was the overall commander of the frontal assault. He stood at the bow of the ship, silently gazing at the opposite side. There was no one on the dock, or rather, no one as far as the eye could see. The entire Teuton town was as quiet as the domain of death. Simpson took a deep breath. Just as he and Hobert had anticipated, the Devils had already set up a trap, waiting for the official Beyonders to fall into it. In fact, Bishop Simpson was also a little nervous, because in this battle, the enemy was strong and they were weak, and he didn't know if Hobert's tactics would be effective. Soon, the ship completed its docking process. As everyone disembarked, Bishop Simpson shouted, "Quickly pass through Teuton town. Our target is on the other side of the town. It's time to rescue the people and show the power of official Beyonders. The first squad is at the very front. Call, you cover the rear. Remember, pass through Teuton town quickly." The first squad was led by Hobert's cousin, Angus. Helen's squad was naturally the second squad, and there were also Call's team and Dophus's team from the Earth Mother Church. In terms of strength, Angus's squad was the strongest among them. Under Simpson's constant urging, the official Beyonders quickly entered Teuton Town. The town's map immediately appeared in everyone's minds. Starting a few days ago, everyone had been forced to look at the map of Teuton Town for half an hour every day. At this moment, the previous preparations paid off, and everyone knew which direction they should go. Among the first few members walking in front, some suddenly fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. This was a curse the devils had long laid out on the street. Simpson cast a healing art, and the symptoms of one of the people immediately eased. Helen, from behind, grabbed another person, taking away the curse on them. Helen carried a sealed artifact that the Bach family had seized from the Rose School. The main attack method of this sealed artifact was curses, and it also had the ability to remove some simple curses. When it came to the ability to curse, the prisoner pathway was more adept. Carry these two people and pass through quickly. Meeting the enemy's sneak attack, Simpson instead breathed a sigh of relief. A member of the first squad said, "The sealed artifact on me allows me to sense the enemy's location." Everyone follow. That was also a sealed artifact seized from the Rose School, which could give the wearer extremely high spirituality and allow them to transform into a werewolf state for 5 minutes, while maintaining a certain degree of sanity. However, after 5 minutes, they would lose their sanity, and after 6 minutes, they would completely turn into an irrational werewolf, never able to return to human form. Pass through quickly. Simpson shouted, "Hobert has given me the authority to revoke your eligibility to share the spoils of war. Anyone who doesn't obey my command, while the ship hasn't gone far, get back immediately." Although the people of the first squad were very unconvinced, they could only temporarily swallow their anger. Attention! Helen, in the middle of the team, loudly reminded them as a series of pale blue fireballs, smelling of sulfur, rained down on the entire team. Everyone immediately reacted. Angus, at the very front of the team, shouted, "No fire is allowed here." So, after those fireballs entered a certain range, their flames immediately diminished, almost extinguishing, revealing a magma-like core in the center of the fireball. And the two druid squads cooperated skillfully. 4 members stepped forward, took out talismans, and threw them in front of everyone, live. Immediately, 4 fiery red trees appeared in front of everyone, blocking most of the fireballs. The remaining few fireballs were also frozen by Helen's frost. A group of people looked at each other and smiled. Although the entire team was like 3 piles of loose sand, and Bishop Simpson could only simply restrain them, after fighting together once, their antagonism seemed less obvious. Simpson's new order was also not as rigid as before. This morning, Lord Hobert explained the tactics of this operation in detail to the captains of the 4 squads. "I believe it is very feasible. Each captain must restrain their subordinates and pass through the town quickly." "Yes," the 4 captains shouted in unison. They encountered several more sneak attacks afterward, but their objective did not waver. They carried the wounded and quickly passed through the town. And the physicians, among the druid squads, would immediately step forward to help their teammates recover their combat strength as quickly as possible. After more than 10 minutes of marching at a jog, with 5 people injured, they finally passed through Teuton Town and arrived at their destination, in front of the large tree with many corpses hanging from it. Bishop Simpson immediately ordered, "Helen, you protect the physicians and astrologers. The team members good at close combat go to the outermost perimeter. Angus, you are responsible for the left flank. Call, you are responsible for the right flank. Dophus, you are responsible for the front." After a simple formation, the devils, ambushing in the town peeked out to observe. They had a very bad premonition, and some devils had already guessed Simpson's intention and were therefore anxious. Simpson drew the knife that had been hanging at his waist. The knife was orange-red and looked incredibly sharp. He swung the blade towards the large tree covered with corpses, and a fireball shot from the tip of the blade, hitting the tree. Whoosh! The large tree immediately burst into flames. The devils, ambushing in the town, rushed out, protect the sacred tree. Simpson breathed a sigh of relief again. The situation was once again developing along the trajectory Hobert had predicted. He loudly ordered, "Stay calm and wait for them to come to us." Many people laughed and made their final preparations for battle. Although Hobert had not yet made a move at this time, for now, his tactics were very successful. The key to this battle was actually breaking the deadlock. Geoffrey Territory's extraordinary power was originally at a disadvantage, but it still needed to be the attacking side, which would be very costly. If they just killed their way to the opposite bank, there would be no chance of victory. The last time Hobert came to Teuton Viscount's territory, he noticed that the devil believers greatly respected this tree. They would dismount and kneel in worship when they reached it. Since it was a sacrifice to a high-level devil, this tree was also very important to the devils. So, Hobert's tactic was to quickly pass through Teuton town, which was sure to have small-scale ambushes, and go directly to the large tree to burn it. Before Hobert announced his tactics, what troubled Bishop Simpson the most was where the enemy's ambush lay. Only by knowing where the enemy's ambush was could an effective plan be formulated and the most correct choices be made. However, Hobert's tactics directly skipped over the most troublesome part for their side, instead making the enemy's head ache. Additionally, before departure, Hobert had instructed Bishop Simpson that if burning the trees didn't work, they should go to the town and smash the demon statues, destroying the symbols of the demons. In short, they were not to pay attention to the enemy's small-scale sneak attacks. Even if they still couldn't lure out the demons, they could simply burn the trees, smash the statues, and then return by boat. Initially, Simpson was somewhat unconvinced about having to obey Hobert's command and was very averse to being in the first wave, as this had a high probability of meaning he would become bait. But after hearing Hobert's plan, Bishop Simpson realized that extraordinary combat could be fought this way. They had habitually thought about problems with the mindset of official beyonders, and the official beyonders' mindset was simple and crude: concentrate forces, surround, and annihilate. Moreover, Hobert had also arranged for his wife to be in the first echelon, which indicated that he would never abandon the people in the first echelon. That's why Bishop Simpson agreed to be the commander of the first echelon. Simpson watched the demons charging towards them. The first step of the plan had been achieved. However, those demons stopped halfway through their charge because they realized their strength was insufficient to defeat Bishop Simpson and his group, or to extinguish the growing fire. So, they ultimately chose to wait for reinforcements from a distance. The tree before them was indeed very important to them, but no matter how important, their rationality would not allow them to fight to the death for a single tree. These were criminals. For them, no matter what problem they faced, they could maintain calmness and rationality. On Simpson's side, some members were a bit impatient, and Angus also said, "Bishop, shouldn't we eliminate this group of enemies before their main force arrives?" "No." Simpson raised his voice, "This battle is different from the extraordinary battles you've encountered before. Have you forgotten what Hobert said before we set off? This is a team battle, a test of discipline and tactics. Now that our tactics have achieved initial success, whoever attacks first at this moment will lose the advantage." The members were calmed once more, seriously confronting the dozen or so demons. Bishop Simpson, meanwhile, sighed, "How could that son of a bitch Hobert's words be so convincing? I'm unconsciously quoting him." Then he comforted himself, "Perhaps it's the effect of Hobert's extraordinary characteristic. Even as a Sequence 9 lawyer, beyonders of this pathway are eloquent." After accumulating several sequences, some of Hobert's unintentional words might become extremely persuasive. "I need to be careful when dealing with Hobert in the future, and carefully examine whether it's my true thought or if I've been persuaded by Hobert." At this moment, many enemies rushed over from all directions, which made Simpson sneer inwardly. "Fortunately, I didn't listen to that idiot Angus just now, otherwise we would definitely have been held back by the enemy's small force and gradually lost our advantage." The Beyonders of Geoffrey territory included multiple pathways. Some Beyonders of the door pathway, for example, were not suitable for the front lines, but their tripping spells, electric shock spells, and so on were much more effective than curses, and very suitable for launching sneak attacks from the rear. If they were entangled by small enemy forces little by little, they would have no way to build protection for the door pathway Beyonders, and they would definitely be eliminated by the enemy first. As more and more enemies gathered, everyone felt psychological pressure again, as the enemies' numbers clearly exceeded their own, reaching about 50 people. When Yarling, with a sinister smile, appeared, the periphery of the town had already gathered the dull Shandy and the handsome Whites, 3 apostles of desire. The Archbishop wants us to kill these people who are destroying the sacred tree. Yarling said with a sneer, transforming into a demon, as he relayed the new order. They, of course, knew that Hobert had not yet appeared. They could all feel the threat from the enemy, all of which proved that Hobert still had a trump card, but they also had not used their full strength. The Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 Beyonders chuckled, transforming into their demonized states. With a roar from Yarling, the demons adopted a charging stance and rushed towards the square formation that Bishop Simpson had simply arranged. Yarling and the other 2 Sequence 5 Beyonders charged at the very front. They intended to completely break through the enemy's formation, and then the 3 Apostles of Desire would work together to capture Simpson. Yes, they only intended to capture Simpson. For enemies wearing the Earth Mother Church robes, they would try to incapacitate them. It was no big deal if a few Druid team members died, but if Simpson and his group all died here, it would certainly invite a backlash from the Earth Mother Church. These demons had become accustomed to living a life of swagger here. If they had to hide in the dark again, they really wouldn't be used to it. Therefore, their plan was to leave enough room for reconciliation with the Earth Mother Church. As for Beyonders of other pathways, they would all be killed. However, Hobert's wife had to be left alive, to be used to humiliate Hobert. Simpson, holding his knife, came to the outermost edge of the team. He looked up and let out a roar, his body suddenly growing larger, tearing through his clothes, and transforming into a giant bear over 2 meters tall, covered in brown fur. His hands were different from bear paws, similar to human hands, and he could still grip the knife in his hand. With one side defending and the other attacking, the distance between them rapidly closed, finally reaching the range for long-range abilities. Simpson stomped his foot, and the weeds by the roadside grew at an extremely fast rate, transforming into dark green, spiky vines. These vines, like tentacles, wrapped around the charging enemies. The demonized individuals at the very front summoned fireballs to burn the vines. A portion of the vines was immediately burned by the blue flames, but another portion entangled several demons, as well as some Beyonders of other sequences. The thorns on these vines were highly poisonous. The entangled demons were only restricted in their movement because in their demonized state, they could produce toxic mist, and they also had a certain resistance to toxins. However, the entangled low-sequence Beyonders, such as the cold-blooded, immediately showed symptoms of poisoning like fatigue and vomiting. As the distance between them further shortened, extraordinary abilities began to fly. The demons, curses and sulfur fireballs, the Inquisitor's spirit whip, the Judge's exile, the Biologist's poison attacks, the Joyful Witch's frost attacks, the Astrologer's tripping spells, and so on, a dazzling display. When the demons closed in and hand-to-hand combat began, the battlefield completely descended into chaos. Yarling, wielding a lava sword like a battle saber, clashed with Simpson. The cultivator pathway also possessed excellent strength, and Simpson, also in his transformed state, was in no way inferior to Yarling in terms of power. The others also found their respective opponents and engaged in combat. None of them had much experience with team battles, nor did Simpson have experience commanding team battles, so in the end, it still devolved into one-on-one duels. The first to notice something was amiss was the dull Shandy. He realized, the opponent's Sequence 6 seemed overly formidable. Shandy's opponent was Angus. Angus had used exile, sending a demon, who had charged close back into the thorny vines. Logically, this was a Beyonder of the arbitrator pathway, but when Shandy used the fallen ability to ambush Angus, Angus became like a phantom, dodging Shandy's attack. At the same time, Angus opened his mouth and let out a shriek, which affected Shandy's spirit body, as he had no defense against it. Then Angus said, "Spirit piercing." The sequence 6 level spirit piercing immediately made Shandy's face contort in pain, as if someone was pounding his brain. After succeeding with one strike, Angus immediately launched a series of attacks. Death. He delivered a punch that Shandy couldn't dodge, sending Shandy flying and fracturing his skull. Taking advantage of this opening, Angus immediately declared, "Demonization is prohibited here." The sequence 6 level prohibition can only be used once, and its effects cannot be stacked. Furthermore, a prohibition below demigod level, after prohibiting a certain ability or creating a certain order beneficial to oneself, does not mean that this ability cannot be used at all, or that this order cannot be broken. Just as Angus prohibited demonization, the enemies currently demonized would feel a certain burden and be weakened to a certain extent, while Angus's strength would increase. This is because the opponent violated Angus's law. At the sequence 5 level of prohibition, the degree of this weakening and strengthening would increase, and for enemies who violated the law, the punishment knight's strikes could more effectively harm the enemy. Facing such attacks, the enemy could not dodge or avoid, but could only endure them. This is the so-called process of punishment. Therefore, Hobert, having become a chaos mentor, now pays little attention to the judge's prohibition, but he still takes the punishment knight's prohibition seriously. At this moment, Angus, in the midst of battle, felt all aspects of his strength increasing. A fractured skull was not fatal for an apostle of desire. Shandy got up from the ground and summoned his lava sword again. At the same time, another judge in the first squad took over from Angus to launch a further attack: imprisonment. One of the most troublesome aspects of Beyonders from the arbitrator and lawyer pathways is that many of their abilities are unavoidable. Shandy, as an apostle of desire, still couldn't avoid the judge's imprisonment, but before he was imprisoned, Shandy formed a word in a very evil tone: death. This was his word of filth ability. As he was being imprisoned, the judge felt his heart being tightly clutched by an invisible hand, and his chest ignited with blue flames. The judge clutched his heart in agony and fell to the ground. Fortunately, in his death throes, the judge remembered the sealed artifact on him. When he injected his spirituality into the sealed artifact, the blue flames were quickly covered by white frost, and the judge's heart slowly resumed beating. This was the living corpse's ability to control frost, strengthen its physique, and make its body as hard as steel. The frost extinguished the blue flames, and the robust physique restored vitality to his heart. Additionally, the judge at this time was already a living corpse, teetering on the brink of death, so Shandy's filth language was neutralized. Both the sealed artifact on this judge and the sealed artifact on Angus severely restrained the Apostle of Desire's abilities, because Shandy did not sense much emotional fluctuation from the enemy, which greatly limited the Apostle of Desire's ability to manipulate desires. Essentially, both wraiths and living corpses do not have significant emotional fluctuations, but because the sealed artifacts were seized from the Rose School, they all have negative effects like amplify on desires. However, after being sealed by the country of disorder, these negative effects would only manifest after being used for a period of time, at which point the sealed artifact would need to be quickly replaced or put away. Shandy had already escaped the imprisonment state, and Angus had already stepped up to continue fighting Shandy. Shandy had not expected that in such a crucial battle, he would be suppressed by two Sequence 6 Beyonders. As the Sequence 6 judge rejoined the battle, Angus's eyes suddenly turned completely white, and with him as the center, the surrounding ground suddenly turned black, and from within it grew vines with fangs and eyes. These vines greedily absorbed the spirituality of the surrounding enemies, and they were like phantoms, making it difficult for Shandy's fireballs to cause them harm. Slow. Shandy once again used filth language to slow down the vines entangling him. A Sequence 7 serial killer not far away was unfortunately entangled by the vines, and the teeth immediately gnawed at his spirit body. In the serial killer's painful cries, his spirituality was rapidly being drained. If no one saved him, his spirit body would be completely absorbed, turning him into a corpse. This was just one corner of the battlefield, and the situation Shandy encountered was not an exception. Another apostle of desire, Whites, was also entangled by a sequence 6 and a sequence 7 from the Druid team. And Bishop Simpson's knife was a magical item of the Hunter pathway, possessing excellent defense-breaking capabilities, and Yarling was already injured. This rendered their previous 3-on-1 tactic completely ineffective. The Sequence 6 level battles were also similar to the situation encountered by the 3 Apostles of Desire, either being entangled by middle sequence beyonders holding sealed artifacts or being ganged up on. Yarling, as the first wave of attack from the demon's side, was also very curious, where did the enemy get so many sealed artifacts? This was Hobert's wealthy side. In the previous battle on the South Continent, he directly obtained 13 Grade 2 sealed artifacts, and 3 mercenary teams also supplied him with 4 Grade 2 sealed artifacts. However, to gather popularity earlier, Hobert auctioned off one of them. He also obtained 4 Grade 2 sealed artifacts when helping Raft recover the Pound family's extraordinary characteristics. A few days ago, Hobert also inherited 1 Grade 2 sealed artifact, and Christine gave him 3 Grade 2 sealed artifacts. These sealed artifacts were ones he didn't often use or carry with him. There were also some sealed artifacts he didn't use much now, such as the teleportation statue. Hobert gave the statue and a pistol to Furs. In total, Hobert now had over 20 Grade 2 sealed artifacts, which is why he was so generous in equipping every middle sequence Beander in the Special Operations Department with a Grade 2 sealed artifact. He also generously lent 3 to Simpson. Equipping a dozen Grade 2 sealed artifacts significantly boosted the combat power of the official Beyonders. Without these sealed artifacts, Yarling's side, with 3 Sequence 5 Beyonders and several Sequence 6 Beyonders, would have been enough to control the overall situation, but now they were caught in a bitter struggle. Additionally, Beyonders of the Abyss pathway only experienced their first qualitative change at Sequence 6, Demon. Before that, criminals, cold-blooded, and serial killers, although they had good combat abilities, lacked sufficient extraordinary offensive power. Therefore, the low sequence level battles also showed no improvement, and Yarling felt that their advantage had been completely lost. At this moment, a shrill scream caught Yarling's attention. A demon, at some unknown point, had broken through Bishop Simpson's crude defensive line and entered the rear of the enemy formation. But he was immediately surrounded, shot at close range by Furs, and his condition became very abnormal. Helen's ice spear also pierced the demon's chest, covering his chest with frost. Logically, these attacks, for a demon that had undergone demonization, should not have been too severe, but his movements became very sluggish, and he was unable to dodge the cold weapon attacks from the surrounding Beyonders. That scream just now was the demon realizing his life was nearing its end, and also a warning to his companions. Yarling also noticed that there were already 7 or 8 bodies lying on the ground over there, most of them serial killers. Even more astonishingly, Yarling saw 2 of his subordinates actually helping the enemy attack the slow-moving demon. This demon was, of course, moved to the rear by Furs using the teleportation statue. She had previously tried to cooperate with Helen and others, killing several serial killers and saving companions who were in precarious situations multiple times. After everyone was prepared, Furs simply moved a demon over. Under Archibald's control of the spiritual threads, and surrounded by others, this demon was quickly eliminated. As for the 2 subordinates who were helping the enemy, they were 2 serial killers who had been turned into puppets by Archibald. Archibald was not very satisfied with these 2 puppets, as they only possessed some killing techniques, the ability to conceal their tracks, and the ability to become cold-blooded, hiding all emotions and auras for a certain period. They would need to go through certain rituals to obtain some extraordinary abilities from a high-level demon. They themselves only possessed the extraordinary ability of poison fire, severely lacking in extraordinary offensive capabilities. As for the ability to interfere with divination, Archibald certainly didn't need it. With the first demon eliminated, a second one quickly followed. The excellent sealed artifact in Furz's hand successfully changed the tide of the battle. In fact, if Archibald had used its full power, it would have been the key to changing the battle. But it lacked sufficient motivation and had no intention of participating too much in this battle. Hobert also knew this, which is why he only assigned it the task of protecting Furz. The reason was simple: Hobert understood the concept of vested interests too well. Simpson and others all had their own goals in this battle, so they would fight with all their might. However, Hobert had already distributed all the profits from this battle and couldn't give the Mist Wolf anything more. If he only used cold commands to make it fight, he would only get half-hearted effort in return. Such an attitude could easily backfire at critical moments. So, Hobert simply didn't count on the Mist Wolf. It wasn't until Furz moved the third demon from the chaotic combat zone to the rear, where it was surrounded and killed, that the demon's side, due to the lack of high-level combat power, finally couldn't hold on and began to show signs of fleeing. At this moment, the space behind them became illusory, and Hobert, holding a black knife, stepped out from the spirit world. Hobert wore a cold smile, weakening. Several fleeing enemies were immediately weakened, and Hobert charged forward, slaughtering them almost as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Hobert's appearance completely shattered the psychological defenses of Yarling and the others. Even an Apostle of Desire was no match for Hobert, and now Yarling and the others were all entangled, unable to spare a hand to deal with Hobert. This allowed Hobert to rampage through the enemy's low-sequence beyonders like a tiger among sheep, causing them to turn and flee. The fleeing enemies returned to the battlefield, and their extraordinary abilities allowed them to remain calm, but calmness and rationality could not overcome the disparity in strength. Hobert noticed that in the most intense part of the battle, Angus and his companions were about to pursue Shandy. Hobert quickly shouted, "Maintain formation. The enemy has not yet used their full power." For the Beyonders of the first squad and second squad, Hobert's command was very effective. Angus and the others immediately abandoned the idea of pursuit and instead prepared to kill the demon who was caught in a bitter struggle nearby. Just as Hobert said, the enemy had not yet used their full power. Shandy withdrew from the battle at Yarling's signal, because Yarling had already received a reminder from Archbishop Bowen that reinforcements would arrive soon. Bowen had no intention of making a move yet, as he sensed a threat from the enemy's demigod. He planned to wait for the opponent to make the first move, and he had already prepared a surprise for the enemy's demigod. Shandy's retreat was merely an attempt to draw some enemies away from their crude formation, so that when reinforcements arrived, these pursuing enemies could be eliminated first. Not long after, led by the curvaceous female demon Gloria and the indifferent Wazsorth, two Apostles of Desire, over 30 reinforcements arrived on the battlefield. Not just Simpson, but the demons also experienced this kind of large-scale group battle for the first time. Hobert had witnessed this kind of battle several times, two of which were 100-person and 200-person group battles initiated by the Bach family, and one was the Ruin Mercenaries' sneak attack on the Forsake Empire Beyonders on the South Continent. At that time, Hobert took the opportunity to summarize a lot of experience in Beyonder group battles, and maintain formation was one of the most effective and crucial points. As enemy reinforcements joined, Hobert took out 1-102, the sealed artifact shaped like a puppet. Before Gloria and the others could get close, the puppet in Hobert's hand quickly shook its head, then it raised its first hand. A puddle in a field not far away lost all its color and reflections, turning into opaque gray. Behind that gray was another world, the most unknown and terrifying aspect of the mirror world. Suddenly, a hazy skull appeared in the gray. Wazsorth, who was closer to the puddle, instantly collapsed to the ground as if his bones had disappeared. The reinforcements had not even reached the battlefield, and they had already lost a Sequence 5 combatant. After the Apostle of Desire Wazsorth fell to the ground, two black arms with short, stiff fur emerged from a gray puddle. They seemed to stretch infinitely, reaching from the field to grab Wazsorth. Wazsorth tried several times but couldn't sit up. He quickly summoned over 20 fireballs with blue flames and hurled them at the two arms and the grey puddle. The seemingly lifeless arms agilely dodged the fireballs, while the fireballs that hit the puddle made no sound of falling into water. These fireballs entered another world, transforming into fireballs burning with a hazy grey flame. It was the first time the people around had seen grey flames. They didn't look like flames, they looked more like fireballs emitting grey dust. These fireballs had completely broken free from Wazsorth's control. Slow. He used the ability of the language of filth to stop the fireballs from striking him. A demon, subordinate by Wazsorth's side, summoned the lava sword to slash at the two arms. But as soon as he summoned the lava sword, his entire body seemed to be controlled by an invisible force. He abnormally somersaulted, becoming upside down. At some unknown point, the second hand of 1 to 102 had already lifted. The wide-open eyes of a corpse on the ground suddenly lost all color, turning gray. Within this gray film, there was a shadow shaped like a jellyfish. It was a jellyfish toxin that made that demon upside down. That toxin made the demon feel that being upside down was normal. Then that demon swung his large fists, heavily pounding his chest with thump, thump sounds. This was another jellyfish toxin, making the demon's chest feel very stuffy, and only felt comfortable when struck heavily. 1 to 102 effectively halted the reinforcements' offensive. They were unsure how many monsters Hobert's sealed artifact could summon. An apostle of desire and a demon had already fallen victim, and the sequence 7 and low sequence beyonders among the reinforcements were too scared to charge forward. Gloria, however, knew that Hobert should be dealt with as quickly as possible. Only by dealing with Hobert could her comrades be saved, and only by dealing with Hobert could they converge with Yarling and others who were struggling, completely changing the unfavorable battle situation. Die. Gloria uttered several evil syllables, forming an evil concept. Night. As if in response, Hobert chanted an ancient Hermes language spell. Hant, whose eyeballs were hanging on his gills, appeared before Hobert, taking Gloria's language of filth for Hobert. But Hant was already dead, and that invisible hand grabbing at his heart had no effect. As for the blue flames, they were quickly covered by the pale white light on Hant's body, like flames that had lost all their fuel, quickly extinguishing. At this moment, one leg of 1 to 102 in Hobert's hand lifted. A reflective metal button on a nearby corpse lost its luster, turning a hazy gray. This time, no shadow appeared. Instead, a skeletal hand reached out, grabbing the edge of the gray button, and then a complete skeleton crawled out. The button was only the size of a normal button, but it gave the impression that the skeleton was crawling out of a well. The skeleton held a bone sword emitting a pale white light. After it fully emerged from the metal button, it was roughly the same build as a normal person, except for being a bit taller. To Hobert's surprise, the skeleton, bone sword in hand, charged towards him. This was a monster that found no enemy's face appealing, but instead took a liking to Hobert's face. Just as Hobert was about to block with his knife, Hant suddenly parried the bone sword. So my bones were in the mirror world, no wonder I couldn't find them no matter how hard I looked. He said to Hobert, "Leave it to me. In terms of swordsmanship, you are not his match." As Hant spoke, he and the skeleton were already exchanging several thrusts. Their fight reminded Hobert of a wuxia movie he watched in the Ad era. Neither of their swords touched, both were withdrawn midway. Because they both already understood each other's moves and countermeasures, there was no point in continuing to draw their swords. Hobert was more than happy. "It's all yours." At this moment, Gloria had already rushed close. Hobert fought with this well-built, scantily clad female demon. Hobert inwardly scoffed. Is this what they call a devilish figure? Gloria was currently demonized, simultaneously slashing with her lava greatsword and summoning blue fireballs to bombard Hobert. What she found difficult to understand was that she couldn't sense any emotional fluctuations from Hobert, which greatly reduced the Apostle of Desire's attack power. The other 4 demons, wielding lava swords, also joined the battle. Hobert, with 2 hands, couldn't contend with 4 fists and barely managed to dodge their attacks by rolling and scrambling. At this moment, the second leg of 1 to 102 finally lifted. A gleaming sword on the battlefield suddenly turned gray. Within the gray film, the shadow of a crown appeared. A sequence 6 inches demon immediately looked as if he had lost his soul, staring blankly at the blurry crown. What a beautiful crown. If I wear it, I'll be king, ha 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 ha. As he spoke, he walked step by step towards the crown. After 2 steps, the demon seemed to realize something. His face began to struggle, and his extended leg hesitated to fall. Divine light. Hobert took a hit from a lava sword to his chest, and at the opportune moment, summoned divine light using the light priest ring. The reason it was the opportune moment was that the laughter emitted by the demon, who had just been attracted by the crown, caused the other demons to unconsciously try to distance themselves from him, resulting in them grouping together. One divine light attack encompassed Gloria and one demon. Another demon was at the edge of the divine light. He quickly dodged but still had his entire shoulder covered by the divine light. Hobert endured the intense pain of a hole being burned in his chest. Chaos. The demon closest to Hobert, who had injured Hobert, fell into a state of chaos. Hobert slashed from the left shoulder to the right waist. The demon, who had recovered from the chaos state, was filled with terror, and to his disbelief, his upper body slid to the ground. Distortion. Hobert distorted his concept with Gloria's. This female demon, who had suffered significant damage from the divine light, also developed a wound on her chest and bled, sharing Hobert's injuries. This made her even weaker. Hobert used a healing art on himself. The wound on his chest was more than half healed. Without waiting for the injury to fully recover, Hobert charged forward, attacking the 3 demons, who had been struck by the divine light and were now weakened. Perhaps seeing that the sealed artifact in Hobert's hand no longer summoned any monsters, the serial killers and cold-blooded ones prepared to bypass Hobert and his companions' battlefield through the fields to support Yarling and others, who were clearly struggling. Corrosion. Just as they were about to pass Hobert's long Yun Niang corrosion erupted. Although Beyonders of the criminal pathway are known for their calmness and rationality, their minds are usually too dark. Corrosion easily ignites the dark side of their hearts, causing their accumulated grievances to erupt at this moment, leading to infighting. Or they might make foolish moves like going to a corner of the battlefield to use the restroom, or sitting on the field ridge watching the battle as if it were a show. Even Hobert's 3 opponents were affected to varying degrees. Hobert seized the opportunity to stab a demon, and was about to kill the opponent with a backhand slash when Gloria, who had recovered first, parried Hobert's knife, saving her demon companion's life. Hobert was not in a hurry, slowly wearing down Gloria and the 2 demons. He had already used 1 to 102 to block the enemy's reinforcements, completing his first mission. This was the power of a level 1 sealed artifact, allowing Hobert to face enemies several times his own number. In situations where the enemy had multiple sequence 5 and sequence 6 individuals, 1 to 102 was more effective than 1 to 103, because the monsters summoned by 1 to 102 would first attack the enemy's high-level combatants. Now the problem was thrown back to Bowen. Bishop Simpson's side was gaining an increasing advantage. If Yarling hadn't been constantly amplifying Simpson and others' carelessness and anger, causing them to always miss the chance for a final blow, the battle situation there would have been without suspense by now. If the Archbishop named Bowen didn't intervene, most of his subordinates would perish here. And if Bowen acted first, he would completely lose the initiative. Hobert could win without summoning reinforcements, but then he wouldn't be able to hunt the opposing demigod. At this point, Hobert also thought that if Bowen acted prematurely, something would still be amiss. He should be able to sense the malice coming from Jonathan. If he acted, would it mean he had other means? While Hobert was pondering these things, his spirituality stirred, and he looked at the raging inferno of the large tree. Suddenly, the flames in one area turned blue, and 10 demonized figures, front and back, leapt out from within. Hobert was somewhat surprised and quickly injected his spirituality into a metal piece in his pocket. That was the communicator to contact Jonathan. Once he injected his spiritual power, as long as he wasn't out of the South Coulson area, Jonathan would be able to sense it. These 10 newly appeared enemies were unexpected by Hobert. Judging by their size, there were 3 apostles of desire and 6 demons among them. A typical demon, in its demonized state, is over 2 meters tall, while an apostle of desire level demonized state is nearly 3 meters, making them easy to distinguish. They were likely a new batch of forces recently recruited from other places, hidden by Bowen until now. In short, they were not within Hobert's calculations. Moreover, this group of demons appeared near the second squad of the Special Operations Group. This position for entering the battlefield must have been carefully chosen, being the weakest point of extraordinary power in Jeffrey territory. Furs was also in the second squad's formation. Helen immediately led the second squad to converge with the first squad, hoping that Angus and others could spare some energy to block these demons. However, the demons' attack speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were only a few meters from Helen and her companions. Just as they were about to unleash a massacre, a tall, wide, and illusory door suddenly appeared before them. The space behind the door seemed to become very distant, like another dimension. This group of demons quickly stopped advancing. They all felt the immense threat posed by this door. Just as they were awaiting further orders from their leader, a demon suddenly let out a scream. A man in his 30s, clean-shaven and with meticulously combed hair, had appeared beside them at some unknown point. This was Jonathan, summoned by Hobert. As a mystic, he could conceal his spirituality and aura, entering a state of secrecy. Even a demon, with malice perception, couldn't predict beforehand from which direction Jonathan would appear. The secrecy state combined with sudden attacks, let alone a sequence 6, even a demigod could fall victim to his ambush. Fortunately, this pathway does not have very strong offensive extraordinary abilities, so the beautiful silver-white dagger in Jonathan's hand, emitting a frosty glow, was a carefully chosen sealed artifact of his, possessing extremely strong attack power and a not insignificant chance of critical hit ability. Charm. Just as the other 9 people were attacking Jonathan, he unleashed a skill he had recorded. The extraordinary attacks from the Apostle of Desire and others hit Jonathan, but at the moment of impact, Jonathan's figure became illusory. It was merely an illusion. At the same time, the effect of charm made all 9 people stop in their tracks. The more they thought about it, the more they found Jonathan to be handsome and charming, inspiring heartfelt affection. When Jonathan reappeared, these demons had no intention of attacking, so Jonathan easily dispatched an Apostle of Desire. As Jonathan continued his attack, his spirituality stirred, and he once again vanished behind an illusory door. Almost simultaneously with his disappearance, a malevolent phantom appeared. This phantom seemed to be the embodiment of evil thoughts. The remaining 8 demons immediately felt their evil thoughts growing, which brought them out of the charm state. The moment the phantom was about to take human form, a divine light fell from the sky. Jonathan reappeared unnoticed in the corner, attacking the enemy with divine light, which restrains evil creatures. The phantom sharply turned, avoiding the divine light, and rushed towards Jonathan, anger. The divine light struck a demon, causing him to lose more than half of his combat power. A door appeared before Jonathan again. In that instant, he and the phantom on the ground seemed to be in 2 different worlds. The phantom's anger attack also missed at the same time. Jonathan, hiding behind the illusory door, extended his weapon-holding hand. That hand became illusory and suddenly appeared directly above the phantom. With a strong push, that hand stabbed the phantom. Suddenly, Jonathan seemed to snap back to his senses. Wouldn't exile be better? Why risk stabbing the opponent directly? This attack method was indeed seized upon by the phantom. While taking a sword hit, the phantom entangled Jonathan. Come out. Actually, this was not a tactical error by Jonathan. This was the devil's signature skill, ignorance. It would slowly and gradually reduce the enemy's rationality and thinking ability, eventually making them foolish. Jonathan was also a demigod-level Beander. Although he wouldn't become an idiot in battle, he was still affected by ignorance, becoming careless and making wrong choices. Thank you all for your subscriptions. The average subscription has already risen to 2,300. Because the number of chapters is already quite large, the average subscription is increasing slowly, so every time the average subscription increases by 2 or 300, I will add an extra chapter *********. The power of the demon was great. The wraith directly pulled Jonathan out from behind the door. At this moment, the wraith transformed into human form and said, "Sorrow." Without waiting for emotions to fluctuate, the demon could directly trigger the enemy's emotions. This time, Jonathan couldn't evade. He immediately recalled his most sorrowful past. He looked around and thought, so many vibrant lives have just vanished. He felt that so many people had already died in this battle. Was there still a need to continue fighting? Not only was Jonathan affected, but the 8 demons who had just left not far away were also heartbroken at this moment. 2 of the demons even knelt on the ground and cried loudly. The previous anger had also affected the surrounding people, and now it was replaced by sorrow, making everyone feel their emotional defenses collapse, crying one moment and showing angry expressions the next. This gave Yarling and the other 3 apostles of desire, who were already in a precarious situation, an opportunity. They ignited and amplified their opponents' emotions, finally getting a chance to breathe. Helen, Furs, and others knew their current emotions were abnormal and tried to stay away from the current battlefield. Only Archibald's emotions were normal, but one of his marionettes was extremely angry, and another was crying loudly. Just then, Archibald found a suitable target, a wounded and very sorrowful demon. Suddenly, that demon's movements became sluggish. Everyone was in a bad mood at this time and didn't notice the demon's abnormality at all. A few seconds later, this demon became motionless. It was already too late to rescue him then. 5 seconds later, the wounded demon stood up expressionlessly, resummoned his lava sword, and killed a serial killer. Archibald nodded then. He was quite satisfied with this puppet. "Madam Lord, please move another demon over." He wanted to test the attack power of his new puppet. Actually, it would be best to test it on an apostle of desire, but the teleportation statue would have a certain delay when moving a sequence 5 level target, and the moving effect would also be difficult to achieve his purpose. At this time, the people on the team battlefield had finally left the battlefield of the 2 demigods and would no longer be accidentally injured by the area attacks of the 2 demigods. And in the past dozen seconds, the battle between the 2 demigods seemed to have already determined a winner. Just now, Jonathan's emotions were triggered by the demon Bowen. The wraith first formed its claws and grabbed Jonathan. But the moment he grabbed Jonathan, a phantom gate appeared on Jonathan's body, causing Bowen to grab at empty air. Although Jonathan still looked heartbroken, a faint smile couldn't help but appear on the corner of his mouth. Although his emotions were triggered and ignited by Bowen, this did not mean that he, also a demigod, had no room to resist at all. At the demigod level, Jonathan could already turn a part of himself into a phantom gate to avoid damage to him. Divine light. Jonathan, with a crying voice, let a huge pillar of light cover Bowen. The recently demonized Bowen was no longer very afraid of this sequence 5 level attack. Even for abilities that greatly restrained him, he had ways to deal with them. Explosion. The ground within a dozen meters suddenly turned crimson, then became liquid, and lava spewed out, covering Jonathan and Bowen. At the same time, the lava also blocked the descending divine light. The strong light disappeared, the lava fell, and Bowen was covered in lava. He seemed to enjoy the baptism of the lava. Meanwhile, phantom gates appeared and disappeared around Jonathan, and the lava earlier hadn't harmed him in the slightest. Standing before Jonathan at this moment was a demon with rough, dark red skin, pointed ears, fangs, a pair of yak horns, a pair of wings, and a long tail. Demonization is an advanced form of demon transformation, possessing stronger power and defensive capabilities, the ability to fly, and a significant increase in mental attacks. Moreover, after demonization, one can use the ability of trade, but this ability requires some time to brew. At this moment, Bowen had one hand gripping the arm with which Jonathan held his weapon. He was about to press Jonathan into the lava when he suddenly found his entire arm, which was holding Jonathan's hand, covered in a layer of white frost. Jonathan had been using the frost power he had recorded since earlier, and this frost attack was at the demigod level. The lava on Bowen's arm, like water droplets, was frozen. Jonathan stepped on phantom gates that appeared and disappeared, avoiding falling into the lava. After a brief moment of carelessness, just now, he seemed to have regained his sanity. The weapon in his hand, controlled by Bowen, suddenly became illusory and appeared directly in front of him. He gripped the weapon with his other hand and stabbed it into Bowen's chest. Bowen glared at Jonathan, unleashing a mental attack, while quickly releasing Jonathan's arm and retreating rapidly. Jonathan immediately felt his body tighten, his entire spirit tensing up. Then, it was as if an invisible torrent impacted his spirit body, making him pause in place, and his recently calmed emotions once again became sorrowful. Bowen distanced himself from Jonathan. This demon actually covered his wound and turned to run. It turned out that Jonathan's frost attack just now had caused a layer of white frost to appear on his two wounds. Jonathan's sealed artifact came from a despair witch, and the frost attack just now was also recorded from the despair witch. The two created a linkage, making Bowen's injuries very serious, forcing him to flee. Jonathan endured the emotional fluctuations and immediately gave chase. On the other side of the battlefield, the 8 demons finally joined the fight. This fresh force made Bishop Simpson and the others, who had been fighting for some time, somewhat unable to resist, and their crude defensive line was finally breached. One of the Apostles of Desire, with 3 demons, charged into the second squad. Furs fired several shots, but they were all dodged by the demon in front of her, and the teleportation statue had reached its maximum usage time and had just been put away by her. Just as she was a little flustered facing a sequence 6 attack, a hand pulled her behind him. Hobert's familiar figure appeared in front of her, drawing his blade to block the demon's lava sword. A huge turning point occurred in Hobert's battle. Hant fought his skeleton with swordsmanship for a long time, finally knocking the sword out of the skeleton's hand. The skeleton turned its head and ran towards where it appeared, in the direction of the gray button. Hant chased after it and collided with the skeleton, as if forcing the skeleton to put on clothes, slowly putting himself onto the skeleton. The skeleton kept struggling to resist. After they struggled for 1 or 2 minutes, Hant finally integrated his skeleton into his body. After this process was complete, Hant showed obvious changes. The pale white light on his body before turned silver white, looking more solid, and surprisingly even had a sense of holiness. Hant took a deep breath. When he swung his sword again at this time, he actually swung out a silver white sword light. He unhurriedly pressed his eyeballs back into their sockets, but his eyeballs still couldn't rotate normally, still looking strange. But Hobert and the others dared not say anything, because his sword light just now directly tore apart 5 enemies. Everyone around felt immense pressure. Hant smiled at Hobert and said, "I'll stop them for you." The enemies who had been affected by the corrosion earlier had successively recovered, and Hobert's pressure suddenly increased. He had already seen from the corner of his eye that after the 2 demigods on both sides made their moves, the battle situation became unfavorable for Simpson and the others again, so he absolutely could not let the 2 groups of enemies converge. Hant, who had merged with his skeleton, had obviously improved his strength by a large margin, more than enough to stop Gloria and the others. So Hobert handed this battlefield over to Hant and went to support Simpson and the others. Coincidentally, as soon as he arrived, he helped Furs block the demon's attack. As for why Archibald didn't protect Furs, actually, Archibald was right next to Furs, but he saw Hobert coming, so of course he wouldn't step forward to join the fun. After Hobert arrived on the battlefield, Archibald also thoughtfully manipulated the spiritual threads of the demon in front of Hobert, making the demon's movements half a beat slower. As a result, Hobert killed this demon with one slash, making Hobert shine in front of Furs. Furs breathed a sigh of relief, feeling incredibly safe. Luckily you're here. Hobert smiled at Furs, nodded contentedly at Archibald, and then pointed at the Apostle of Desire who was charging over. Archibald was startled at first, then immediately nodded repeatedly. Archibald, who had a demon marionette, actually still wanted to find an opportunity to turn an Apostle of Desire into a marionette. After all, it was rare to encounter demons normally, and he didn't know when he would have such an opportunity again. Hobert charged towards that Apostle of Desire, Distortion. Almost at the same time, the Apostle of Desire also targeted Hobert, Slow. Hobert had anticipated that the opponent's attack would either be slow or death, so his distortion just now distorted the concept of himself and the enemy. Both of them simultaneously fell into a slow state. The Apostle of Desire's companions immediately rushed over to attack Hobert. But because the slow state was split in two, Hobert quickly recovered. Chaos. He raised his blade to block the lava swords of the two demons, causing the Apostle of Desire to fall into a chaos state. However, the Apostle of Desire was just launching a mental attack on Hobert, so the chaos state only lasted a little over a second. Adding the previous slow state, that was more than 2 seconds. When the Apostle of Desire recovered from the chaos state, he immediately felt his head become numb, his body stiff, and every movement became sluggish. Hobert parried the lava swords of the two demons, took another step forward, and continued to launch extraordinary attacks on the Apostle of Desire. Actually, Archibald really wanted to stop Hobert at this time, because attacking the initially controlled Apostle of Desire now would instead increase the Apostle of Desire's chance of breaking free. However, Archibald didn't expect that the extraordinary ability Hobert used was actually association. In this instant, it deepened the association between the Apostle of Desire and Archibald, shortening the process of completely controlling the Apostle of Desire by 3 seconds. Archibald, still joyful, then saw Hobert kick away an enemy that had been thrown over and was about to collide with the Apostle of Desire. The Mist Wolf immediately realized that Hobert was very familiar with his abilities. Perhaps this was why the Creator had him investigate me, or perhaps the Creator told him this knowledge because he had the task of investigating me. Thinking of this, Archibald breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't try to probe Hobert. Otherwise he would have been discovered, and the Creator would likely have had murderous intentions again. His thoughts were swirling, but it didn't hinder Archibald's control over the Apostle of Desire's speed. Under Hobert's protection, 10 seconds later, the Apostle of Desire stopped struggling. 5 more seconds passed, and this Apostle of Desire spat a wicked word towards a nearby demon. Die. The demon immediately knelt on the ground, his face full of pain, and Hobert cut off his head with a single strike. Archibald was about to attack other enemies when Hobert commanded, "Protect Furs." Archibald nodded, gathering his 4 marionettes to guard Furs. At this moment, Furs was holding a gun in one hand and a short sword in the other, fighting back and forth with a serial killer, not paying much attention to the cooperation between Hobert and Archibald. The fighting ring greatly increased Furs's combat power, and with the pistol, an ordinary sequence 8 was no longer her match. And the serial killer, who hadn't undergone a qualitative change, was forced to retreat repeatedly by Furs. What Furs didn't know was that even if she were fighting an Apostle of Desire at this moment, she might not lose. Hobert, on the other side, was about to go help Bishop Simpson when he suddenly felt the metal piece in his pocket heat up, which was Jonathan's signal. Hobert immediately took out a whistle and blew it sharply. 10 Beyonders dressed in ruin-style clothes rushed out from the direction of the town. They held weapons, their steps steady, clearly Beyonders with combat experience. All 10 of them wore masks, and the mask of the leader was particularly unique, seemingly made of black crystal, giving off a sense of gravitas. Yarling noticed that their eyes held an irrepressible excitement. These were the reinforcements Hobert had found from Connaught City, Elliot and 10 other Bach family disciples. Besides their rich combat experience, Hobert had also given 1 to 104 to Elliot, and each of the others received a level 2 sealed artifact. The sealed artifacts given to them were all spoils of war from the battle on the South Continent, to prevent them from thinking that the Creator's dependents had no goods. With the addition of this fresh force, the battle situation changed again. First, the enemy's advantage quickly disappeared, and then they began to show signs of collapse. Once such signs appeared, they were difficult to stop. Finally, the enemy's rout began, and Bishop Simpson immediately ordered a full pursuit. As soon as Elliot and the others appeared, Hobert left the battlefield. He had discussed with Jonathan earlier that as soon as they stepped into the trap Bowen had set, at the opponent's most triumphant moment, or when conditions were met to hunt the opponent, Jonathan would signal Hobert, and Hobert would immediately bring his helper to cleanly kill Bowen. Hobert first left the battlefield, using his own method of praying to himself, to bring Overturning Sea Great Sage into the real world. Last time, he had intended to test Overturning Sea Great Sage's combat power, but the Mist Wolf directly knelt. This time, he was determined to test its combat power. Hobert dared to bring Overturning Sea Great Sage to the battlefield so openly, relying entirely on the ring with a demon's head on his hand. This ring came from demon monarch Fabuti and could block his own thoughts, preventing demons from sensing the threat from Hobert. So Bowen had always believed his biggest threat came from Jonathan, but in reality, it came from Hobert, or rather, the helper Hobert summoned. After briefly entering the spirit world with Overturning Sea Great Sage and arriving at the demigod battlefield, Hobert was immediately stunned. Because it wasn't a signal that Bowen could be hunted, it was more like a distress signal. Jonathan, who had always been very image-conscious, was now covered in dust and dirt, frantically dodging Bowen's claws. The reason Jonathan didn't use flash to dodge was that there was a layer of slime on the phantom gate he summoned, which made it impossible for him to enter the spirit world. This was a meticulously set trap by a Sequence 3 Whisperer. This Whisperer had heard Bowen report that the altar in South Colson had received instructions from the Abyss, so he personally came here to inquire about the situation, just as this extraordinary battle was about to break out. So the Whisperer and Bowen set up this trap together. And while Jonathan's previous attack did injure Bowen, for the demonized Bowen, that injury was nothing. He just wanted to lure Jonathan into this trap. The entire valley was filled with gray, viscous liquid symbolizing fallen, and all living creatures in the valley developed rust-like spots all over their bodies. They struggled hard, but their lives were still falling little by little into the abyss. On the mountaintop stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, with bloodshot eyes and hair and beard standing on end. This was the Whisperer. He was watching the battle in the valley with a playful smile, and when Overturning Sea Great Sage appeared, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with surprise. His surprise was normal, because before this, he hadn't felt any warning at all. And Hobert, not understanding the situation just now, stepped into the black slime. The slime, as if alive, slowly covered Hobert's feet, and he immediately felt a huge force pulling him down. Overturning Sea Great Sage might have sensed Hobert's predicament. It opened its huge mouth, forming a massive vortex that sucked in most of the slime in the valley. Hobert was torn between laughter and tears. Big brother, not everything can be eaten. You're perfectly fine. Then he immediately regained his senses. Before the opponent's Whisperer could fully understand the situation, he immediately ordered internally, "Kill him." The probability of Overturning Sea Great Sage killing the Whisperer was certainly not high, but as long as there was such an order, Overturning Sea Great Sage would attack the Whisperer with all its might. Hobert was afraid the Whisperer would see through his intentions, so he quickly used flash to get away from the battlefield. But he felt it wasn't fast enough, and his travel ability hadn't recovered yet, so he quickly chanted the incantation, "Skinny Horse." The skeleton horse named Maximilian appeared. Hobert jumped onto its back and had Maximilian fly him away. But it was still a little too late. Seeing overturning sea great sage charging towards him, the Whisperer opened his mouth and let out some indescribable, extremely evil sounds. Jonathan in the valley was affected by the whispers, and his steps began to slow. Fortunately, he could now use flash and other abilities to hide behind the phantom gate. And Hobert, who was about to fly out of the valley, heard these whispers from afar and immediately lost consciousness. He convulsed all over and fell from the horse's back. Fortunately, Maximilian was not greatly affected. It quickly swooped down, caught Hobert again, and carried him out of the valley. Hobert was already foaming at the mouth, his body covered by a layer of black shadow. This black shadow seemed alive, tearing at Hobert's spirit body. This, in turn, caused Hobert's physical body to undergo strange changes, sometimes growing skin like black bark, sometimes his arms becoming like tentacles. If Hobert hadn't been carrying an order crystal item, he would have lost control by now. Hobert's consciousness was still there, but his vision seemed to be covered by a layer of black shadow, making him unable to see anything. Only a rumbling sound remained in his head, making it difficult for him to organize effective thoughts. He almost instinctively entered a state of meditation. Finally, the sound in his head grew smaller and smaller, and the black mist before his eyes also gradually faded. Hobert dared not relax and began to reclaim control of his body. By the time he had basically returned to normal, it was already a minute later. He lay on the ground, panting heavily, having not suffered such severe injuries in a long time. At this moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a series of thunderbolts continuously fell. The battle in the valley had reached its most intense point. The Whisperer had already demonized. He flew in midair, dodging the lightning, erupt, rumble. The ground trembled violently, cracking open a large fissure. Lava immediately gushed out from within, turning half the valley into a volcano. The entire sky was stained orange-red by the volcano. Overturning sea great sage raised its neck, and the river water from the nearby Tadijia River suddenly left its bed and rushed towards them, extinguishing some of the gushing lava. A riverbed more than 10 meters wide suddenly experienced an interruption of flow. The entire valley was covered by intense steam. This steam became viscous, turning into gray slime symbolizing fallen. This slime squeezed together, trying to trap overturning sea great sage. Whoosh! A strong wind, as if capable of blowing away people, towering trees, and giant rocks, poured into the valley. The slime was immediately blown out of the valley. As the steam dissipated, Hobert, who was watching the battle from afar, lying on Maximilian's back in midair, saw that overturning sea great sage's massive body had finally used the opportunity to entangle the Whisperer. The Whisperer was entangled and unable to move, yet he still tried hard to open his mouth and utter evil words one by one. Suddenly, Hobert looked up at the sky as if he had sensed something. The dark clouds in the sky rolled, revealing an abstract symbol representing a demon. At the same time, the lava began to churn, and the entire valley turned into a volcano. The lava began to change color, becoming as red as blood. A giant red hand with sharp claws emerged from within. Hobert's spirituality kept him staring at the sky, unable to look down. Looking down would mean death. Jonathan, who had already left the valley and was still entangled in battle with Bowen, shouted, "Run for your lives." He summoned Blood Duke. In the city of Fenaport, within the Alhambra Palace, in a simple great hall. Philip I of Castile, dressed in classical attire, was lost in thought, gazing at the brass book before him. Suddenly, he became alert and looked towards the southeast. He seemed to see a vivid fiery cloud and felt an extremely evil power descending upon his territory. "That's the South Colson direction." Philip I quickly withdrew his gaze. He had more important matters to attend to. Let the people of the Earth Mother Church worry about it. In the southwest of the Fenaport Kingdom, at the Earth Mother Church's headquarters, Source of Life. As far as the eye could see, there were trees and plants covered in colorful but not garish flowers. These flowers weren't particularly beautiful, but they gave people a very comfortable and secure feeling. Many giant trees formed a massive cathedral-like structure, its surroundings covered in green leaves, brimming with vitality. From a distance, it looked like a floating garden. Around the cathedral were many smaller buildings made of plants, each serving its own purpose. Some were residences for bishops and priests, some were living areas, and others were filled with plants that bore meat-like fruits or even bread directly. Many bishops and priests bustled along the forest paths, moving between these buildings as busy as ever. The Pope, wearing a green, noble but not extravagant wide-sleeved robe, an oval crown on her head, and holding a yellow staff, suddenly arrived at the communication array hall located within the giant, garden cathedral. She was a gentle, middle-aged woman with a kind face, yet she exuded a sense of decay and decline. After the staff there bowed, the bishop in charge of the array stepped forward and asked, "Your Holiness, do you have any instructions?" Even if there were instructions, they would usually send a bishop or priest to deliver the message. Since the Pope had come here personally, it must be an urgent matter. However, the Pope showed no signs of urgency. "Contact Gabriel." Gabriel was the bishop of the Fenaport region, Simpson's superior. The bishop in charge of the communication array signaled to his subordinates. The other priests understood and immediately began to act, some locating the target, others injecting spirituality into the surrounding crystals to activate the array. Soon, Gabriel's somewhat illusory figure appeared in the center of the array. It was the Grand Bishop's spirit body and mental body. Even without Gabriel actively praying, the Pope could contact him directly in this manner. Just as Gabriel was about to bow to the Pope spoke first. "What is happening in the South Kholson region?" The Pope had seen the relevant reports. At this time, it was Gabriel's subordinate who had just gone to the South Kholson region to preach. Gabriel was slightly taken aback. Today, a large-scale battle against the blood worship sect erupted there, striking at the evil organization in that area. Gabriel was also a bit puzzled. He, as a Grand Bishop, had the authority to make decisions on such matters, and he had already submitted a report in advance, so there were no procedural issues. The Earth Mother Church received reports of strikes against evil organizations daily. The bishops in the Holy See handled them, and if significant results were achieved, at most, a routine report would be given to the Pope after the operation concluded. The Pope paused noticeably. "A high-level battle has erupted there." Simpson once reported that a demigod-level battle might erupt. Gabriel thought, realizing that a mere demigod-level battle wouldn't alarm the Pope. "Do I need to go and provide support?" The Pope looked towards the east. "Wait a moment." She paused and said, "Even if it's for support, I will go." Gabriel was dumbfounded, meaning an angel-level battle was erupting in South Kholson. South Kholson, Full Moon Lake West Bank. The time returned to 3 minutes earlier. The sky over most of South Kholson had turned blood red, as if blood-red raindrops could fall at any moment. Archibald, who was protecting furs and pursuing the enemy, looked at the sky. He was considering whether to protect furs and leave immediately. The other Beyonders also felt the strong malice from that direction, but the fleeing enemies suddenly became excited, as if encouraged by something, and stopped running, turning back to continue the fight. Thus, a new battle erupted between the two sides, and Simpson and the others had no energy to worry about why the sky had suddenly turned red. Ordinary people, however, suffered. The volcano, which had undergone expansion, was already Eugene Barron's territory. A violent earthquake occurred dozens of miles around the volcano, and after many fissures opened, orange-red magma gushed out. Amidst people's screams, the earthquake destroyed their homes and even caused mountains to collapse, burying countless lives. Magma appeared in the farmlands and in the town, igniting raging fires. But many ordinary people did not panic and flee. Instead, they knelt on the ground, worshipping towards the small volcano. They could feel that this was the demon they usually worshipped, and now this demon with immense power had descended. They wanted to show their piety at the first opportunity. Whoosh! The burning fire and the drifting smoke could not affect their piety. The The magma in the small volcano gurgled and boiled. At this moment, the magma had turned into thick blood. With a strong push of that giant hand, a head with a pair of curved horns emerged from the blood. This head had no skin, only red muscles and white bones were visible. He wore a very unsettling smile, or to be precise, a very fake smile, or one could describe it as a flesh smile, without skin. Even with Hobert's eyes tightly shut, he could feel the fear welling up from the depths of his soul. Such fear was ingrained in his genes. The ancients felt this kind of fear and powerlessness when they were hunted by those powerful, extraordinary ancient beasts. Even Jonathan dared not look in that direction. He was about to open a phantom gate to escape but heard Hobert in midair shout, "Wait a moment, keep an eye on Bowen." "No way," Jonathan shouted, "the helper you invited and I are no match for him. I will pray to my lord right now." Jonathan had vaguely guessed earlier that Hobert seemed to have a similar faith to his own. It's too late. This was based on his experience. When he prayed to the original witch, it would take several days to receive a divine revelation, but most of the time, there was no divine revelation at all. Even praying to the 7 orthodox gods might not yield an immediate response. Jonathan saw that Hobert was only focused on praying and didn't give him a reply. Sigh. He set himself a limit, 15 seconds. After 15 seconds, he absolutely had to leave, or he wouldn't be able to. But after only 3 or 4 seconds, Jonathan suddenly looked up at midair, where a surging power had appeared. Then he saw a giant sphere appear in the sky. Half of this sphere was pink flesh, and the other half was a transparent membrane, like a soap bubble. Inside the membrane, a pale yellow liquid filled the space, and an entirely dark infant was curled up in the center of the pale yellow liquid. It looked like a pregnant uterus, with an umbilical cord connecting the infant to the flesh. This was the Holy Infant King that Hobert had created using the country of disorder and the bile of the evil god's offspring, obtained in Tingen City. Originally, Hobert wouldn't dare to do this, because he couldn't control the Holy Infant King, like he could order the overturning sea great sage. This guy attacked indiscriminately, and Hobert himself could easily be devoured by the elements of fallen and other effects displayed by the Holy Infant King. However, Hobert, who was lying on the horse's back, just had an idea. He could have Maximilian carry him flying at the edge of the dangerous area. He would release the Holy Infant King, and then immediately flee. Theoretically, he could escape the influence of the Holy Infant King this way. After a brief deliberation, Hobert decided to take the risk, because he had to go all out now. If he couldn't stop the Blood Duke here, it wouldn't just be a simple failure to hunt Bowen. Simpson, Angus, and the others would certainly not be able to escape, and Hobert's investments and foundation in Jeffrey territory would completely vanish. However, despite risking his life, he still tried to find a way to protect himself. While releasing the Holy Infant King, he also remembered to provide a barrier for himself and Maximilian as protection. But this barrier could only last for 3 seconds without the continuous power of order support from the country of disorder. After doing all this, Hobert returned to the real world. Run. Run as fast as you can. Maximilian also knew the danger and fled with lightning speed. They were already quite far from the Blood Duke and the Holy Infant King, and with such a desperate flight, they quickly left the 2 angels far behind. 3 seconds later, the barrier disappeared, and Hobert immediately felt an unprecedented sense of terror. His heart felt like it was going to leap out of his chest. This was not a metaphor but a direct description. Hobert could see his chest heaving. He felt his heart was truly going to break through the obstruction of his ribs and muscles and burst out of his chest. It was only because he had reached sequence 5 that if he were an ordinary person, he would have been scared to death long ago, and even in death, he wouldn't know what had scared him to death. Even a sequence 6, with such a violent reaction in their body, would have fainted. At the same time, black, thick, viscous fluid oozed from both Hobert's skin and Maximilian's bones. These were the fallen elements appearing in their bodies, reaching a visible degree. But they both knew that at this moment, the most important thing was to run for their lives. Maximilian flew desperately for another 10 seconds or so, then the feeling of terror suddenly vanished, and the fallen elements on their bodies no longer secreted excessively. Maximilian fell to the ground as if exhausted, trying to get up several times but failing. Hobert, feeling half dead at this point, sighed, "This is the price of risking one's life." But for him, the price was worth it. It could not only preserve his base but also the fruits of his current victory. He cast a healing art on himself, but it had little effect. So he returned to the country of disorder and covered himself and Maximilian with the surging power of order. Although this couldn't restore them from the negative effects on their bodies, it would prevent them from losing control. Then, Hobert used his true sight to look at the distant battlefield. Because of the connection between the Holy Infant King and the overturning sea great sage with the country of disorder, Hobert's true sight could extend to the vicinity of the battlefield. Then Hobert saw the Holy Infant King pummeling the overturning sea great sage. Hobert exclaimed, "This little brat really can't tell friend from foe." Logically, overturning sea great sage should not have any emotions, which is why he gained an advantage in the previous battle. Actually, that whisperer lost quite unfairly. At this level, using the enemy's emotions to attack was still an important method for a whisperer. But overturning sea great sage had no emotions. Isn't that infuriating? Theoretically, overturning sea great sage should not produce any emotions, but at this moment, Hobert clearly saw a look of fear on that illusory snake face. With a slight raise of Holy Infant King's hand, overturning sea great sage's massive body was lifted by an invisible force, swung in a circle in midair, and then slammed hard onto the Blood Duke, who had just climbed out. It was rather like a mischievous child playing with a snake. Through true sight, Hobert finally saw that Blood Duke's entire body was devoid of skin, with red muscles exposed to the air. Even without a ferocious expression, he looked extremely grotesque. Of course, his expression was not ferocious, but an unsettling smile, like a sneer, a mockery, and a sinister grin all at once. This Blood Duke was none other than Lee's Duke, the only remaining leader of the blood worship sect. And at this moment, it was Les's mythical creature state. He casually flicked away the flying overturning sea great sage, then he grabbed towards Holy Infant King, and the liquid in the spherical structure, which resembled a womb, rapidly decreased. This was why Hobert was so confident in deploying Holy Infant King to the South Colson region. Even if he attacked indiscriminately, with only one opponent of the same level, as the fight progressed, he would inevitably engage in battle with the enemy's angel. And even if the enemy's angel discovered that Holy Infant King was attacking his own people, he would not dare to simply ignore this enemy. Unless he ended the summoning or left the area, he would have to fight Holy Infant King. Wah! Holy Infant King's cry made the surrounding mountains tremble, and Lee's, as the primary target, had his bloody head explode directly. But very quickly, a massive amount of blood gushed from his neck, washing forth a new head. The excess blood, like a small stream, flowed into the small lake formed by the earlier earthquake. Inside the womb, the illusory, pitch-black child suddenly opened his eyes and spat out unspeakable, filthy words at Lee's. Lee's also opened his mouth, as if no sound came out, yet also as if he emitted sounds of extreme depravity and evil. Hobert, watching from country of disorder, thought to himself, their battle is quite like a mute scolding the street. On the battlefield, Holy Infant King was immediately squeezed by an invisible, immense force. Originally spherical, he was compressed into an oval. And Les's chest and abdomen exploded directly. Whoosh! Some thick, brown liquid with a pungent, fishy smell flowed out from within. After this liquid flowed out and a large gush of blood sprayed forth, Les's chest and abdomen automatically merged, returning to their original state. While Holy Infant King had not fully shaken off Les's whisperer influence, Les's massive body, like a sponge, absorbed a large amount of blood from the volcano, yet his body did not expand. Lees opened his mouth, and a torrent-like blood flow sprayed towards Holy Infant King, engulfing Holy Infant King, who had just resolved the whisperer influence. A larger blood sphere formed around Holy Infant King, with an immense force struggling inside, as if trying to break free from the blood sphere's confinement. However, this blood sphere was like extremely tough rubber. The immense force could not break through it no matter how it struggled. After a few struggles, that immense force seemed to realize that struggling like this was futile. But the color of the blood sphere quickly changed. At first, strands of black appeared, as if some ink was mixed into the thick blood. As the black areas grew larger and became a solid expanse, suddenly, the blood sphere was opened from one side, and Holy Infant King seized the opportunity to escape from within. The thick liquid, mixed with red and black, did not lose control. Instead, under the manipulation of two immense forces, they rubbed, mixed, and attacked each other. At this time, Hobert, watching the battle from Country of Disorder, had recovered some of his mental strength. He realized that in this battle, the strengths of both sides were evenly matched. Unless the Monarch of 100 Eyes also joined the battle, the fight would not be resolved within Holy Infant King's summoning time. Hobert was about to summon the black eye that could be shaped into the Monarch of 100 Eyes, but then he suddenly thought, perhaps that Whisperer is also a turning point. After a brief contemplation, Hobert decided to first deploy the Ox Demon King to the battlefield. Because if the Monarch of 100 Eyes were also deployed to the battlefield, it would likely attract angels from other forces. This was, after all, the North Continent, a North Continent with dual stable rule by the royal family and the church. So, in a corner of the battlefield, beside the overturning sea great sage, who had become much more illusory than when he first appeared, the Ox Demon King, with a deer-horned ox head, suddenly appeared. And although overturning sea great sage had lost a lot of power, he had been tightly entanglement around that Whisperer. That Whisperer was already in a very bad state, because overturning sea great sage, after being struck by two angels, would only accelerate the dissipation of his own power. The power that formed him was very advanced, and the two angels could not fundamentally weaken overturning sea great sage. But that Whisperer was different. From the moment Lise began to descend, he had been subjected to angel-level negative influences. Although the attacks from Lise Duke, who was of the same sequence, would not be too severe for him, the fallen nature displayed by Holy Infant King had been tormenting the Whisperer. Even though the Whisperer also had abilities related to fallen, the fallen of the two were different. The fallen of the Whisperer was a fallen of desire and the physical body, while Holy Infant King's was a fallen of the spirit body. Moreover, the fallen words created by Holy Infant King also made the Whisperer wish he were dead. If it were a sequence 3 of another pathway, he would have already lost control by now. Because the Whisperer had powerful mental strength, he was still putting up a final struggle at this time. After Ox Demon King appeared, he immediately let out a hoarse syllable, fallen. His fallen was similar to Holy Infant King's fallen, the only difference was that Ox Demon King's fallen was at a lower level. But this still immediately caused the Whisperer immense pain. After all, Holy Infant King's previous fallen was merely the negative effect he displayed, or rather, his influence on the surrounding environment. Wherever he went, he would influence it. And Ox Demon King's was a targeted, special treatment. Chaos. Ox Demon King used his second extraordinary ability. The Whisperer gasped, uttered a very malicious curse, and then his mind completely collapsed, his body rapidly swelled, and he completely lost control. Overturning sea great sage turned his head and swallowed the out-of-control Whisperer whole. As for the Whisperer's dying curse, it had no effect on Ox Demon King at all. Only a small area on Ox Demon King's abdomen became slightly lighter in color. After dealing with the Whisperer, Ox Demon King and overturning sea great sage, following Hobert's orders, immediately went to support Jonathan. At this time, Jonathan and Bowen were both exhausted. These two demigods, who were the main force in their respective plans, were now like little transparents at the very edge of the battlefield. Distortion. From a distance, Ox Demon King twisted Bowen's idea of escaping into the idea of making a final strike, and no matter whether Jonathan can be defeated or not, escape. Nonsense. how could he not escape? Seeing that 2 Sequence 3 level helpers from the other side had arrived, why wait here if not to run? Bowen's final strike, of course, lacked power, but it bought time for overturning Sea Great Sage and Ox Demon King. Crack! Continuous massive lightning bolts swept towards Bowen, clearing away the surrounding trees, rocks, and finally a layer of the topsoil of the mountain. Jonathan, not far from Bowen, quickly hid in the Phantom Gate, while Bowen had just recovered from the effects of distortion. Although he immediately spread his wings and transformed into gray hard stone to block the lightning. But streaks of lightning, thicker than water buckets, fell and swept across, mercilessly shattering these hard stones and repeatedly plowing through Bowen's demonized body. After the intense lightning, most of Bowen's body was charred, only a tiny piece of his wings remained, and his tail had long since disappeared. But he still struggled to get up, wanting to summon magma to accelerate his self-healing, wanting to escape from here immediately. However, at this moment, Ox Demon King had arrived nearby. He tore open the back of this demon, and pulled out his still violently beating heart. Bowen used his remaining arm to try and grab his back, hoping to smooth the wound. But his struggles were futile now. After several grabs, he finally fell motionless to the ground. Ox Demon King, holding the demon's heart in one hand and the demon's corpse in the other, headed towards Hobert's side. Seeing that the objective was achieved, Jonathan took a deep breath and completely disappeared behind the Phantom Gate. His current state was not very good, and besides, staying here would not help much. On that side, the angel-level battle was still ongoing. Lee's Duke's shadow had now betrayed him, joining forces with Holy Infant King to launch an offensive. Meanwhile, the liquid in Holy Infant King's womb was decreasing, and the head of the black, illusory infant had already emerged. He was frowning deeply, looking as if he was very uncomfortable. Suddenly, Lee's Duke seemed to sense something and glanced at the abdomen of overturning Sea Great Sage. The Whisperer's aura had completely disappeared. That Whisperer was the summoner, and his death meant that there was no point for Lee's Duke to continue fighting. The volcano, which had only a shallow layer of blood left, suddenly gushed out a full volume of fresh red blood like a spring. Lee's Duke returned to the blood while fighting. Lee's Duke's figure disappeared into the thick blood, and the huge blood pit churned like boiling water. The Holy Infant King was about to enter the blood pit to continue the pursuit, but Hobert withdrew the Holy Infant King's power. Lee's Duke's shadow was no longer controlled by any power and followed him into the blood pit. This angel-level battle finally came to an end. However, this battlefield completely changed the surrounding terrain. Eugene Baron's entire territory was basically unrecognizable, and Teuton Viscount and Felix Baron's territories also suffered huge losses. On the other side, Hobert withdrew the powers of overturning Sea Great Sage and Ox Demon King, which had been sending spoils of war to him. In their place, only 2 corpses remained, along with a devil's heart and a ball of mucus. Back in the real world, Bowen's extraordinary characteristic was already condensing, while the Whisperer, having shown signs of losing control before his death, had his extraordinary characteristic gathering in one of his hands. This was going to form a sealed artifact. After waiting for a few minutes, the hand, which was condensing the extraordinary characteristic, gradually elongated and transformed into the shape of an orange-red short blade. This short blade seemed to constantly spread maddening whispers to its surroundings. Hobert's head throbbed with pain just by looking at it. It was estimated that the negative effects of this sealed artifact were not small. Hobert, in his current poor state, did not pick it up. Instead, he simply set up an altar, preparing to sacrifice it, along with the devil's heart and the mucus ball, to the country of disorder. While Hobert was setting up the altar, Maximilian limped over, tugged at Hobert's clothes with his hoarse mouth, and then gestured towards the devil's heart and the mucus ball. Hobert immediately understood. "You want them?" Maximilian nodded. "Take them," Hobert said generously. "Consider it your reward for helping this time. But don't return to the underworld yet. I'll figure out a way to remove the mucus from you later." Both Hobert and Maximilian had mucus on them, symbolizing fallen, which they couldn't shake off, and normal water probably wouldn't wash it away. As for the mucus ball, Hobert guessed it was the mucus representing fallen that overturning sea great sage had inhaled in the valley earlier. The devil's heart, for Hobert, could only be used to make talismans or as a sacrifice. Since Maximilian wanted it, he let him have it. Maximilian took both spoils of war into his mouth. At the same time, Hobert had already sacrificed the short blade to the country of disorder, but there was no time to check it now. He had to return to the real world first, taking Bowen's body back to the previous battlefield. After losing the support of the short blade, the Whisperer's corpse turned into gray sand and quickly disintegrated into powder. A gust of wind blew it across the surrounding land. Just as he was about to leave using travel, Hobert suddenly felt something and saw a young woman wearing a priest's robe and a hood appear on the mountain peak. She was gazing towards the angel battlefield. Although both angels had left, they left behind a blood pool the size of a volcano, with a lot of black and gray mucus representing fallen around it. Seemingly noticing Hobert's gaze, the young woman looked at Hobert and smiled slightly. Because of the hood, Hobert couldn't see her face clearly, but he noticed that her priest's robe bore the symbol of the true creator. She was from the Aurora Order. She did not linger. After a few glances at the battlefield, she left. At this moment, Hobert also didn't want to create any extra trouble. He quickly mounted Maximilian and left using travel. Returning to the initial battlefield, the sacred tree in the Devil's Eye was still burning, and corpses with broken ropes occasionally fell to the ground. On the most intense battlefield just now, only a pile of corpses remained, along with 10 masked men dressed in uniform ruin-style clothing, arranged in a defensive formation. They were Elliot and others. In this battle, they were only support forces and had no intention of deep participation, so they did not join the pursuit. Compared to Bishop Simpson and others, Elliot and the Bach family members had more experience in group combat. They consciously stayed to finish off enemies, helped the physician treat the wounded, and collected their spoils of war. Hobert, who had returned riding Maximilian, stepped forward and said, as previously agreed, your reward for helping this time is 2 extraordinary characteristics of lawyer, and 2 extraordinary characteristics of barbarian. Although the value of these 4 extraordinary characteristics was not high, they were what the Bach family needed most. The crucial point was that Hobert provided each of them with a sealed artifact. This allowed their sequence 7 to perform like a sequence 6, and their sequence 6 to perform like more than half of a sequence 5. Elliot, holding 1 to 104, could even perform like a sequence 5. It was precisely because of these sealed artifacts that no one among them died in this battle, only some were injured, yet they achieved considerable results. Hobert checked their spoils of war and then said, these extraordinary characteristics are useless for you to take back. Let me think, after paying you your reward, I still have 4 feet lawyer, and 1 foot briber, extraordinary characteristics. How about I exchange these 5 extraordinary characteristics for your spoils of war? Elliot could make the decision for such a trade, no problem. The Bach family indeed had no use for these extraordinary characteristics obtained in battle, and it was difficult to dispose of them in the South Continent. It was better to exchange them for extraordinary characteristics they could use. Thus, Hobert exchanged 5 extraordinary characteristics from the lawyer pathway for 1 apostle of desire, 1 devil, 4 serial killer, and 4 cold-blooded extraordinary characteristics. Hobert had previously asked Leonard, and the Church of the Black Knight Goddess also acquired extraordinary characteristics from the Abyss pathway at the basic price. All 7 Orthodox churches actually collect them. They would use them to try and create magical items or conduct some experiments. In any case, even if they were left to gather dust, these extraordinary characteristics could not be allowed to circulate back into the hands of the blood worship sect. Keep the sealed artifacts for now, Hobert said. I will ask the Creator to bestow upon you the extraordinary characteristics we just agreed upon. At that time, you just need to sacrifice the sealed artifacts to the Creator. Good, Elliot asked, did the Creator seem to send an angel to help again just now? Although he hadn't seen the Holy Infant King, he could still feel his aura from such a distance. He had felt that aura before when fighting the Rose School in the South Continent. That's right, Hobert smiled, looking a bit weak. Actually, we didn't have such a plan at first, we only intended to invite 2 saints to participate in the battle at most. Then he said solemnly, however, striking down such evil forces is our bounden duty. This time, we severely punished the blood worship sect and ended their evil rule in this land. The Creator also strongly supports such a cause. Elliot and the others listened with surging blood. Although the Bach family never claimed to be righteous, who wouldn't want to stand on the side of justice? After a brief chat, Elliot led his people away. They had come through the Traveler's Gate. Hobert had set that gate on a ship near the dock. Before Hobert joined the battle, he had used the Creator's identity through the country of disorder to notify them to prepare for action. So they came from Connaught City using the Traveler's Gate, ambushed in Teuton town, and immediately rushed to support as soon as Hobert's whistle blew. They were all eager to participate in this battle. This was an extraordinary battle initiated by the Creators blessed in the North Continent, and participating in it would give them something to boast about when they returned. Moreover, they were all happy to be able to help the blessed ones of the North Continent, as if they had the value of being favored by a God blessed. Of course, they were even happier to receive spoils of war. After seeing Elliot and the others off, Hobert shouted to a few Peking villagers from Teuton town, "Get me a wooden tub for bathing." The villagers shrank their necks in fright, but not daring to disobey, they quickly found a large wooden tub and brought it over. Hobert then had them fill it with water, and he extended the hand wearing the light priest ring into the tub. The water in the tub gradually became clearer. Although it was clear water originally, it was now even clearer than clear water, and it reflected a rainbow-like luster under the sunlight. A few minutes later, a large tub of holy water was made. Hobert took a bucket, filled it with water, and said to Maximilian, "Bear with it." The holy water could wash away the mucus on Maximilian's bones, but since he was an undead creature, the holy water also caused him great harm. However, for Maximilian, the damage caused by the holy water was recoverable. But if the mucus symbolizing fallen was not removed quickly, Hobert might summon a completely fallen skeletal horse that would attack indiscriminately and be as evil as a malevolent spirit next time. No need for so much trouble. Hant, who was beside him, stopped Hobert's action. He said to Maximilian, "Let me try first." With another option, Maximilian was naturally unwilling to take a holy water bath, so he obediently allowed Hant to place his hand on his skeleton. Hant's entire body glowed brighter with a silvery white light. If one ignored his eyes, he looked somewhat sacred. The mucus on Maximilian's body gradually turned into a foul-smelling black liquid. These liquids dripped onto the ground, staining several meters of the surrounding area black. A minute or two later, the mucus on Maximilian's body disappeared. He raised his head as if to express gratitude. After nodding to Hobert again, Maximilian ended the summoning. Hant's silvery white light only worked on undead creatures. He was powerless against the mucus on Hobert's body, so he also prepared to end the summoning. Hobert said, "The spoils of war you need this time." Hant spread his arms. "This is the best spoil of war." As he spoke, he too disappeared in place. The surrounding villagers were terrified but dared not leave. Hobert took off his cloak, wrapped the extraordinary characteristics he had just exchanged from Elliot, and then jumped into the tub. 2 or 3 minutes later, the water in the wooden tub turned pitch black. After pouring out the water, Hobert made another large tub of holy water and bathed in it again. It wasn't until the 3rd time that the water became completely clear. Coming out of the wooden tub, the tight and wrinkled feeling on his body disappeared. Although he still felt a bit weak, the negative effects on his body were gone. Finding a place to sit, Hobert waited for Bishop Simpson and the others to return. In this pursuit, Simpson was determined to eradicate these devils. However, Simpson and his team had been fighting for a long time, and with the 1st and 2nd squads not cooperating very well, they retreated after pursuing for over an hour. Ultimately, 2 apostles of desire, 5 or 6 devils, and over 20 other Beyonders of different sequences escaped. These individuals ran in separate directions. Since Simpson and the others had no plan for pursuit before the battle, they failed to form an effective blockade during the chase, which allowed so many enemies to escape. After everyone returned, they began to tend to the wounded and count the spoils of war. Because this battle was essentially a cooperative effort, Hobert had to divide the spoils of war on the spot. According to the previous agreement, he gave Bowen's corpse an extraordinary characteristic to Simpson. In return, the Earth Mother Church, which had contributed the most personnel in this battle, made concessions in the division of other spoils of war. Hobert reiterated the Special Operations Department's rules for dividing spoils of war. Because Hobert provided a large number of sealed artifacts, single-handedly blocked the first wave of enemy reinforcements, and also provided help for hunting Paul, he alone received nearly 1/3 of the spoils of war. As for his contribution in the Angel-level battle, Hobert did not mention it, as he did not intend to bring out the sealed artifact formed by the Whisperer for division. After dividing the spoils of war, Hobert said to the members of the first and second squads, "If the extraordinary characteristics you've obtained are useless, you can exchange them for merit points." He briefly explained the exchange rules, and several members were delighted to find that they could exchange their spoils of war for the extraordinary characteristics they needed. Angus calculated that the spoils of war in his hand could also be exchanged for approximately 2/5 of a punishment knight's extraordinary characteristic. Everyone had already decided to exchange their spoils of war for merit points. Just as Hobert was about to discuss the handling of their own fallen personnel, it suddenly started to rain. Everyone looked at the sky. The dark clouds were not thick, so it shouldn't rain heavily, and no one planned to take shelter. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Hobert suddenly saw a red raindrop fall on Angus's face in front of him. He quickly opened his hand. It really was a red raindrop. He brought it to his nose and smelled it. It was fishy and foul. Quick! Hobert finally realized something. Quick! Take cover from the rain. Find a place to take cover. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone also noticed something was wrong and rushed under the trees to take shelter. Go to the houses in the town. Hobert, in his haste, suddenly felt a bit lightheaded. It wasn't that his body had become so weak after the baptism of the angel battlefield, but rather that under the influence of the Blood Duke, his emotions were easily overly agitated. Of course, as long as he wore Fabuti's ring, his emotional fluctuations could not be exploited by the Apostle of Desire, but he would experience severe discomfort himself. Simpson and others, who had fought with the Apostle of Desire for a period, would experience similar phenomena in the next day or two due to their emotions being manipulated multiple times, but it would not be as severe as Hobert's case. Hobert realized that this blood rain was caused by the Blood Duke's descent earlier. Beyonders below demigod level, if caught in this rain, would suffer greatly, even experiencing permanent injuries, which could lead to loss of control. And ordinary people caught in this rain would most likely turn into highly aggressive madmen. A small probability would turn them directly into irrational monsters. In short, no ordinary person could escape from this blood rain. The blood rain grew heavier. Hobert, supported by Furs and Archibald's puppet, ran towards the town. After a few steps, Hobert felt much better. Just as he was about to use travel to take Furs away, suddenly, the rainwater that had fallen to the ground quickly germinated, and a small red grass grew out of it. And the rainwater that fell on everyone turned into red moss. The blood rain stopped. Bishop Simpson and the others knelt on the ground in worship, loudly praising, "Your Holiness." Only then did Hobert realize that the Pope of the Earth Mother Church had intervened. The various criteria for extra chapters have not yet been met. The reason for the extra chapters is that author has been feeling good these past 2 days and should be able to continuously provide extra chapters for 2 or 3 days. However, if you have monthly votes, please cast them for author. After all, there aren't many authors who are so proactive in adding extra chapters. Hollow down pointing triangle. As far as the eye could see, blood red grass grew everywhere. As a gentle breeze swept through, the grass swayed with the wind, giving off a somewhat enchanting feeling. Baron Hobert wiped away the red moss on his clothes, and after it was gone, his clothes returned to their original color. This made Baron Hobert exclaim, "This is the power of an angel." At this moment, on the battlefield where the two angels had just fought, the massive blood pool was still bubbling, and around it, black, viscous liquid filled with fallen and filth was spread. In a low-lying area, there was also a small blood lake. Suddenly, black, gray, and red grass began to grow in these areas, not only growing extremely fast but also quickly becoming dense. This process was as rapid as pouring a layer of water over the land. When this layer of water hit the ground, it was as if fountains immediately erupted from the earth. The growth rate was that swift. Soon, this grass covered the entire land at a visible speed, and the blood pool and blood-colored lake were quickly absorbed by the grass, revealing the hard rock beneath. However, on the rock, the grass still grew effortlessly and densely, and the blood pool was quickly replaced by red grass. This grass still swayed like liquid in the wind, but its essence had changed. The plants that had originally been on this land were also quickly drained of all moisture by this knee-high colored grass, withering at a visible speed. Finally, only one type of grass remained on this land, the only difference being their varying colors. A few minutes later, as this grass rapidly withered, the entire land became desolate, and no plants would grow here for the next 10 years. Outside Teuton town, Baron Hobert also piously thanked the Earth Mother and the Pope. He had just been worrying about how to deal with that blood pool. As it turned out, the Pope had solved it for him. Feeling the Pope's departure, Bishop Simpson and other members of the Earth Mother Church looked up excitedly. The Pope's arrival just now meant that the Pope knew everything they had just done, and there was no better reward than that. Bishop Simpson got up from the ground and immediately ordered everyone to mobilize all personnel to pull out this grass and hand it over to the Earth Mother Church. Because this grass contained a large amount of toxins, prolonged contact by ordinary people would lead to illness in mild cases and madness in severe cases. After the church collected it, it could even be processed into materials for making modulated poisons. Baron Hobert told Furs to go back and relay the command, have Seal bring people over immediately, and also conscript 300 young and strong men from the opposite bank, along with the civil servants who have already prepared, to come for disaster relief. Baron Hobert, of course, wouldn't just drive away the demons so simply. More than half a month ago, he had already instructed Corwin to begin drawing some from the government and training another batch of grassroots civil servants and skilled cadres. After driving away the demons, Baron Hobert would take the opportunity to assume governance of the area. However, the previous plan had not anticipated an angel-level battle, but this also provided an excellent reason for taking over governance, disaster relief. Indeed, the angel battle just now was a natural disaster for the South Colson region on the Full Moon Lake West Bank. Baron Hobert was at the edge of the battlefield at the time. In his concept, the moment the Blood Duke transformed a small volcano into a neutral one, there was definitely an earthquake of nearly magnitude 7. However, the spread of the earthquake was limited, and there were no aftershocks. But for ordinary people, this was still a huge disaster. While Baron Hobert had Furs relay the command, he also had her take the wounded and the bodies of the fallen members back first, stating that notifications for the aftermath would be given by tomorrow at the latest. He then said to Angus and the others, members of the 1st and 2nd squads who are still in good condition must also participate in the upcoming disaster relief efforts. Watching Furs and the others leave, and while waiting for Seal, Archibald said to Baron Hobert, "Lord, I suggest hanging the bodies of these demons in every village and town so that everyone knows that we have driven the demons away." Baron Hobert paused slightly and glanced at Archibald. Angus, who was resting nearby, said, "Demons also like to hang bodies from trees. If we do the same, won't we be just like them?" While Baron Hobert was pondering this question, he looked at the numb faces of the Teuton town residents, who were being driven by the Druid squad to pull out grass. He adopted Archibald's suggestion, the most urgent issue right now is to establish effective rule. He suddenly realized that the people here had been enslaved by demons for decades, and reasoning with them was temporarily meaningless. Seal and his group had not yet arrived, but Grov came first with a team of people. He greeted Baron Hobert and Simpson enthusiastically and brought food and wine. Then, Grov read out a long-ago royal decree from the king, granting the surrounding territory to Teuton Viscount, clarifying Teuton Viscount's legitimate rule over this area. He also claimed that the Teuton territory had already begun organizing personnel for disaster relief and did not need any external assistance. Baron Hobert scoffed, openly confronting Grov in front of everyone and exchanging a few sharp words. However, he clearly did not dare to defy the king's decree yet. After a few curses, he had Seal and his newly arrived group take all the enemy bodies to the dock. After boarding the Jeffrey Territories ship, Angus quietly said, "Lord, I can come back at night and eliminate that fellow named Grov." Baron Hobert was about to interrupt Angus, but Archibald smiled and said, "Captain Angus, with Lord's magnanimity, how could he be angry with such a person?" Angus thought to himself, "Is this servant blind?" Lord was clearly furious just now. He had been watching Baron Hobert the entire time. If Lord had given him a look, he would have immediately rushed up and eliminated that arrogant knight. Baron Hobert, however, gave Archibald another deep look. "This dog is quite clever. Did I help him turn an apostle of desire into a marionette?" And he immediately became more proactive. Archibald returned Baron Hobert's gaze with a smile. That marionette, of course, didn't have such a great effect. Archibald had sensed the angel-level battle that had just occurred and realized that the creator could provide angel-level combat support to his dependents at any time. For Archibald, this was an opportunity to transform from a beast into someone backed by a powerful evil god. Now, for him, Baron Hobert was the key to this opportunity, which is why he suddenly became so active. Leaving the Teuton town dock, the Jeffrey Territory fleet landed at the port of Baron Felix's territory upstream. Baron Felix's reaction was clearly not as quick as Teuton Viscount's. When he learned that Baron Hobert was bringing personnel and supplies for disaster relief, he didn't think to immediately refuse. So, Baron Hobert unceremoniously turned his Baron's manor into a disaster relief command center. Only then did Baron Felix realize that when the demons had just left, he had finally become the actual ruler of this territory, and now he was not again. When the first batch of supplies arrived, they were accompanied by 300 young and strong men assembled directly from the construction site, as well as more than 50 civil servants. Town Chief Conrad and Human Resources Knight Corwin came to direct the rescue efforts. Baron Hobert had Seal and Corwin led people to take over the governance of the two surrounding territories, respectively. Previously, the demons had ruled a total of 5 noble territories. Now that the richest Teuton Viscount territory could not be taken over, the other territories, of course, had to be immediately taken over. One of the Baron's territories had not been affected by the disaster, so Baron Hobert's reason for disaster relief did not apply to that territory. Fortunately, that Baron had never visited his fief, so taking it over was effortless. Baron Hobert, meanwhile, led Angus, Helen, and other Beyonders to Baron Eugene's territory, which was the most affected by the disaster. Along the way, they saw many refugees, emaciated, dressed in rags, some even injured. Baron Hobert gained a deeper understanding of the demons' previous rule. Those demons had no effective governance at all. Under their bloodlust and violence, ordinary people had no way to resist, so the people here lost hope, becoming only capable of kneeling and praying to the demons. No one actively engaged in agricultural production, and no one actively worked. Harvests were always poor, so they naturally had to eat less, and over time, they became as thin as they were now. The personnel organized by Conrad would arrive shortly, first to settle these refugees, and then to repatriate them to rebuild their homes. Baron Hobert and his group rode on horseback, advancing while inquiring about the situation in Baron Eugene's territory along the way. After multiple inquiries, Baron Hobert obtained a general intelligence report. Baron Eugene was dead, and almost none of the people there had escaped. Upon entering the Eugene territory, some refugees could still be seen, but further on, there were only traces of fire and huge cracks in the ground, as well as evidence of past lava eruptions. Angus and Helen gradually realized that something was amiss. A demigod battle shouldn't have such immense power. After walking a bit further, everyone saw that colorful, boundless wasteland. Even though the ground was covered with thick withered grass, it still couldn't hide the desolation of the place. Baron Hobert and his group had never farmed, but their spirituality made it very clear to them that this wasteland was not suitable for cultivation in the short term, nor was it suitable for any human habitation. Baron Hobert jumped off his horse, and everyone dismounted, closely following Baron Hobert's footsteps. Baron Hobert used his staff to push aside the grass, revealing two black figures, one large and one small, devoutly worshipping. Even as they burned to death, they were still worshipping in the direction of the blood pool. The surrounding grass absorbed the remaining nutrients from these two people, and eventually, the two became fragile mummies, as if they would crumble at a touch. Baron Hobert noticed that the smaller figure was only 7 or 8 years old. For some reason, Baron Hobert felt no self-reproach this time. In the past, he would have felt guilty for his ill-conceived plan, which had inadvertently triggered an angel-level battle and caused so many deaths. The reason for this thought was that he had been educated from a young age with a people-oriented philosophy, believing that life was always the most precious, no matter the circumstances. But now it was different. He had come to understand a problem during the Backland Great Smog. In this world filled with madness and the extraordinary, the lives of ordinary people were so fragile, and he, Baron Hobert, was equally fragile. A fragile Beander has no right to blame himself. Only after he becomes strong enough will his self-blame not seem so ridiculous and humble. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Baron Hobert suddenly spoke, "I bear some responsibility for the destruction of Eugene territory." His words at this moment were, of course, not genuine self-blame, but merely a tactic. He continued, "It was my oversight, the enemy actually summoned an angel." Behind him, Angus and Helen, among others, showed surprised expressions. They had previously felt immense pressure from that direction, but at the time, they had no idea that an angel-level battle had taken place there. The two of them had similar thoughts at this moment. I knew it, how could a saint-level battle cause such a great disaster? Then, the Beyonders present realized another problem. How was the enemy's angel repelled? Just as everyone was having this question, Archibald, very cooperatively, asked, "Lord, how did you resolve this catastrophic disaster in the South Colson region?" Hobert nodded with satisfaction. "This dog certainly knew how to speak. Of course, I also summoned an angel." Angus and Helen immediately felt their brains short-circuit. Angus first thought, "I haven't heard that Beyonders of the lawyer pathway are good at summoning." He also immediately realized his line of thought was wrong. Could it be that Hobert has a close connection with a certain angel? I did hear that there was an angel survivor in the family. Could it be that Hobert and his son have contacted other Tudor family members? Then he again realized this line of thought was incorrect, because if that were the case, Hobert could have said it openly, but Hobert spoke very vaguely. Moreover, having a close connection with a certain angel and being able to summon them to fight for oneself at any time are two different matters. Finally, Angus realized, perhaps that angel was sent by some mysterious existence. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Angus was even more shocked. Looking at Hobert's back again, it seemed much taller and more mysterious. Helen, on the other hand, realized, I underestimated Hobert before. I always thought he only became a baron at such a young age because he had a good father. The more I interact with him, the more I realize that his strength and methods far exceed my expectations, and he is not as useless as those nobles in Feniport. Ms. Monica's conjecture is correct. Hobert has an organization behind him, and in this organization, there is at least one angel. Those 10 masked reinforcements should have come from the organization behind Hobert. As Hobert expected, no one cared about his self-blame. They would only focus all their attention on angel-level combat power. Hobert then said, "Everyone, look around and see if there are any survivors." This statement startled everyone, and they all followed Hobert's command to search the surroundings. However, everyone knew that there could be no survivors. That was an angel-level battle. But they felt they really needed to do something now to relieve the shock they had just experienced. The reason Hobert brought this group of Beyonders was to shock them and to make them feel the power of Baron Hobert, thereby laying the groundwork for some future feasible operations. "Angus." Hobert called out to the captain of the first team. Angus, who had just walked 2 steps, immediately returned, awaiting Hobert's instructions. Hobert, however, walked leisurely through the thick dry grass to a small hill. Angus followed closely behind. He realized that Lord had something to say to him. "What are your thoughts?" After reaching the top of the hill, Hobert looked at the wilderness in front of him and asked. Angus also looked at the wilderness before them and said, "This is simply like a miracle." Hobert smiled. In ancient times, angels were also called demigods. Then he changed the subject. "What I asked was what you thought when you saw the 2 corpses in the grass." Before Angus could answer, Hobert answered his own question. "Just now, I suddenly realized that life is so fragile and humble." "Yes," Angus echoed Hobert's words, "under the majesty of a god, all life is fragile." Hobert glanced at Angus, then continued to look at the wilderness. "There are some things you need to make a choice about. Believe me, I don't need to repeat why my father left the Tudor family. Through this battle, I have seen your talent. That family, whose atmosphere has long been rotten to the core, will bury you for your entire life." In fact, Angus's performance could only be described as decent, far from reaching an excellent level. However, this was a very good breakthrough point to pry open the Tudor family, so he currently easily received Hobert's high praise. Hobert's words first brought joy to Angus, then worry. He also knew that with his background, he had no hope of becoming a demigod in this life. Therefore, when faced with the task of being sent out to monitor Christine, which even the direct descendants of the family were not interested in, he showed great enthusiasm. After learning that Hobert could summon the help of an angel, Angus indeed had other thoughts. Hobert continued, "Did you notice the 10 reinforcements who appeared at the end?" "I did." Angus was also very curious. Where did Hobert find that group of reinforcements? "Many of them were once marginalized figures in the family," Hobert said pointedly. "In less than half a year, one of them has already advanced from Sequence 8 to Sequence 6. I think at his current speed, he should have a chance to advance to Sequence 5 by next year at the latest. He didn't have as good an opportunity as you did back then. He achieved such a fast advancement speed simply because he made a very correct choice." This was true. Eliot's choice at the time was more decisive than Angus's, and of course, that also had a lot to do with Hobert facing Eliot as the creator at the time. Hobert pointed ahead and said, "Look at this wilderness. I have the opportunity to become someone with this level of power because I also made the correct choice at the most critical juncture of my life." Angus no longer hesitated and knelt behind Hobert. "Lord, please accept my allegiance." Hobert quickly turned around and helped Angus up. "To receive your sincere help also adds a great deal of assistance to me." Archibald and his puppets, who watched the entire drama of Hobert recruiting subordinates, couldn't help but marvel at Hobert's tactics and his use of language. After helping Angus up, Hobert continued, "Regarding the issue of how to handle the aftermath for the 4 fallen members, I already have some ideas, and I will leave it to you to carry out. First, a share of the spoils from the first team must be given to them. Second, of course, is to return their extraordinary characteristics. I can make a promise that in addition to returning their own extraordinary characteristics, they will also be given lower sequence extraordinary characteristics. For example, if the fallen member was a sheriff, in addition to giving his family the sheriff extraordinary characteristic, they will also be given an arbitrator extraordinary characteristic." Angus was first very surprised, then happily said, "Their families will surely be very grateful." In this way, Angus would have an explanation for the families of the fallen members, and when recruiting people for the family again, the number of people who wanted to join the Special Operations Department would likely be even more than before. However, two conditions must be met, Hobert said. You need to verify that their extraordinary characteristics are given to their families, not the family. The second condition is that before being given to their families, the extraordinary characteristics will be kept with me for safekeeping. This is to protect you, lest you be targeted by the family. If they have any anger, it can all be directed at me. Angus gratefully said, "Thank you, Lord, for thinking so much of me." Archibald, on the other hand, felt that there must be something wrong here, but he wasn't sure what it was. The last point is about their compensation, Hobert said. You have been in the territory for some time and know my current difficulties. Regarding compensation, I temporarily cannot match the official Beyonders. For Sequence 9 fallen personnel, only £1,300, or 1,500 gold leathers, can be given. Sequence 8 doubles, and Sequence 7 doubles again. Angus smiled. It's already very good to have compensation. This was true. For Wild Beyonders, the issue of death in the line of duty and compensation had never been considered. This is why Hobert proposed this compensation standard, which is less than half of what the Orthodox churches offer, and will continue to use this standard for a period of time. Hobert nodded and added, I plan to expand the size of the first team. After handling the aftermath, it should be expanded to at least 18 members. You have offered such good compensation conditions, I don't think there should be any problem, Angus smiled. Hobert smiled with satisfaction. This will be your main focus of work going forward. Yes. After this conversation, Hobert's main purpose for this, personal disaster relief, was accomplished, allowing him to more happily undermine the Tudor family in the future. By the time the group returned to Baron Felix's Lord's Manor, it was already dusk. The initial resettlement of the refugees had been completed, and Conrad, following Hobert's instructions, was preparing to implement work for relief to rebuild their homes. Moreover, Conrad found that the spring planting on the entire Full Moon Lake West Bank was very haphazard. He planned to first organize people to replant in spring to ensure this year's harvest, and then take time to reallocate land. It was foreseeable that Conrad would be very busy for a while and would have no time to stay at Baron Felix's Lord's Manor to coordinate resources from all sides. Hobert also had to stay behind and personally oversee the new territory on the Full Moon Lake West Bank. After dinner and resolving work-related issues, Hobert returned to his room, instructing no one to disturb his rest. He then went to the Country of Disorder to re-examine the spoils he had obtained today. The most unexpected trophy from today's battle was the sealed artifact from the Whisperer. A sealed artifact formed by a Beyonder of that sequence level is definitely a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert beckoned, and the short blade flew into his hand. It was an orange-red short sword, looking like raw iron just taken from a furnace, and it felt distinctly hot in his hand. Using the power of the Country of Disorder, Hobert quickly learned the abilities of this sealed artifact. It can launch mental attacks on enemies, triggering and exploding their emotions, causing them to fall into mental disorder. It can emit Whisperer, that makes it very easy for people to lose control. Even demigod-level enemies have to concentrate on resisting the Whisperer's erosion. It can use Words of Filth, including Death, Slow, and Fallen. The weapon itself can transform into a lava sword, releasing steam with intense toxins. Because the Whisperer had just begun to lose control when he was swallowed by the overturning Sea Great Sage, the weapon's abilities were not as strange. However, the negative effects were also significant. There is a high probability of indiscriminately exploding the emotions of everyone around, causing them mental chaos, and this mental chaos is permanent damage that cannot be recovered. Each use requires continuously killing 9 people and feeding the short sword with their internal organs and souls. If it does not receive enough internal organs and souls, the short sword will devour its wielder. There is a not insignificant probability of attracting the gaze of the Blood Duke, a gaze sufficient to turn beyonders below the demigod level into a pool of blood, and there is also a certain probability of gaining some abilities or benefits from it. Each use is equivalent to being eroded by the abyss once. With such negative effects, he wouldn't dare to use it outside, especially the gaze of the Blood Duke, who could withstand that. And before becoming a demigod, Hobert had no way to effectively seal a Grade 1 sealed artifact, which meant that while this sealed artifact's abilities seemed good, he couldn't use it for now. This made Hobert deeply understand what a sealed artifact truly was. This thing can only be used after an effective seal is placed on it. Hobert was somewhat disappointed and was about to put the short sword back, but then he suddenly seemed to think of something. He picked up the Black Emperor card from the armrest, which made Hobert's figure appear much grander, more solid, and full of majesty. He held the short sword in his other hand and projected his power into his star. The short sword followed Hobert's power, entering the star and arriving in the real world. Because of the suppression from the Black Emperor card, even when leaving the country of disorder, the short sword's negative effects would not temporarily affect Hobert. In other words, this short sword could be used by the creator. This gave the creator many sequence 3 level abilities. Withdrawing his power, Hobert returned to the country of disorder. Actually, it's best if the creator doesn't use these powers, it's too demeaning. He could use it when he was certain he could kill the opponent, to silence them. Or use it as an auxiliary means, such as the short sword's mental attack, which superficially resembles a judge's mental attack. However, the process of use and the resulting effects are completely different, but who has the ability to go back and differentiate the abilities of deities? Hobert glanced at the short sword again, named it 1-105, and then placed it on the stone platform where Grade 1 sealed artifacts were kept. Then Hobert considered a question: why couldn't the previous 4 Grade 1 sealed artifacts be handled this way? In fact, starting from Grade 2 sealed artifacts, Hobert could use the power of sealed artifacts in the country of disorder. For example, Hobert could use the healing fork to heal Elliot through the country of disorder. But without exception, these sealed artifacts could only be used within the country of disorder. For example, when Hobert previously projected the creator's power into the real world to prevent the descent of a divine abomination, he couldn't bring any sealed artifact out. 1-105 could be taken out. If someone were to slash at the creator with a sword, Hobert could completely conjure a lava sword with 1-105 to block the enemy's attack. They are all Grade 1 sealed artifacts, so why is there such a difference? After some thought, Hobert roughly understood what was happening. Although they were all Grade 1 sealed artifacts, 1-101, 2, 1-104, were sealed artifacts formed by Sequence 4, while 1-105 was a sealed artifact formed by Sequence 3. At the Sequence 3 level, one could respond to prayers within a certain range, and their divinity was greatly enhanced compared to Sequence 4. Correspondingly, it meant having the ability to project power over long distances, so it could enter the real world through the country of disorder. Additionally, the uniqueness of the country of disorder and the suppression of the Black Emperor card's authority were also very important. The uniqueness of the country of disorder is that it can bypass many rules. For example, when projecting power into the real world, K, who has Source Castle, needs a mystical ritual to project a large amount of power. However, the country of disorder completely skipped the mystical ritual, and Hobert could easily project the power of the country of disorder into the real world. The suppression of the Black Emperor card's authority is also very important. Klein has the operation of summoning himself, but even in that state, he currently doesn't dare to bring out the Sea God Scepter. If Klein had the Fool's card to suppress it, perhaps when he summoned himself, he could also temporarily suppress the negative effects of the Sea God Scepter. After understanding the matter of 1-105, Hobert looked at the bile of the evil god's offspring again, which could still be used twice, and the black eyes could still be used once. In other words, the current angel-level combat power could still be used 3 times in total. The Ox Demon King had been used once and could still be used 6 more times, and the overturning sea great sage could still be used 10 more times, the demigod-level combat power was still relatively abundant. Returning to the real world, Hobert was about to rest when Baron Felix sent 2 maids. Hobert was already very tired today, so he sent the 2 maids back and asked them to relay a message to Baron Felix, tell him to be a good baron. This was to tell Baron Felix that he only sought dominion over the West Bank, not a noble title. As long as Felix remained as honest as before, his barony could continue, and his descendants could continue it for generations. Because Hobert had been on the edge of the angel-level battlefield during the day, he had nightmares all night. However, overall, the rest was quite effective. Early the next morning, he began to get busy, first discussing the compensation for the fallen members of the second team with Helen. 3 Beyonders from the second team died, plus 4 from the first team, making a total of 7 people who died in yesterday's battle, which was equivalent to 1/3 of the Special Operations Department members. It was fortunate that they cooperated with the Earth Mother Church, and many members who were seriously injured were rescued in time. Otherwise, the death toll might have reached around 3/5, in which case, this Special Operations Department might have disbanded due to the massive casualties. After all, this group of people was put together by Hobert, and they lacked cohesion and centripetal force. But that was before, with the distribution of spoils and the handling of aftermath for the fallen, the loyalty of both teams, especially the first team, to Hobert increased significantly. As for the aftermath of the second team's fallen members, Hobert basically handed it over to Helen, and it was handled according to some customs of the Gnostic Society. At the same time, Hobert would also issue a pension starting at 1,500 gold leathers. Just 1,500 gold leathers was enough to buy a small manor in the countryside and live the life of a farmer from then on. Similarly, the Gnostic Society also had no custom of issuing pensions to the families of fallen members, so Hobert's initiative was also affirmed by the members of the second team. These members of the Gnostic Society were relatively moderate, most of them had settled down in the South Colson area, or their families were here. So these pensions were quite useful to them, and at this moment, they finally felt like official Beyonders. As for the extraordinary characteristic of the fallen members, Hobert fully respected the Gnostic Society's opinions and did not interfere too much. After the aftermath of the second team was handled, members of both teams came to Hobert with their spoils to exchange for merits, and then used those merits to exchange for the extraordinary characteristic they needed. 4 members' merits allowed them to obtain the extraordinary characteristic needed for their advancement. Therefore, Hobert paid out 1 extraordinary characteristic of a sheriff and 1 of an inquisitor, as well as 1 of a magician and 1 of an astrologer. The merits of the others also accumulated quite a bit. If another battle like this were to occur, many more people would be able to advance. Seeing that some people had indeed exchanged for the required extraordinary characteristic and advanced, the members were already very supportive of Hobert. In the end, about 2/3 of the spoils from this battle came into Hobert's hands. Compared to what he paid out, Hobert made a huge profit. Because he set the exchange standards. For example, the extraordinary characteristic of a serial killer could be exchanged for 600 merits, meaning an inquisitor had to kill 4 serial killers to exchange for 1 extraordinary characteristic of a judge. The inquisitor had no objection to this, because serial killers were indeed relatively easy to kill. But trying to kill 4 enemies of the same sequence in one battle was also very difficult. For sheriffs, their advancement was a bit easier. They only needed the merits obtained from killing 2 cold-blooded and 1 prisoner to exchange for the corresponding extraordinary characteristic. By the afternoon, Hobert, who had nothing to do but had to temporarily oversee the West Bank, went to the country of disorder to give Elliot the 9 extraordinary characteristic he had previously promised. Looking at it this way, it immediately became clear who was the direct lineage and who was the collateral. Finally, Hobert sacrificed all the spoils to the country of disorder. He made a tally. There were 3 extraordinary characteristic of an apostle of desire, 10 of a demon, 14 of a serial killer, 16 of a cold-blooded, and 8 of a criminal. It was another great harvest. In addition, Hobert also obtained a Grade 2 sealed artifact from the door pathway. Very few sealed artifacts were obtained in this battle, only 3, and Hobert got one of them. Hobert had previously considered this question. Beyonders of the abyss pathway rarely used sealed artifacts, possibly because they were relatively versatile. For example, they had physical attack abilities like the lava sword, as well as mental and desire-based attack abilities, and attacks like words of filth and toxic gas, as well as long-range attacks like sulfur fireballs. The most irritating thing was that they also had malicious perception ability. The enemy would just have a thought, and they would be gone. What more sealed artifacts did they need? The reason why yesterday's battle achieved such great results was largely due to Fabuty's ring. If the Whisperer had sensed the threat from Hobert, or rather from the overturning Sea Great Sage, and turned to run, then the battle would have stalled halfway through. If the Whisperer ran, Bowen would certainly have to run too, at most only being able to harvest Yarling and the others. But killing 3 Apostles of Desire was not as impactful as killing 1 demigod. For the next 2 days, Hobert remained in the West Bank, recovering from the negative state he had incurred on the demigod battlefield. On Thursday evening, Hobert had dinner, returned to his room early, then changed his clothes, transforming into the face with a prominent nose bridge and high cheekbones he used last time he went to Backland, and used travel to arrive at Brave Bar again. As usual, he ordered a beer, drank it, left the bar, and called a taxi carriage. After the carriage traveled for 7 or 8 minutes, Miss Sharon, with her delicate face and light golden hair, appeared in the carriage. Hobert smiled and said, "Good evening." "Good." Miss Sharon responded perfunctorily, then immediately got to the point. "The extraordinary characteristic you mentioned last time are too many, we only need a portion." "Which portion exactly?" 30 sequence 9, 25 sequence 8, 15 sequence 7, 10 sequence 6, 5 sequence 5, and also that puppet extraordinary characteristic. Just as Hobert was about to speak, Miss Sharon preempted him and said, "Since we are buying in such bulk, you must give us a certain discount." "You should know that the price I offered is not very high already," Hobert smiled. "Especially for sequence 7 and above extraordinary characteristic, it's very difficult to buy them at this price elsewhere." Hobert was very curious how Miss Sharon, who seemed to show very little emotional change, would haggle. "You must make it cheaper, otherwise we will not consider an alliance with you," Sharon said flatly. Hobert chuckled to himself, thinking, as expected, a ruthless person of few words. What Sharon just said was indeed something Hobert was concerned about. Before coming to see Sharon, he had already decided that he could give the Temperance faction some discounts as a gesture of sincerity for the alliance. Hobert then took out paper and pen from his leather bag and said, "All right, let's calculate the total first, then I'll give you a discount." Sharon nodded, seemingly pleased with the proposal. So Hobert drew up another list. According to the previous quote, the sequence 9 feet prisoner, extraordinary characteristic is £280 per portion, so 30 portions are £8,400. The sequence 8 feet lunatic, extraordinary characteristic is £580 per portion, so 25 portions are £14,500. The sequence 7 feet werewolf, extraordinary characteristic is £1,300 per portion, so 15 portions are £19,500. The sequence 6 feet living corpse, extraordinary characteristic is £3,200 per portion, so 10 portions are £32,000. The sequence 5 feet wraith, extraordinary characteristic is £6,000 per portion, so 5 portions are £30,000. One sequence 4 feet puppet, extraordinary characteristic is worth £50,000. The total value of all extraordinary characteristic is £154,400. Hobert suddenly felt like he was making a big sale. If this transaction went through, all the construction costs for the territory would be covered, with enough left over to buy decoration materials. "First, we should clarify a concept," Hobert said. "That extraordinary characteristic of a puppet has already been discounted. Hobert spread his hands. Any sequence 4 extraordinary characteristic is already difficult to measure in gold. I don't think I need to say more. Sharon watched Hobert silently. Ahem. Hobert cleared his throat somewhat unnaturally and said, "So, the 50,000 gold pounds cannot be discounted any further. What can be discounted are the extraordinary characteristics of other sequences." Sharon still watched Hobert silently. Hobert suddenly felt that, outside of combat, the temperance faction of the prisoner pathway was quite restraining to a lawyer. No matter how clear Hobert's logic or how good his eloquence, if the other party gave no feedback, Hobert was somewhat helpless. However, Hobert's words were not entirely useless. When he mentioned that the temperance faction would need to send some forces to participate in the next fight against the Rose School, he reached a verbal agreement with Sharon. As for the price of those extraordinary characteristics, they ultimately settled at a total of 150,000 gold pounds, with the transaction to be completed uniformly in about 10 days. Before Sharon left, Hobert quickly said, "If you have any new demands for extraordinary characteristics, the payment can be made in installments, or you can take out a loan from me." "No need," Sharon said. "We have ways to raise money, provided we are given enough time." Hobert smiled. This meant the temperance faction was quite wealthy. Sharon then said, "You must have more than one puppet extraordinary characteristic, right?" "Yes, there are 2 more," Hobert said. Actually, there were 3 more, but Hobert currently had no way to shatter the disciple of silence extraordinary characteristic, so he temporarily said there were 2. Sharon nodded lightly. "If there's still a need in that regard, how should I contact you?" Hobert thought for a moment before saying, "I'll probably visit Brave Bar every 2 weeks in the evening. If you have a need, you can wait for me at the bar for a few days." Hobert planned to tell Sharon how to summon his messenger after the first batch of transactions was completed. It wasn't that Hobert didn't trust Sharon, but exposing his identity now seemed problematic. After watching Sharon disappear, Hobert began to imagine how he would spend these 150,000 gold pounds. No matter how he spent them, he now had a comfortable amount of money in hand. Hobert planned to go back and have Roy draw up a budget for the later stages of renovation. With a new territory and more population, he could plan to accelerate the construction progress. After imagining for a while in the carriage, Hobert finally told the coachman to stop. Because he had just closed a big deal, Hobert specifically gave the coachman a 1 soul tip. The coachman happily praised Hobert's generosity, and Hobert smiled as he walked into the shadows of the street corner. Friday morning, Fenaport Kingdom, Full Moon Lake West Bank. The disaster relief mission was progressing steadily. The tents and food purchased by Jeffrey Territory had arrived one after another, and the refugees' basic needs for food and shelter were largely resolved. Conrad organized the refugees for a replanting, then began to rebuild the previously collapsed houses, for which a considerable amount of building materials were transported from Jeffrey Territory. Hobert generously approved all these expenses, and the budget was more than ample. The reason for such generosity was, on one hand, that Hobert had just completed a transaction worth over 100,000 gold pounds, so he indeed had money. On the other hand, it was because the new territory had significantly aided the digestion of Hobert's potion, digesting about 1/3 or more. Hobert believed that such significant digestion was largely related to his expulsion of the previous rulers. The rulers who had occupied this place for decades were suddenly hung in the form of corpses at the village entrance or in towns. The public's feelings of bewilderment, confusion, and fear were imaginable. For a time, they must have fallen into the chaos of order, life, and spirit brought about by the new rule, which was completely different from before. Crucially, Hobert had already become the de facto controller of 4 domains, including Felix Territory, so the emotions and reactions of the people here could all be fed back to Hobert. Thus, so much of the potion was digested at once. Hobert estimated that once the land reform was completed, the reconstruction of homes in the disaster area was finished, and an effective rule was established, he would experience another significant digestion of the potion. This put Hobert in a great mood, so when approving funds, he appeared exceptionally generous. Hobert also sent people to have Dennis, Freya, and Serena come to the West Bank to participate in this rescue, to temper their character. He also called Philip and Roy to discuss the budget for the next phase of construction in the territory. Regarding the renovation and other later budgets, the father and son had already roughly calculated them. With most of the timber being self-sufficient, about 180,000 gold leathers would still be needed. Hobert was startled. It still costs that much money. Mainly, the decorations required for the villas where nobles live are expensive, Roy said. Institutions like hospitals and post offices don't have high renovation costs. And this also includes office supplies, medical equipment, and so on, which don't cost much. However, the items prepared for nobles are not cheap, Philip said. A set of tableware alone costs over 300 gold leathers. Hobert clicked his tongue. Tableware made of gold. These two trusted subordinates knew that their lord, also a noble, was very simple. Philip smiled. They really are inlaid with beautiful gold carvings, and some are even set with gems. Aren't they afraid of cutting their hands? Hobert muttered. Then go ahead and procure them. Money is not an issue. After discussing some more details, Hobert gave Philip a batch of gold worth about 6,000 gold leathers, and over 30,000 gold pounds. This batch of gold was obtained from the previous transaction with the Bach family and had not been used because it would need to be exchanged when used. It was better to exchange it in advance. As for the over 30,000 gold pounds, it was mainly payment for transactions with the vampires. This was the budget for the fourth batch of goods, but because of the income from the auction house, Hobert had not immediately given this budget to Philip. This time, nearly 20,000 gold leathers were compensated to the fallen, and there were also expenses for disaster relief. The money in Philip's hands was decreasing at a visible rate. The funds from the Temperance faction would not be available for another 10 days or so. To prevent a cash flow problem, Hobert gave all his personal belongings to Philip. Of course, there was a precondition: without using the inherited property. After dealing with official business, Hobert became bored again. Fortunately, in the afternoon, Furs, wearing a light yellow casual dress and a playful fedora hat, arrived at Baron Felix's lord's manor with a freshly made batch of donuts. Baron Hobert's fondness for donuts had long been widely known. Furs, of course, knew that Hobert's donuts were for his messenger, but the current butler of the lord's manor, Alan, and the chefs all hoped that the lady would take the lord's favorite donuts to visit the lord. Unable to refuse the kind offer, Furs had to bring the donuts to the West Bank. "These are the donuts you like to eat." She smiled. "Everyone in the lord's manor knows you love these." Hobert embraced Furs. "Nonsense, I clearly love to eat you the most." Archibald tactfully left with his puppet, not forgetting to close the door on his way out. Furs pushed Hobert. "I came to find you for something serious." "What we're doing now is serious business," Hobert said, acting with his hands. "It's so warm now, you don't need to dress so heavily." Furs smiled helplessly. Her matter wasn't very urgent, and she also missed Hobert a little, so she half-heartedly indulged in some intimacy with Hobert before the two of them embraced and talked about serious matters. In the days Hobert was away from the territory, a noblewoman named April came to Geoffrey Town and immediately gifted Furs a life stone. Furs usually didn't manage external affairs of the lord's manor, but this gift was too valuable. To show her gratitude, she invited the noblewoman to dinner. The two had a pleasant conversation and had already arranged to go out twice. Furs felt that the other party should be a Beander, but she was currently unsure of the other party's purpose, which was why she came to tell Hobert about it. Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, "Tomorrow we'll go back together," and invite her to lunch. Perhaps she'll be willing to state her purpose then. The life stone was a strategic material of the Earth Mother Church. Simpson only had one, and he hadn't even dared to use it in the intense battles a few days ago. Someone once described that with a life stone, one gained an extra life. The use of the life stone was far more than simply rejuvenating one's own life. It could also bestow life upon other creatures. Its effect was better than healing art, and its uses were broader than healing art. Given such a large, initial investment, the other party's request must not be small. However, the other party should have some request for Hobert, essentially taking the lady's route, to have Furs help with the introduction. Furs nodded. Okay. Then she spoke about the recent situation of the auction house. During Hobert's absence from the territory, Furs helped organize the auction house's demand list. After those nobles and wealthy individuals left, they sent people to inform the auction house of their needs. Hobert glanced at the list. Many of them he could resolve himself, and he could gradually meet these people's demands over the next month or two. Some demands, such as wanting a Grade 2 sealed artifact, would have to be pushed back, or even indefinitely postponed. Since he had the donuts, Hobert embraced Furs for a while, then dressed and went alone to the study to write letters to Leonard and Jessica separately. The letter to Leonard contained several extraordinary characteristics of the criminal pathway, and he told Leonard that he had found a demon. Laren would kill a large number of demons in the near future. This was in preparation for his future dealings with related extraordinary characteristics. As for the letter to Jessica, it was to discuss the future division of magical items. Afterward, for every magical item Kelly created, Hobert would pay 450 gold pounds for materials and labor. He wrote in the letter, although there is a method to recondense extraordinary characteristics from extraordinary materials, it also requires a certain amount of time and a certain price. Here, Baron Hobert was merely exaggerating. If he had told Jessica the truth, it would have sounded truly horrifying. Seeing that there were still donuts, Baron Hobert wrote another letter to Iceberg Vice Admiral Edwina, asking her about the names and general uses of several extraordinary materials, and also if she wanted an extraordinary characteristic from the criminal pathway. Baron Hobert still didn't know the names or pathways of the extraordinary materials he had seized from the Mist Wolf. Asking the Mist Wolf directly would have been more convenient for getting the answers, but that would make the creator's dependents seem too ignorant. It had been almost a month since those extraordinary materials were seized, and he still didn't know their names. So, it was better to seek far and wide, and consult Iceberg Vice Admiral. Soon, Baron Hobert received a reply from Jessica. She first agreed to his long-term cooperation proposal, and then asked him to prepare a briber potion formula and an extraordinary characteristic. The revision process of the labor law had allowed her to fully digest the potion, and she planned to advance in the next few days. In the evening, Baron Hobert, out of politeness, hosted a banquet with Furs for Baron Felix. During the banquet, Baron Hobert briefed Conrad and others on the upcoming work priorities, telling everyone that he would return to the East Bank tomorrow morning. Speaking of which, Baron Hobert was quite helpless. The straight-line distance from here to Jeffrey Town was not far, but it would take at least 2 or 3 hours by boat to get to Jeffrey Town from here. If any news was to be delivered to Baron Hobert's Lord's Manor, there would be a half-day delay. A large river, while playing a huge role in navigation, also severely hindered local transportation. So, when Baron Hobert started his journey back the next day, he had the idea of building a bridge. After returning to his territory, he asked Skora, who was preparing to leave, to investigate if there was a suitable place to build a bridge in the South Colson Basin. At noon, when Baron Hobert saw Lady April in the Lord's Manor's dining room, his eyes narrowed. She was the beautiful lady in her 30s, dressed luxuriously with a wild look in her eyes, who had appeared at the wedding before. Baron Hobert had also seen this lady in a carriage in Backland before. This immediately put Baron Hobert on guard, as he speculated about April's identity and purpose. April, however, seemed to pay no attention to Baron Hobert's wariness, and looked at Baron Hobert and Furs, who were sitting together, with a gentle, even benevolent smile. How wonderful! This exclamation left Baron Hobert a bit puzzled, so he smiled and got to the point. Thank you for the gift you gave my wife earlier, it was too precious. It's only right, April smiled. Baron Hobert was stunned, feeling that he was not on the same wavelength as her. What did only right, mean. April then said to Baron Hobert, when you were fighting those demons a few days ago, I was also on the West Bank. Don't be so desperate in the future. Baron Hobert was startled. How had he not noticed April at all? Before Baron Hobert could ask about this, April said again, all right, let's talk about business. I hope to sell some extraordinary items through your auction house. I have 3 extraordinary items here. If you offer a suitable price, we can establish a long-term cooperative relationship. April gestured for a servant to push over a dining cart and placed the 3 prepared boxes on it. The servant pushed it to Baron Hobert. Baron Hobert opened the boxes and looked inside. They contained an extraordinary material, an extraordinary characteristic, and a magical item shaped like a metal plate. Baron Hobert picked up the plate and asked, where did this metal plate come from? This inevitably reminded Baron Hobert of the magical items he wore that were shaped like tableware, as if they were made by the same person as the plate in front of him. April smiled and said, that's a magical item I'm helping a friend sell. Although he's not very satisfied with it, I think it's still very valuable. Baron Hobert strongly suspected that April's so-called friend was the artisan friend Christine knew. Of course, he was definitely not an artisan, but more likely an astronomer, or even an alchemist. This made Baron Hobert wonder, could April have been a friend invited by Christine to the wedding? As for the extraordinary characteristic, Baron Hobert could confirm it was a judge's extraordinary characteristic just by looking at its appearance. These 2 items had to be acquired. The most uncertain one was the extraordinary material. So Baron Hobert said, please let Furs accompany you for dinner first. I'll go appraise these 3 items. Seeing this utensil-like magical item, Baron Hobert felt much more at ease about April, believing that Furs would not be in any danger if she accompanied her alone. Baron Hobert remembered that Christine had many strange friends, and April might be one of them. He quickly went to the side hall, sacrificed the 3 items to the Country of Disorder, and used the Country of Disorder's authority to learn about the extraordinary item's abilities and negative effects. Its ability was, it can freely change its body shape, even turning its flesh and blood into liquid, allowing it to hide in extremely small spaces or increase its movement speed. It can detonate flesh and blood, creating explosions no less powerful than bombs. Its negative effect was, each use requires feeding a small amount of one's own flesh and blood to this plate. Other people's flesh and blood cannot be used as a substitute, otherwise the plate will devour the holder. Baron Hobert nodded and thought, no wonder that, artisan master, was not satisfied, this negative effect is quite annoying. Unless it's a Beander whose body can regenerate, how much flesh and blood can be used to feed this plate? Then Baron Hobert thought of a solution. After use, he could first feed the plate with his own flesh and blood. The next time he used it, he could use its ability to change its body shape to replenish the flesh and blood he had fed it before. This plate should have been made from a rose bishop's extraordinary characteristic, and such an operation would be entirely possible. So, the negative effect of this plate was not actually that severe. It only required the user to cut off a piece of their own flesh and blood between 2 uses. It was a small amount of flesh and blood, so it shouldn't be too much. Additionally, cutting off one's own flesh and blood also requires immense courage, which should be the biggest negative effect, though one could find others to help. As for a magical item, such a negative effect was entirely within an acceptable range. After all, Beyonders generally have very good physiques, and the wound would heal quickly after feeding the plate, so it wouldn't greatly affect their normal lives. Baron Hobert then looked at the extraordinary material. It was an extraordinary material at sequence 6, but Baron Hobert could not ascertain its specific pathway. Just as he was about to leave the country of disorder, Baron Hobert suddenly remembered Christine's wedding gift to him. He rummaged through the pile of Grade 2 sealed artifacts and found the Reader Pathway magical item. Injecting his spirituality and looking at the extraordinary material again, Baron Hobert, although he had no relevant knowledge in his mind, knew that it was an extraordinary material from the Cultivator Pathway. Based on the combination of the 2 pieces of information, Baron Hobert concluded, it was one of the main materials for Cultivator Sequence 6 biologist. Although he didn't know the name of this extraordinary material, he had enough clear information about it. Leaving the country of disorder, Baron Hobert returned to the dining room. "Lady, I'll take all 3 of these items." "Name your price." "The extraordinary material is 2,000 gold leathers," April said. "The extraordinary characteristic is 4,500 gold leathers, and the magical item is 7,000 gold leathers." "The price is a bit high," Baron Hobert smiled. "For our first cooperation, I won't bargain, but if we cooperate again next time, I hope you can show enough sincerity." April smiled. "You're very good at business." Baron Hobert did not continue the conversation but asked a servant to call Philip to prepare the gold leathers. He changed the subject. "Did you refine that life stone yourself?" "Yes. So, you are an ancient alchemist." "That's right." Although he had guessed it, Baron Hobert was still a little surprised. "I know a bishop from the Earth Mother Church, but I heard him say that the demigods of the Earth Mother Church are very busy." April took a sip of wine and said, "Young man, your intention to probe is too obvious." She spread her hands. "I am not from the Earth Mother Church." Baron Hobert smiled. "Then, I do have a task here that is very suitable for an ancient alchemist who is not from the Earth Mother Church to complete." April made a gesture to speak. "I hope you can help me refine a body that can highly integrate a certain spirit body and mental body with this body." April nodded. "I have quite a bit of research on this, but isn't the Earth Mother Church more professional? Given your relationship with the Earth Mother Church, why didn't you ask them for help?" Baron Hobert leaned back in his chair and smiled. "I approached them first, but they demurred, saying it was an act of disrespect for life." "Huh." April chuckled, full of sarcasm. "I once stole research materials from the Earth Mother Church. They have many studies that disrespect life." Their reply only means that the price you offered at the time was not enough. Baron Hobert was stunned. Was a Sequence 5 level main material not enough? Then he suddenly realized, "I think I found the wrong person." Bishop Utravsky is so devout, or rather, on such matters, he basically doesn't beat around the bush. If I had approached Bishop Simpson, the problem might have already been solved. But since the matter had been brought up, Baron Hobert decided to continue talking with April. If she demanded an exorbitant price, he would then go to Simpson. April explained, "If you want to refine a specific puppet, you must have a part of that person's body, hair or blood will do. There are 2 key points in the entire process. First, it requires their complete astral body and mental body. If it's incomplete, it will only fuse into a puppet with that person's memories. Second, you need a medium to integrate the astral body and mental body into the puppet. This medium is best an extraordinary item, as it can provide enough power support for the integration process." Hobert asked, "Can the Beander characteristic of the deceased serve as a medium?" "That's the best medium," April said. "It will greatly increase the success rate." Hobert breathed a sigh of relief, glad he had made thorough preparations beforehand. He possessed all the elements April mentioned. "What reward do you want?" "I don't need any reward." April smiled again, somewhat kindly. "I have also been trying to resurrect someone very important in my life, but unfortunately, I haven't found their spirit body yet. Seeing your friend resurrected using the method I researched will also make me very happy." At this point, April's left hand suddenly trembled violently. She quickly pressed her right hand over her left, as if her left hand had suddenly gone out of her control. After 7 or 8 seconds, the violent trembling subsided. April took a deep breath and, feigning ease, told the vigilant Hobert, "This is the price of practicing some secret arts." Hobert did not relax his guard, but a smile returned to his face. He followed her words, "Sometimes, acquiring power comes at a price." What else could he do besides agree? After all, she was a demigod. Could he directly point out that this was a sign of losing control? April nodded in agreement. "Exactly." Hobert smiled. "I'll consider it and give you an answer tomorrow, whether I ask for your help or not." "All right." Mainly, the arrogance in April's eyes and her recent reaction made Hobert a little uneasy. So, after seeing April off, Hobert simply used travel to Fenaport City, and under Dofus's guidance, met Christine in the military office. The two chatted briefly, and Hobert brought up the main purpose of his trip. Do you know a lady named April? Christine's face changed drastically, and she suddenly stood up. She went to find you. His father's reaction exceeded Hobert's expectations. Yes, do you know her? Christine sat back down, her face still not looking good. I warned her not to approach you because her condition is very bad, and she joined an evil Beander organization. Hobert nodded. Christine knew April, and it was highly probable that she also knew his biological parents. This actually increased Hobert's trust in April considerably. Christine glanced at Hobert. I believe you are now fully capable of making your own judgments on some matters. Ah, in the blink of an eye, you are already married. This sentence made Hobert feel somewhat confused. Noticing Christine's lack of interest in chatting, he stood up to leave and used travel to return to the Lord's Manor. This afternoon, Hobert had some rare free time, but for some reason, he felt restless. He soon realized that this was a spiritual premonition. He had missed something very important today. This left Hobert with no mood to even rest with a cup of tea, and he paced back and forth in the study. Because he hadn't found any inspiration, Hobert returned to the bedroom, wanting to chat with Furs for a while. It was only when he saw the comb and two skincare products on the dressing table that Hobert remembered Furs had gone to the circus again this afternoon to play the magician. Hobert smiled. Furs never used makeup because she was too lazy. At most she would use a little skincare product in the dry winter. And Furs rarely put her comb and skincare products back in their original places because she was too lazy to tidy up. Hobert went to the dressing table, wanting to see what the skincare products of this era were like. As he approached the dressing table, Hobert glanced at the mirror. Suddenly, Hobert finally understood the spiritual prompt, and many clues connected, so that's how it is. Hobert sat in the chair for a long time, speechless, unsure how to face April for a moment. After much thought, Hobert finally decided, for now, don't expose it, otherwise, everyone would feel very uncomfortable interacting. In the evening, Hobert received replies from Leonard and Edwina. Leonard's letter contained a small package with gold pounds tied together. Hobert counted them. It was exactly 5,500 gold pounds, no more, no less. In his previous letter, Hobert had included one demon, one serial killer, 2 cold-blooded, and 2 criminal Beander characteristics. According to the base price, the total value of these 5 Beander characteristics was indeed 5,500 gold pounds. Inside the package was also a note written by Leonard, "As much as you have, I'll take it." Hobert smiled. You dare to write this, you don't know how much there actually is. If he gave all the prisoner Beander characteristics to Leonard, that guy would probably doubt his life, which is why Hobert thought of selling them slowly like this. Putting away the gold pounds, Hobert opened Edwina's letter, and elegant handwriting came into view. Edwina first expressed her apologies, saying she was busy today and was only now replying to Hobert. Edwina then stated that the extraordinary materials Hobert inquired about this time were more advanced than the previous ones. She didn't know their specific names, only the pathway they belonged to and the level of the main material. This made Hobert think of the reader pathway sealed artifact he had used at noon. He guessed that at the sequence 5 level of this pathway, there might be an ability to distinguish between Beander characteristics and extraordinary material pathways. Hobert realized that although Edwina was knowledgeable, it was impossible for her to know all extraordinary materials. If he encountered similar problems again, he could try to solve them using that sealed artifact. Moreover, when presiding over Beander gatherings at the auction center, he could also wear this sealed artifact and make many judgments on the spot. Continuing to read the Iceberg Vice Admiral's reply, Hobert knew the level of the extraordinary materials, all of them sequence 5. He mainly looked at the pathways. To Hobert's surprise, among the 3 sequence 5 extraordinary materials, there was actually one main material of the Pain Witch. Hobert smiled. This could be used to paint a grand picture for Helen. Additionally, Edwina said that she was acquiring Beander characteristics of the criminal pathway, offering the same price as Leonard, acquiring them at the base price. For Hobert, this was another channel for selling Beander characteristics. At night, Hobert was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt some power invading his dream. Hobert subconsciously gripped the order crystal in his hand. He knew someone would come to visit tonight. By the time Hobert regained consciousness, he was already in the oil painting, in front of that imposing grand hall. Hobert stepped inside and saw Fabuti, in the form of a thin middle-aged man, sitting on the throne in a sea of flowers. "Very good," Fabuti said in a hoarse voice, "you have completed our transaction very well." "I need to say it again," Hobert said, "my goal is actually to seize the governance of the West Bank. You don't have to be so wary of me." Fabuti leaned back against the high chair. "If I were to make a deal with you, as long as you opened your mouth, or your emotions fluctuated even slightly, you would have already sold your flesh and soul to me." Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. "I truly felt your deterrent power." Fabuti did not continue to discuss the issue. "According to our previous agreement, that ring is yours, but its ability has changed, and there are no significant negative effects." Hobert also simply skipped the topic. When did the Desire Mother Tree gain part of the moon's authority? Fabuti did not hide information about the Desire Mother Tree. After Lilith's demise, someone sacrificed a Sequence 1 Beander characteristic of the moon pathway to the Desire Mother Tree. Who? Tuorzina. Bound God. Yes, Tuorzina was present when Lilith perished with Quetzalcoatl, Strange King, and Flegrate, Destruction Magic Wolf. Fabuti said, he not only acquired the uniqueness and 2 Sequence 1 Beander characteristics of the Bound 1 pathway but also picked up a Sequence 1 Beander characteristic of the Moon pathway. At that time, 3 ancient gods fell, and several subordinate gods present benefited greatly. Hobert nodded. Tuorzina was the subordinate god of the Strange King, the god of spiritual items of the Second Epoch, and later the Bound God. Now he was completely corrupted by the Desire Mother Tree, his whereabouts unknown. But Hobert remembered that the Desire Mother Tree had torn off a Sequence 1 Beander characteristic from him, giving birth to the god of depravity, Sua. Hobert asked again, logically, the Bound God should still have the uniqueness of the Bound 1 pathway and 1 Sequence 1 Beander characteristic. The god of depravity, Sua, also has 1 Sequence 1 Beander characteristic. Where is the other Sequence 1 Beander characteristic? Fabuti was slightly taken aback, perhaps not expecting such knowledge of the Bound 1 pathway. Originally, that Sequence 1 was taken by Salinger, god of the undead, later the Underworld Emperor, and then I seized it. Hobert nodded. So you knew about the old ones very early on? No, I didn't know then. Fabuti let out a strange smile. I sacrificed it to the fallen Mother Goddess. Hobert opened his mouth. This. What kind of crazy move is this? Hobert then asked, why would the fallen Mother Goddess need the Beander characteristic of the Bound One? Therefore, the Bound God ultimately only reached the level of an Angel King, and was never able to become a true god of the Bound One pathway. The fallen Mother Goddess may not need it. Fabuti said, but I know that the Desire Mother Tree least wants this Beander characteristic to fall into the hands of the fallen Mother Goddess. Just as the fallen Mother Goddess doesn't want a Sequence 1 of the Moon pathway to fall into the hands of the Desire Mother Tree. Hobert nodded. There are also opposing phenomena among outer gods. Exactly, the conflict between the fallen Mother Goddess and the Desire Mother Tree seems particularly great. Fabuti revealed a triumphant smile. For a long time, the Desire Mother Tree didn't have time to bother me. Hobert sighed. What a good balance of power. He asked again, but your action also indirectly caused the Bound God to be corrupted by the Desire Mother Tree, right? After all, if he had become a god, he could also engage in a tug of war similar to yours with the Desire Mother Tree. Fabuti, however, countered, why do you think Lilith sought to perish with Quetzalcoatl? And why was Flegrate, who hadn't joined any faction, also present? Hobert pondered for a moment. Was the opponent chosen by the fallen Mother Goddess for Lilith? But why did Flegrate appear there? Because Tuorzina told Flegre that the sequence 1 Deander characteristic of the bound one could strengthen his affinity with the spirit world. Fabuti said. And at that time, Flegre had entered the spirit world. It is said that he saw a strange castle at the top of the spirit world, but he couldn't enter it no matter what. Hobert was stunned. Flegre had seen Source Castle. That's right, he had the uniqueness of the full pathway at the time, and might have been attracted to it. Hobert then asked, why did Tuorzina do that? Fabuti recounted expressionlessly, because during the second epoch, the Desire Mother Tree wanted to corrupt me and Quetzalcoatl, but her power was not as strong as the fallen mother goddesses, and her corruption did not succeed. So she targeted Tuorzina for corruption, luring him with the promise of helping him become a god, and making Tuorzina betray Quetzalcoatl. Hobert took a deep breath. Another backstab from a subordinate god. He hadn't expected Tuorzina to be influenced by the Desire Mother Tree so early on. Then Hobert smiled and thought to himself, more strange knowledge. He said to Fabuti, thank you for your answer. Then, the transaction is complete. Fabuti said as he disappeared from the throne. And Hobert woke up from his dream with a start. He immediately felt bristly. When did I have a transaction with you? But Hobert thought that Fabuti knew he had the Black Knight goddess as his backer and wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Then he realized, Fabuti might have done it on purpose, simply wanting to scare him and also to mock his previous cautiousness. Hobert mumbled, do demons also like practical jokes? Next time I see Fabuti, I'll have to check if he's wearing a monocle. Then he raised his hand and looked. The ring with the demon's head, as expected, reappeared on his ring finger. Furs, in his arms, was still sleeping soundly, unaware of Hobert's dream just now. Hobert gently withdrew the arm Furs was using as a pillow, then put on a robe and went to the study alone. This time, the ring on his hand came off easily. Hobert sacrificed it to the country of disorder, and only after sitting on the Iron Throne did Hobert completely relax. He didn't find anything wrong with his spirit body, which meant Fabuti's previous phrase, transaction complete, was just to scare him and mock him. This made Hobert sigh. Demons really do like to lie. Then Hobert used the power of order to disinfect the ring. This time, there were no arrangements left by Fabuti on the ring. Borrowing the authority of the country of disorder, Hobert discovered that the ring's ability had indeed changed. Without transforming into a devil, one can use the ability of transaction. The wielder can clearly perceive the target's desires, and after satisfying some of the target's desires in unexpected ways, cause significant damage to the target's soul or body, or acquire some abilities or authorities that the target possesses, can subtly influence the target, making them careless and always make error choices, can use the ability of malicious perception, can create a volcanic eruption within a dozen meters and manipulate magma to protect themselves. The negative effect was indeed small. After wearing it, one will show sufficient friendliness to the demon monarch Fabuti. Hobert thought to himself, the negative effect isn't big, it's just a bit disgusting. Flash. Hobert named Fabuti's ring as 1-106, and placed it on the stone platform for Sequence 1 sealed artifacts. Compared to the ring Fabuti gave him, Hobert now preferred to keep 1-102 by his side. As for Sequence 2 sealed artifacts, except for a few frequently used ones, most were also stored in the country of disorder. Then, Hobert recalled his conversation with Fabuti. In the Lilith's Fall incident, the fallen mother goddess and the Desire Mother Tree each gained a benefit from a Sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic. However, neither of them obtained the extraordinary characteristic they desired. Instead, their opponent ultimately acquired the extraordinary characteristic they wanted. This made Hobert exclaim, Fabuti is truly a demon monarch, his main characteristic is being a pain in the ass. Hobert then thought, so, the Lilith's Fall incident wasn't a collaboration between two outer gods, but rather the Desire Mother Tree discovering an opportunity while monitoring an enemy, and then using the fallen mother goddess's conspiracy to gain some benefits. The entire Lilith's Fall incident was a major event in the second epoch, and if further investigated, more inside stories might be uncovered. And the bound god Tuorzina's current fate is not unjust at all. It turns out he had long ago defected because he failed to withstand the test. After sealing the relevant memories, Hobert returned to the real world to continue resting. The next day, Hobert once again invited April and gave her a portion of Captain Dunn's hair and blood, which he had collected in Tingen City, asking her to help him refine a puppet. There were only about 5 or 6 strands of hair, as Captain Dunn didn't have much hair to begin with at that time. April carefully put away the blood and hair, telling Hobert that refining the puppet would take about half a month, and then chatted with Furs for a while before leaving. Over the next 2 or 3 days, Hobert noticed that ships gradually began to use the Taiti-Gia River route. Because the entire South Colson region only had Jeffrey territory for supplies and docking, it almost became a mandatory stop for cargo ships. Hobert had Alan inquire about it, and sure enough, it was the previous marriage report that had played a role. Princess Ethel had even passed through the Taiti-Gia River to visit Jeffrey territory and highly praised it, which was enough to prove that some previous slanderous reports about the Taiti-Gia River were rumors. Additionally, it was said that Furs's new book had already sold out in major bookstores. After reading the book, many people showed great curiosity about the place and planned to take time off to vacation in Jeffrey territory. Unfortunately, transportation here was not yet very convenient, with only a few passenger ships each week. As Hobert was pondering whether to proactively contact a shipping passenger company, the company itself sent people to him, hoping to set up a station at Jeffrey Port. Hobert made 2 demands. The first was to grant relevant entry permits for ships from Jeffrey territory. The second was a share of the passenger and cargo transport revenue. The operation of the Fenaport Kingdom's railways and shipping was not handled by a direct unit of the kingdom, but by large passenger or shipping companies. According to custom, if a station were to be established in Jeffrey territory, Hobert, as the ruler of this territory, had the right to demand a share from the other party. After stating his demands, Hobert handed over the negotiation to Philip. As a lord, he didn't need to spend too much energy on such minor matters. What concerned Lord Hobert more was a report submitted by Conrad. During post-disaster reconstruction and land reform, Conrad discovered that the people in the new territory, besides being excessively thin, also seemed to have some mental issues. They still worshipped those ugly demons. Conrad had tried to destroy the stone statues but was met with obstruction and resistance from the locals. Upon learning of this, Bishop Simpson organized people to smash the stone statues and some symbolic emblems, and then proclaimed the glory of the Mother Goddess. However, Conrad found that this didn't seem to work very well. The villagers would still worship the broken stone statues, or the original location of the statues. Instead, it deepened the conflict between the town government and the villagers, leading to opposition between the 2 sides. After reading the report, Hobert frowned. This was a bit strange. Compared to those demons, the villagers should be more willing to believe in the Earth Mother. Then Hobert realized that this was the situation in Jeffrey territory, or rather, on the east bank of the Taiti-Gia River. This area was basically the territory of the Gnostic Society. Although the Gnostic Society also heavily exploited the people, at least they didn't like to kill indiscriminately. Hobert thought, perhaps the people on the West Bank had been under bloody rule for so long that they had grown accustomed to that brutal environment. And now that they suddenly entered a normal environment, they couldn't adapt. He thought to himself, no wonder they digested so many potions all at once. It turns out that after being rescued, the people of the West Bank fell into unprecedented panic and confusion. This reaction made the hearts of the West Bank people extremely chaotic, which is why they digested the potions so obviously. At this time, only the power of religion could offer some comfort to people. Hobert had Alan invite Bishop Simpson. He planned to renovate several churches on the West Bank and have Bishop Simpson dispatch priests there. Hobert met Simpson in the side hall. This was their first meeting after the battle with the demons. After each briefly discussing their recent situations, Hobert smiled and said, I just remembered that our transaction regarding the ancient azure dragon liver crystal has not yet been finalized. Simpson's smile grew wider. I was just about to talk to you about this. The previous battle received high praise from the Pope, and Bowen's extraordinary characteristic is also a highly valued trophy for the Holy See. If I can also obtain the ancient azure dragon liver crystal, I will definitely get the opportunity to become an ancient alchemist. Hobert held his teacup. That would be excellent. The South Colson region should have a demigod overseeing it. If Bishop Simpson could become a demigod, it would mean that the binding of their interests would become very strong. Taking a sip of tea, Hobert said with some difficulty, "Logically speaking, I should just give you that main material directly, but as you know, the expenses in Jeffrey territory are so high right now." "Of course I know," Bishop Simpson cooperatively said, "just name your price." 30,000 gold leathers. Bishop Simpson readily agreed, "No problem." Anyway, he didn't have to pay for it himself, and Hobert hadn't asked for an exorbitant price, which already showed him considerable respect. Then Hobert brought up the issue of the mental state of the West Bank people. Before he even mentioned renovating churches, Simpson shook his head and said, "They are beyond saving." Hobert was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "I went to the site to see it," Bishop Simpson said with a look of regret. "Their spiritual bodies have been affected by the demons for a long time and have suffered a certain degree of corrosion. According to the church's experience, such corrosion cannot be eliminated at all." Hobert was somewhat surprised. "Is there any solution?" Bishop Simpson shook his head again. "The corrosion of the spiritual body is the most difficult to treat. At most, we can only use some sedatives to prevent them from having the energy to harm others. I suggest that the administrative staff you send should do nothing, because according to my observations, most of them will recover on their own after a few months of not being exposed to the demon statues or symbols. During this period, their emotions are very easily agitated. No matter what you do, it's easy to provoke them. And about 30% of the people have no chance of recovery. They will worship demons for the rest of their lives and will affect those around them. I suggest that after a period of time, you screen them and move all these incurable people to live together, to prevent them from affecting others." Hobert frowned tightly, not satisfied with this solution. "The demons have caused such deep harm." "Indeed," Simpson echoed. "I have read some ancient texts that say a long time ago, there was once a demon kingdom. It's hard to imagine how miserable the lives of the people in that kingdom must have been." Hobert asked again, "Is there no other solution?" "This is the only solution I can offer you." Bishop Simpson's words seemed to carry some deeper meaning. As for other solutions, Hobert had also thought of them, which were nothing more than kill. But Hobert was even less satisfied with that solution. When Bishop Simpson rose to leave, he seemed to say casually, "Archbishop Gabriel is very interested in your faith. I am a believer of the Earth Mother." Hobert smiled and said, "I received baptism before the holy symbol of life, and it was a favored one of the Mother Goddess who performed the baptism for me." Bishop Simpson nodded meaningfully, which was similar to his conjecture. Hobert's successful baptism indicated that the Mother Goddess approved of him having two faiths simultaneously. If Hobert had harbored ill intentions at the time, the baptism would certainly not have been completed smoothly, and Utravsky, as a favored one, would surely have sensed the Mother Goddess's intention and terminated the baptism. Perhaps there was also cooperation between deities involved, but that was not something a bishop should consider. Simpson was convinced that as long as he maintained a good relationship with Hobert and provided sufficient support, he would surely gain some benefits in the future. After seeing Simpson off, Hobert had Alan recall Freya and the other two. He wanted to hear a detailed description of the mental state of the West Bank people from the three of them. Hobert's command went back and forth, and it wasn't until the next day, Monday morning, that Hobert saw his two students and one male servant. After they had eaten breakfast, Hobert immediately called them to his study and asked, "I heard that the mental state of the West Bank people is not very good." "It's not just not very good, it's very strange." Serena, with her red hair, was the first to answer. "Sometimes they will sit there blankly all day, not eating or drinking. At first, I thought they were so sad because they had lost their loved ones. Later, I found that it wasn't at all. It seems to be a habit or custom of theirs, not doing anything, not eating anything. I brought food and water to them and asked them to eat their fill and then come to work with me, but after they finished eating and drinking, they didn't listen to me at all. 2 soldiers held guns and forced them to work. They seemed to suddenly become different people, kneeling and smiling obsequiously, and then they followed them off eagerly. Hobert was stunned. Although he wasn't a psychologist, he could still diagnose it as a severe mental illness. Dennis, who had become much steadier but still occasionally showed his clueless side, added, "They worship evil gods." Bishop Simpson's sermon was so brilliant that it deepened the faith of all the believers present in the Mother Goddess. But they wouldn't listen. After we smashed their stone statues, they even showed angry expressions, and some even sat on the ground crying and shouting, looking utterly despairing. Hobert nodded imperceptibly and looked at Freya. Freya, whose complexion looked a little rosy and whose shiny hair was tied into a ponytail, spoke last. The village I visited had a total of 59 households. Not a single one was a complete family. At least 2 people in each household had been killed by the previous rulers. There were many reasons for being killed: for breathing, for walking with their feet, for passing by the river, for being forced, when forced to do that kind of thing. They didn't resist, looking like dead people, because Freya's eyes reddened, and she couldn't continue. Selena and Dennis, however, were dumbfounded. Only now did they realize that they seemed to have missed the point. Hobert patted her shoulder and comforted her. "We are here, they will not suffer such encounters again." Freya nodded, took a deep breath, and continued, "I learned that their ancestors once lived prosperous lives, and that village once had over 100 households. Since those demons arrived, they gradually realized that they must devoutly worship those demons. Only then, when they encountered those demons, could they be kicked away like a stray dog, laughed at and kicked away by the demons, thereby avoiding the fate of being killed. However, after worshipping the demons more often, their emotions became increasingly agitated, or they simply lost all emotion. As for their angry or despairing reactions after the statues were smashed, it's because they fear that if those demons return, they will vent their anger on them. The bishop can leave, our people can leave, but they cannot. I think smashing the statues is too extreme. We should adopt some gentler methods to gradually change their habits." Hobert nodded seriously. "If this were an assessment, only Freya among the 3 of you would be excellent. Because she found the root of the problem, while you only saw the surface." Selena felt a little ashamed, while Dennis was thoughtful. Hobert said, "To reward Freya, I plan to let her become a Beander ahead of schedule." Selena's expression looked somewhat annoyed again, feeling that she had lost an opportunity. Dennis, however, didn't expect that he would also have this opportunity. After spending this time with the Lord's 2 students, he had already learned some information about Beyonders and knew how rare such an opportunity was. "Don't be discouraged, you 2. Hobert then said to Selena and Dennis, "This is a lesson. When this matter is over, I will also let you become Beyonders." "All right, I'll talk about the several Beander pathways I have. Freya can choose from them, and you 2 can listen first. First is my own pathway. After consuming the potion, one becomes eloquent and able to distort others' thoughts. The physique becomes very strong. Afterwards, one gains abilities such as distorting thoughts, corrupting minds, and plunging others into chaos. There's also my wife Furza's ability. In the early stages, she can open an illusory door, and nowhere can hold her. She can also use many trick-like abilities. Later, she can divine, record others' extraordinary abilities, and appear in other countries within a very short time." The 3 of them were slightly stunned. Only now did they realize that the Lord's wife was also a Beander. Hobert continued, first mentioning the grave digger and hunter pathways, for which he possessed complete potion formulas. Seal is a Beander of the hunter pathway, but Selena and Freya cannot choose this pathway. Then came the pathways for which he had partial potions, including arbitrator, warrior, seer, sailor, and so on. He listed several pathways in one breath. Freya felt a bit overwhelmed for a moment. You can think about it first and give me your answer this afternoon, Hobert said. I want to become an arbitrator. Freya suddenly said, that way, I can judge and punish some people and things in the future. Hobert nodded. I respect your choice. Come get the potion this afternoon. After dealing with his students' matters, Hobert's worries deepened. The true situation was more severe than Conrad's report and Simpson's statement. Hobert decided to ask Audrey for a good solution at the Tarot Club later. Then he would return to the West Bank with his students to conduct a personal investigation and see if there was a way to solve the problem. At around 1 p.m., under Hobert's supervision and witnessed by Selena and Dennis, Freya consumed the potion and became an arbitrator. Just as Hobert finished explaining the arbitrator's abilities, Alan entered with Archie, a soldier from the security team. Lord, there's a riot on the West Bank. What? Hobert suddenly stood up and asked the burly Archie, what's going on? This morning, some of the villagers became very angry. They started attacking us, Archie, who was Dennis's older brother, said. Captain Seal saw that the situation was bad, so he immediately covered the civil servants and the young adults who came to help, retreating to the Lord's manor. Now the villagers have surrounded the Lord's manor, and Mayor Conrad and others are confronting them. Hobert walked 2 steps in front of Archie and asked, are any of our people injured or dead? Because we reacted in time, only a few people were injured, but they were all external injuries like fractures and bleeding, nothing serious. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, did Seal open fire? Captain Seal said that without the Lord's order, he couldn't fire at the crowd, Archie responded meticulously. But to cover everyone's retreat, we did fire warning shots into the air. Hobert nodded in satisfaction. Seal gets the highest credit. If it had been soldiers trained by Christine, they might have already started a massacre, but Seal had, after all, followed Hobert for a while and knew the Lord's style and temperament. At such a critical moment, Seal's reaction greatly pleased Hobert. Hobert sat back down in his chair and calmly thought for a few minutes before saying to the others, Archie, Dennis, go find Roy for men, and take a batch of supplies to the West Bank. Do not actively engage in conflict with the locals. But if attacked, you must effectively retaliate. Freya, Selena, prepare yourselves. A few minutes later, follow me to the West Bank first. Yes. After everyone left, Hobert felt Archibald's gaze and then said, you stay. When the madam returns, have her hold down the fort at the Lord's manor. Don't go anywhere else, just assist her here. Archibald nodded. All right. Hobert suddenly realized that this dog was suddenly becoming more proactive, and he could include Archibald when assigning tasks in the future. Thinking as he returned to the bedroom to put on his cloak, Hobert prayed to the Fool, stating that he had encountered an emergency and could not attend this week's Tarot Club. Without waiting for the Fool's reply, Hobert returned to the study. Freya and Selena, who had quickly tidied up, had also returned. Hobert used travel to quickly take them back to the West Bank. The 3 suddenly appeared in the main hall of Baron Felix's Lord's Manor, startling everyone there. However, those who were in the main hall at this time were all high-ranking officials previously sent by Hobert. Seal was already a Beander. Corwin, whose head was wrapped in bandages, knew some knowledge of the extraordinary world, and Conrad was surprised for a moment but quickly hid his emotions. Only Baron Felix, after a few seconds of surprise, smiled bitterly and thought to himself, I actually wanted to seize back control during the chaos. How naive. Hobert can even drive away those demons, how could I be his opponent? After Hobert appeared in the hall, he asked, what's the situation now? Conrad stood up to offer his seat and reported, the villagers have stormed the Lord's manor twice, but we repelled them with sticks. Hobert sat down, and Freya and Selena consciously stood behind him. Hobert then asked, have you asked about their demands? We have, Conrad said. They demand the restoration of their faith, the recarving of demon statues, the redrawing of abstract symbols, and timely sacrifices. Although Conrad and the others had become proficient in government affairs under Hobert's training, they had never dealt with mass incidents and were at a loss. Hobert, however, recalled some methods for handling mass incidents in the AD era. Even if he hadn't handled them personally, he had seen many TV shows and novels about them. Have them choose 10 representatives to negotiate, Hobert said. I will meet them outside the Lord's Manor. Yes. Everyone present immediately stood up and went outside to make the announcement. They all knew Hobert's capabilities and were not at all worried about him being in danger. After Baron Felix also stood up and took his leave, Selina asked with some curiosity, "Teacher, are you really going to agree to let them restore their faith?" Hobert gently shook his head. Their so-called faith cannot be restored, that's the bottom line. He smiled faintly and said, "Didn't I tell you at noon that my pathway grants excellent eloquence? All right, you two help me guard the door, I need to make some preparations. I'll take a short break today and add more chapters tomorrow. ******. Above the gray fog, the Tarot Club meeting proceeded as usual. Everyone noticed the Emperor's seat was empty. Justice, Audrey was a bit worried, but seeing Magician Furs next to her, she thought, as long as Furs can attend the meeting normally, it means Baron Hobert isn't in any danger, he might just be busy. I can try to subtly ask Furs about it later. Hermit, Catalia thought to herself, could the Emperor have been eliminated by some existence for knowing too many secrets? Haha, probably not, given his extraordinary identity. The Hanged Man, Alger didn't think much of it. Based on his understanding of the Emperor, he believed the Emperor might have simply encountered an urgent matter. After all, he is a favored one of the Creator, and Mr. Fool also holds him in high regard. With such an identity, he wouldn't withdraw from the Tarot Club without reason. Magician, Furs merely felt it was a pity that this Tarot Club meeting couldn't involve the exchange of high-level intelligence. However, she didn't know why, but her spirituality seemed unusually active, which made her very worried. The son, Derek, was purely concerned and didn't think of anything else. The moon, Emlyn glanced at the Emperor's seat. Last week, I consulted the great figures of the bloodline about some hidden history of the fourth epoch, and I was just about to discuss it with the Emperor to show off the bloodline's erudition, but he's not here. The fool, Klein had just checked. Hobert had simply encountered an unexpected event and wasn't in any danger. He was the one least concerned about the Emperor's absence from the meeting. After everyone's brief moment of surprise at the Emperor's absence, the meeting officially began. Without the Emperor's participation, the trading segment of this Tarot Club meeting quickly concluded, moving into the free discussion segment. Audrey was the first to speak. My past week was quite boring. Does anyone have any wonderful experiences? Everyone's lives last week were business as usual, except for the one sitting at the head of the bronze long table, who played the role of the Supreme Commander of the Sonia Sea Navy. Nothing major happened, just that the Supreme Commander's lover was corrupted by an outer god, and his younger brother was suddenly dismissed. Yes, these are not major issues. Seeing that no one was speaking, Furs leaned forward slightly. My experience, I wonder if it counts as a wonderful experience. Audrey looked very interested. Even if it's not wonderful, it must be exciting. Yes, it's very exciting, Furs said. Last week, I participated in an encirclement and suppression of demons. We killed a total of 6 apostles of desire, and those who knew how difficult it was to kill beyonders of the demon pathway were startled. Catalia interrupted Furs. How many of you were there? You actually managed to kill 6 apostles of desire. There were about 50 of us, and they probably had over 90 people, though they didn't all participate in the battle at once, Furs said with a smile. Our overall strength was also inferior to theirs, but thanks to the perfect plan of the overall commander of that battle, our advantages were maximized. Everyone was stunned again. Is that even plausible? 50 people fighting 90, and without a numerical advantage and strength. Emlyn almost blurted out, bragging, but he remembered that Miss Magician rarely spoke and didn't seem like someone who liked to lie, so he decided to listen first. You might not understand what I mean, Catalia said. Why didn't those demons escape? As far as I know, they have the ability of malice perception. Usually, if you merely harbor ill will towards them, they will immediately hide. So, generally speaking, the hardest part of killing a meander of this pathway is finding them. Alger also said, I'm very curious, under what circumstances would over 90 people of this pathway gather in one place? Only then did Furs briefly describe the general situation on the Full Moon Lake West Bank in the brief course of the battle. Catalya then understood. The demons must have perceived the malice, but they also knew their strength was greater than the enemy's, so they didn't flee. To achieve such a battle result, the commander of this battle played a huge role. And this Miss Magician, indeed, one cannot overlook her just because she seems lazy and doesn't talk much. She also has a powerful organization behind her. Alger also concluded inwardly, the commander of this battle was very strong and very intelligent. Audrey, on the other hand, sighed, Hobert actually did such a big thing last week. Could it be that the matter isn't completely resolved yet, which is why he didn't attend the meeting? Klein recalled his previous experience in Backland. At that time, a single apostle of desire caused everyone a lot of headaches, but that was also because it was in Backland. Just as Hermit said, the hardest step in hunting a demon is actually finding them. In Backland, the apostle of desire was provided with enough hiding places. But the situation the emperor and the magician encountered was an exception. The apostles of desire not only didn't run but were also preparing to counter-kill their opponents. Furs added, more precisely, our side's demigod, also killed one of their demigods. Everyone was again surprised. So, this battle achieved extremely astonishing results. Audrey asked, could you tell us in detail about the process of the demigod battle? Furs was a bit embarrassed. My strength was too weak, I couldn't see the demigod battle. If she had seen it and described it, everyone would probably be even more surprised. Fenaport Kingdom, Full Moon Lake West Bank. Not far from the entrance of Baron Hobert's Lord's Manor, there were 5 tall fir trees. They were 5 yellow firs, tall and straight, with golden leaves in autumn. In that harvest season, almost everyone in the entire territory could see these 5 golden fir trees. These 5 yellow firs had become the symbol of the Lord's Manor. Of course, before this, they did not represent authority, but merely a large courtyard. At this moment, Hobert stood with his hands behind his back under those 5 yellow fir trees, receiving the 10 representatives chosen by the populace. The moment these 10 representatives met, they felt the undeniable majesty emanating from Hobert. They quickly knelt, begging Hobert to forgive their previous riot. They said that they had simply lost control of their tempers for a moment, which led to such an undesirable incident. Hobert said, rise. He then said to Seal, let them all come over too, but they can only listen, do not speak freely. By them, Hobert meant the common people standing not far away. The guns in the hands of Seal and the others kept them at a distance. Although he let them come over, Seal did not let the soldiers put down their guns, they still needed them to maintain order. By the time the representatives had all risen, the area around Hobert and his men was already crowded with people. On one side were Conrad and other officials and young adults from the East Bank, and on the other were the rioting common people, separated by several meters, clearly distinct. Hobert said to the 10 representatives, tell me your demands for starting the riot. An old man, pushed forward by the group, bravely said, Lord, you must have heard, we have our own gods we believe in. Please let us continue our faith. Everything else is negotiable. Whatever percentage of tax you say, we'll pay that much. If you need manpower there, we will do our best to provide people and labor. Is that truly a god? Hobert asked with a smile. Just as the other party was about to reply, Hobert suddenly asked, you look like you're over 60, don't you? 52. Is your family very poor? Why are you dressed so shabbily? The old man replied, most of us on the West Bank dress like this. As far as I know, the East Bank isn't much better than us. Lord, you have never worried about food and clothing, so you don't understand our hardships. You're wrong. Hobert smiled. A ruler who doesn't consider the food and clothing of the people is not a qualified ruler. He asked towards the direction of the Lord's manor, "Are there any young men from Shanshan village?" Several people shouted, "Yes. Lord, I am." Hobert randomly pointed to one. "You tell them about the changes in Jeffrey territory over the past 6 months." "Yes." The young man excitedly pushed past his companions, grabbed his own clothes, and said to the old man, "Old man, do you see this? This is a new outfit, I just had it made last month. 6 months ago, Shanshan village was much poorer than your place." The young man enthusiastically recounted the changes in Shanshan village, the poorest village in Jeffrey territory, over the past 6 months. The rioting people listened intently, but also clearly somewhat disbelieving. However, seeing the clothing and mental state of the people from the direction of the Lord's manor, they couldn't help but doubt their own perceptions. After the young man finished speaking, Hobert said to the old man, "Faith is a matter that should be considered after basic needs are met, or rather, a faith that conflicts with basic needs is fundamentally problematic." The old man was immediately rendered speechless by this conclusion and unique way of thinking. A middle-aged representative nearby said, "Lord, we have become accustomed to that faith. Please do not disturb us. As for other aspects, we are willing to listen to you, and willing to follow the arrangements of your subordinates." "Is it habit?" Hobert asked sharply. "Is it that you think those demons will come back? I can tell you clearly, if I can defeat them once, I can defeat them twice. It was the Fenaport government that handed this place over to the demons. I, Baron Hobert, owe you nothing. On the contrary, I simply couldn't stand by and saved you. I gave you tents, gave you seeds, so you could plant again in spring. It's fine that you have no gratitude, but why direct this resentment at me?" The middle-aged representative was stunned. I. When did he have resentment? How did the conversation completely go off topic, and it sounded as if he was being willful by making such a demand. The people around, reminded by Hobert, immediately understood. That's right, why was their anger directed at someone who had helped them? Hobert observed everyone's reactions and concluded in his heart, most people still have normal logical abilities. "Everyone can go out and take a look," Hobert said loudly. "This is the only place in the entire country that has been ruled by demons. Those demons are like rats elsewhere, not daring to show their faces. To be honest, I was hoping they would retaliate, because then I could defeat them again. This is the core of the problem. I have the strength to protect you." The 10 representatives looked at each other, not knowing how to continue the discussion. Most of the rioting people were persuaded, but no one showed shame. After so many years of demon rule, they had grown accustomed to solving problems with violence. So they were merely persuaded, but didn't think there was anything wrong with their methods. At this moment, a simple-minded representative said, "I don't care, we just want to restore our faith. Unless you kill us all, we'll carve statues as soon as we go back." The old man and the middle-aged man from before were both stunned. Then these 2 representatives quickly begged Baron Hobert for mercy, asking Baron Hobert not to believe what had just been said. Baron Hobert carefully observed the simple-minded man. He tilted his head slightly, trembling unconsciously, with fierce eyes and an unpredictable expression on his face. This was the type of person with obvious mental issues. Baron Hobert smiled and nodded, saying, "You have backbone." He said to all the representatives, "In my opinion, most of you hope your lives will get better and better, and only a few insist on restoring your faith. How about this? You go back and distinguish among yourselves. For those who wish to continue living in their homes, I promise you that if your harvest this year meets my requirements, I can overlook your faith. Don't worry, this requirement will not be an unattainable goal for you. I will send people to each village to conduct a survey and redivide the land, setting your goals based on the amount of land and population. Since this season's crop is wheat, I think setting it at 400 negas, about 400 plus jint per mu, is quite appropriate. As long as you manage it diligently, even if the rainfall isn't as timely, this yield per mu can be fully achieved. If you have any objections to the requirements, you can come to the Lord's manor to request a recalculation. However, once the requirements are set, they must be implemented and cannot be shirked. Before the harvest, you are not allowed to privately carve stone statues. How about that? The old man was somewhat disbelieving. Are those the only requirements? Baron Hobert nodded. Yes, those are the only requirements. But if you privately carve any statues or symbols related to the demon before the harvest, the entire village will completely lose the right to freedom of belief. The old man still seemed unable to believe it. You must keep your word. Baron Hobert smiled. When have I ever lied? The old man exchanged glances with a few other representatives, then said, we agree to these terms. I don't agree. The simple-minded representative still said, we want to restore our faith immediately. Baron Hobert smiled. That's precisely what I'm going to say next. Those who would rather die than restore their faith will be immediately gathered and placed under special supervision. The simple-minded representative asked, what do you plan to do with us? Aren't you even afraid of death? I just want everyone to know your brutal side. Baron Hobert nodded slightly. Even people with severe mental problems don't completely lose their logic. But he had chosen the wrong opponent if he wanted to debate with Baron Hobert. Baron Hobert sneered, if you had said something like that to the demon before, you would already be dead. Not only was the simple-minded representative stunned, but everyone around him was also stunned. Indeed, it was true. Baron Hobert said righteously, why weren't you so brave then? Instead, you're using such a sarcastic tone towards someone who helped you and was willing to listen to your demands. And you even say it so self-righteously, it's simply hateful, pathetic, and pitiful. Conrad led the applause, and everyone else then reacted, joining in the applause. Baron Hobert's words had expressed all the resentment in the hearts of the people from the East Bank. The simple-minded representative was stunned on the spot by the reprimand, at a loss for how to react. After the applause stopped, Baron Hobert said, however, I can tell you your fate. Although you can immediately restore your faith, you will be assigned work like laborers until you die of exhaustion on the construction site. The other representatives all lowered their heads in awe. Baron Hobert spread his hands. Whether you are willing to work hard to achieve your goals in the future, or completely give up on your life, it all depends on your own choice. Additionally, even for those who choose to remain in their homes, each village must send 2 young people, and each small town must send 5 young people, to Jeffrey territory for 3 months of voluntary labor. This is punishment for your riot, because you could have fully submitted your demands to the town government and negotiated, but instead you used the most violent and worst method. Choosing the wrong method and doing the wrong thing means you must be punished. The other representatives all said, we accept the punishment, we accept the punishment. In their view, 2 people from each village being taken away to be executed was a punishment for a riot, which was a very lenient handling. Yes, they naturally assumed that the young people taken away could not possibly survive. Next, Baron Hobert had Conrad assign personnel. On one hand, they were to go to each village to survey land and population, and determine the goals set for them. On the other hand, they were to gather the people who demanded immediate restoration of their faith into the already largely desolate Eugene territory. Most importantly, they were to count the young people from each village and town who were to be punished, and they had to depart within 3 days. Baron Hobert assigned the tasks publicly, and the people who participated in the riot were completely relieved. Some villages even selected the people to be punished on the spot, which inevitably led to a burst of wailing. As for who was willing to stay in their homes and who was willing to go to the wilderness, it was easy to distinguish. Some people had already consciously headed to the wilderness. Baron Hobert saw 3 children, 8 or 9 years old, also heading to the wilderness together. He couldn't help but call out to them, "Are you also going to Eugene territory?" The 3 children's eyes glinted fiercely, and they said almost in unison, "Yes. The kitchen here needs 3 helpers." Baron Hobert said, "You will start working as laborers right now. You can go to Eugene territory tomorrow." Just as the 3 children were about to say something more, Seal kicked each of them towards the entrance of the Lord's manor. Bastards. It was unclear whether he was scolding the demons or these 3 little brats. In the evening, a new batch of supplies arrived under the escort of the Dennis brothers. When Conrad and the others retreated earlier, they didn't have time to take their supplies. Without this batch of supplies, it would have been difficult to solve the dinner problem for hundreds of people. Coupled with the people Dennis brought, nearly 1,000 people from the East Bank had gathered here. In the evening, they set up camp inside and outside the Lord's manor, with bright lights, looking very lively. As for the group who had already gone to the wilderness, Baron Hobert planned to let them go hungry for a meal and endure a night of cold before doing anything else. During dinner, Serena, who was at the same table, asked, "Teacher, if they achieve the goals set for them, do you really intend to restore their faith?" Baron Hobert smiled. "I received definite news from Bishop Simpson that most people, as long as they don't encounter any elements related to the demon in the coming months, have hope of recovering from the spiritual pollution. And imagine this, a few months later, they achieve harvests they couldn't have imagined before, there are no signs of the demons returning, and the people punished on the other side tell them about the great changes in Jeffrey territory. If these are still not enough to make them change their minds, then it's time to give them some treatment." Freya was more concerned. "What do you plan to do with those who demanded to restore their faith immediately? Do you really intend to let them die painfully?" Baron Hobert sighed. "Of course, we will gather them to prevent them from influencing others. Before finding a way to treat them, we must drain their energy to prevent them from harming others." Freya nodded seriously and continued to eat her bread. She knew that her teacher would not disappoint her. While everyone was eating, a servant from the East Bank, protected by 2 Lord's Manor guards, found Baron Hobert and the others who were sitting on the ground eating. Upon seeing Baron Hobert, the servant said, "Lord, my lady asked me to report that this afternoon, Teuton Viscount's territory also experienced a riot. Teuton Viscount has already begun a massacre, and it is said that the effect is quite good." Baron Hobert was slightly stunned and immediately understood that this was Archibald's notification to him. It was also a form of advice, or perhaps strategizing, for Baron Hobert. After all, solving problems with slaughter saved time and effort, and didn't cost much in resources. Baron Hobert said to the servant, "Go back and tell Archibald that Teuton and I are not on the same path. Also tell Archibald that as long as I am not present, Furs is the master of the territory." The servant carefully wrote down Baron Hobert's words and immediately set off on his return journey without resting. Baron Hobert looked around at everyone present, and finally asked Conrad, "What do you think makes a qualified ruler?" Conrad quickly swallowed the food in his mouth, thought for a moment, and then said, "Just as Lord said this afternoon, a ruler must first solve the people's problems of food and clothing. That's just the most basic requirement." Baron Hobert said, "Rule is also a responsibility. Whether now or in the future, everyone's governing standard is people-oriented, and there must be sufficient respect for life. Such a governing philosophy is difficult not to flourish. Only by building a society that is sufficiently safe and mutually respectful can it be an open society and truly prosper. This is a very simple cause and effect relationship, but often simple things are the hardest to do, so there are always people who want to find so-called shortcuts. We cannot be so impetuous, we must manage with patience. I believe that through our joint efforts, we can certainly forge an unprecedentedly prosperous society." The eyes of everyone in the circle brightened. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.